The day of reckoning has arrived, and the unwelcomed villain is being dragged in chains toward her fate. Surrounded by cold steel and judging eyes, she is led into the heart of the palace. The verdict is brutal. Elizabeth, daughter of Duke Fontini, is stripped of her title and banished from the kingdom. While the court sneers and her father huffs in disdain, she simply accepts her punishment without a fight. When asked for last words, she gives a chillingly simple answer. She has nothing to say. She carries no grudges, knowing deep down that this outcome was inevitable. Her beauty was a curse, making her an easy target for rumors of bullying. She recalls the lake incident where a girl played the victim to the crowd, but Elizabeth knows the truth. The girl fell in all by herself. Cast as the rival to Princess Rosetta, the misunderstandings piled up until she became the ultimate villain. Now, the noble daughter is gone, leaving behind only plain Elizabeth, as she is carted away in a carriage. Her journey leads her far from home, across the border to the neighboring kingdom of Ramaiza. Her destination is a remote region called Cloreris, where the Norcia Church stands. To the world, this is a place of misery where Elizabeth would spend herds drowning in despairs, surrounded by nothing but laundry and ducks. At least, that's what everyone thought. The truth? She's never been happier. With a massive stretch and a beaming smile, Elizabeth realizes that being banished was the best thing that ever happened to her. She's finally free. Life at the church is surprisingly luxurious, thanks to a hefty sum of consolation money that left the institution swimming in riches. While her family disowned her and liquidated her belongings, Elizabeth finds genuine peace playing with children in the sun. She's found a new community in the Sisters of the Church, from the food-obsessed Lucinda and the stern Roxanne to the composed head sister Hilde. And today, the only thing that matters is the excitement for roast pork with apples. The air is filled with excitement as the children scream for one thing and one thing only: meat. The head sister calls on Elizabeth to help out, and she happily agrees. Surrounded by open-hearted sisters, Elizabeth finds a strange kind of peace in these simple chores. With a triumphant grin, Elizabeth presents a piece of meat browned to absolute perfection. But the head sister is baffled, reminding her that nobles are strictly forbidden from entering the kitchens. Elizabeth just laughs it off nervously, though in truth she was never even allowed near a stove in the Duke's household. While the head sister wonders how a noble girl became so naturally skilled at laundry and dressing, Elizabeth claims she's always wanted to try these things. She doesn't mention that she's actually craving the feel of a knife in her hand. The truth is, these mundane tasks were her daily reality in a completely different light. Flashback to a world of ringing phones and towering stacks of paperwork. This was Yuka Sawatani, a 24-year-old event planner who lived for the grind. From mini-concerts to massive exhibitions, her life was a whirlwind of logistics and high-stress apologies. It was a regular world of taxis, trains, and corporate loneliness. Yuka watched as her colleagues dropped out one by one until she was the only newbie left at DreamFan. She loved the work, but the working conditions were absolutely brutal. Even during her only moment of peace in a hot soak, her brain refuses to shut down. She mentally checks off the list. Tea, lunchboxes, projectors, chairs, everything is set. She's practically working from the bathtub, tablet in hand. Between dreaming of organizing a Princess Dawn event and slipping deeper into the water, a sudden bolt of panic hits her. She forgot the signed t-shirts for the gift bags. Even in her relaxation, the corporate anxiety is relentless. She tries to reassure herself that the recording prohibition signs are up, and everything else is okay. But as she sinks further, the thoughts fade into bubbles. Just like that, Yuka's first life comes to a quiet, watery end. 5 years into her new life, another water-related incident strikes. As rescuers pull a coughing young Elizabeth from the water, a strange realization washes over her. She remembers the bath, she remembers drowning, and she realizes she's been reincarnated. The shock is instantaneous. Everything from her past life floods back in a single, explosive moment. Now, the adults are completely bewildered. Why is this 5-year-old reading the Directory of Nobles and speaking like a corporate executive? The shock of nearly drowning has turned a child into a seasoned professional. The realization hits her like a ton of bricks. This isn't just any world, it's the world of the Otomi game she played in her previous life. She knows the plot of Princess Life, Dawn Confession by heart, where a lucky heroine is showered with love by every prince in sight. But as she looks at her own reflection, the truth is clear. She is definitely not that heroine. Wait, it's actually worse. She's the villainous rival, the one destined to be promptly banished by the end of the story. She recalls her desperate attempts to be a good person, but whether it was the game system or just fate, the outcome remained inevitable. Her life is headed for a crash. Fast forward to her new reality, a life of humble service as a nun. Between the endless pounding of chores and the pragmatic demands of the head sister, her days are far from glamorous. The head sister doesn't sugarcoat things, leaving her to figure out the hard work on her own, while she secretly notes just how calculating the woman can be. Despite the hardship, she's finding a strange kind of peace in the simple joys of church life. She's even secretly introducing the world to the glory of extra thick pancakes, much to the delight of everyone. When the head sister finally tells her to go play with the children, she practically leaps at the chance. As she hangs laundry and listens to the church bells toll, she reflects on the weight of her new existence. This is no longer a fictional game with screen edges and scripted NPCs. It's a living, breathing world where every person has their own name and thoughts. Her life has become real. For the first time, she's finally free from the suffocating role of a duke's daughter and the constraints of a predetermined plot. Living in the remote countryside with the priest, other sisters, and 10 energetic children, she's embracing a third chance at life. She even sneaks in a few modern conveniences from her past life, hoping no one notices. Pure, unadulterated freedom. She spends her afternoons as a human carriage for the kids, laughing as they race through the fields. In this quiet corner of the world, she's wholeheartedly enjoying the peace she fought so hard to find. The laughter is at its peak as she leads the children in a race toward the gate. But just as she's savoring this perfect, quiet life, she freezes. Someone is standing there, and the sudden shift in the air turns her joy into instant confusion. A stern man with a sword on his back stands before her, his gaze cold and piercing. As he speaks a curt "excuse me," a chill runs down her spine. She doesn't just recognize him, she remembers him. The nightmare has returned. It's Leonid Gardhelm, the head knight of the Kingdom of Moors and the wielder of the sacred lion sword. He is the natural enemy who chased her out of her former life. And now, he's standing right in front of her. Elizabeth realizes this man shouldn't even exist in the game's logic. He was a nameless NPC with no face or story. But now he's here, in the middle of nowhere after she's been banished. And then with a sudden whoosh, he appears right in front of her, leaving her left unable to respond. The tension spikes as a stern nun demands to know his business. Elizabeth is practically shaking, convinced she's in trouble even though she's done nothing wrong. The man remains eerily silent, his gaze heavy, leaving Elizabeth struggling to even get a word out. Just as she starts to speak, the man explodes with a confession. He followed her here. Before she can even process that, he grabs her wrist in a grip that won't let go, declaring he won't let her run away. But the intensity is instantly shattered by a group of kids who think he's the coolest knight they've ever seen. While the man and Elizabeth are locked in a silent, awkward stare, the children are clinging to him, begging to see his big sword. Elizabeth can only wonder how these kids can see past his scary exterior so easily. The mood shifts again when another nun arrives, wondering who the stranger is. In a surprising twist of hospitality, she invites him in for dinner as Elizabeth's guest. Elizabeth is left blinking in confusion, while another nun is internally scandalized that a man is being invited into their holy sanctuary. Panic mode activated, Elizabeth suddenly shoves him away, screaming that he's neither an acquaintance nor a guest. The man is left reeling from the rejection, but his confusion only grows as the local children start raving about Elizabeth's weird but good cooking and her amazing bread. The man tries to be polite, claiming he won't bother them and prepares to leave. Elizabeth is caught off guard, shouting "Hey!" as he starts to walk away. But as the other nun leads the children inside with a sigh, the situation takes another unexpected turn. With a mysterious smile, the nun reveals she's already preparing dinner for 2 in the garden. Elizabeth's thoughts grind to a halt in shock. How did this happen? Suddenly, she finds herself sitting across from him at a beautifully set table, feeling the weight of impending doom. The silence is heavy as the man carefully inspects the food before simply stating, "Let's eat." Then, he takes a massive chomp out of a sandwich. Elizabeth can only watch in breathless silence as he chews, wondering what's going through his head. He's not just eating, he's demolishing the food, already on his 3rd sandwich. Elizabeth watches him, realizing he actually enjoys the Japanese-style fruit sandwiches from her previous life. Now she's just panicking. Will there be enough, or is he going to be angry when the plates run dry? Elizabeth is just talking about her passion for baking, but the vibe shifts instantly. The man is staring at her with an intensity that makes the air feel heavy, leaving her completely bewildered. Then he delivers an unexpected revelation. He's coming back to check on her every single day. Elizabeth is floored, especially when he casually mentions there are no inns in Nortia village. He's not just visiting, he actually bought a house on the outskirts just to be near her. Elizabeth is left shivering in terror, wondering exactly how long this surveillance is going to last. Later, Elizabeth reflects on her past, describing the royal castle as a sparkly nightmare fueled by envy and jealousy. She tells her companion it's a scary place you can't escape, though she jokingly asks if that sounds fun. She recalls the cold reality of her former life, remembering the noble society she left behind, and the fact that her prince was never actually there for her. But as she looks at her sleeping friend, that man's face flashes back into her mind. Just the memory of him is enough to send a chill down her spine. Meanwhile, the man is in full-blown panic mode, sprinting through the wilderness with a scream that could wake the dead. He's finally made it to his destination, completely exhausted. He's absolutely buzzing with excitement, because he finally got to talk to Elizabeth and taste her home cooking. In his head, he's already dreaming of the day they move from mere acquaintances to actual friends. The excitement becomes too much to handle. He's literally burning up with passion, and in a fit of pure, unadulterated hype, he starts smashing everything in sight. The resulting chaos is so loud it rumbles all the way to the Count of Cloreris's manor. And that's where we meet a new player in the game, the smiling Lord Christheart. A glass of wine, a quiet night, and a man who knows exactly who he's dealing with. Sir Christheart sips his drink while his butler mentions a legendary figure, the sacred lion sword. Christheart just laughs, his eyes gleaming with a secret, but the peace doesn't last. While Christheart relaxes in luxury, the head knight is outside, absolutely exhausted and panting for breath. Christheart can't help but wonder, what on earth is this man thinking? The scene shifts to a grand estate, where the gates slide open to reveal a sprawling mansion and a shimmering fountain. A new chapter is beginning. Meet Count Christheart. At just 26, he's already inherited his father's title, and is convinced he's doing a pretty great job running things. Lately, his domain has welcomed 2 new residents. One is a banished duke's daughter who's far less villainous than the rumors suggested. But just as he thinks of the second inhabitant, bam, the door practically flies off its hinges. The head knight bursts in without a shred of patience. Christheart barely has time to point out that he's already inside before the knight tries to keep up, only for Christheart to playfully brush him off. Christheart tries to lecture him on manners, reminding him that as head knight, he's equal to a count. He asks for a report on the barn, and the knight delivers it with blunt military precision. The barns is fixed, thanks for the horse, and that's all. Christheart can't help but think that this guy is still terrible at talking. He gives the knight a pat on the head, surprised that he actually moved here with his beloved horse. It turns out the King of Moors granted him a whole year off, a rare luxury for a man with a perfect record. Looking at him, Christheart feels a wave of nostalgia. They were inseparable as kids, but adulthood and duty tore them apart. It's been 5 long years since they've had a moment like this. Christheart brings up a memory from 5 years ago, recalling how the sacred lion sword gallantly saved him from bandits. But as he looks at the knight's blank face, the truth hits him. The man has completely forgotten that he once saved Christheart from certain death. A single scar on a man's neck is all it takes to bring back a crushing sense of debt. In the present, a blonde woman brings up a string of small burglaries hitting the village, her eyes fixed on the dark-haired man before her. She suggests a simple patrol to help out, but Leo's reaction is anything but simple. He goes from 0 to 100 in seconds, declaring a mission to maintain public order with an intensity that leaves her stunned into silence. She tries to play matchmaker, hinting that patrolling is the perfect excuse to run into a certain someone. But Leo is completely clueless, leaving her to wonder how he can be so oblivious to a secret that's plain as day. While Leo is focused on not letting bandits win this time, she drops another hint about a horse-loving nun in the village. Leo's brain just doesn't make the connection. He simply thanks her and rides off, leaving the relevance a total mystery to him. With a loud slam of the door, she realizes the situation is far worse than she thought. She sighs, determined that she'll have to put in some serious effort to help this man find his way. The stage is set. An eccentric nun who was once a duke's daughter, and a blunt, powerful head knight. Just as the narrator wonders what will happen between them, a sudden sneeze from the nun signals the start of their encounter. The nun spends her day spreading joy and delicious bread through the village. She's on cloud 9 hearing the villagers love her baking, even if she's secretly stressing over how to make the bread last longer. Just as she's humming her way to the next house, the peace is shattered. A horse rears up right in her face with a violent sudden jolt. Instead of an apology, she gets a blunt warning about getting kicked if she doesn't watch where she's going. A wave of panic follows. Is this guy a stalker? When he tells her to get on, her answer is a very firm no thank you. Leo doesn't care for the refusal. If she won't ride, she can walk while he patrols. As they head off together under his glare, the nun can only mourn the sudden death of her carefree life. The blonde nun is completely captivated by the horse's physique, calling it wise and very muscular. Sir Leonid, not to be outdone, starts flexing his own muscles while introducing the beast as Florestano. She's already giving the horse cute nicknames, leaving Leonid visibly annoyed. In a sudden shift, he tells her she can just call him Leo, since he's on vacation, leaving the nun completely bewildered. Leonid gives up on the nicknames, and she settles on Leonid, though she seems to find the whole thing a bit of a pain. As they pass through the gates, she's buzzing with anticipation. Today is finally the day. The tone turns without warning as a stern maid blocks their path. She recognizes Sister Elizabeth and delivers a cold rejection. The young lady is unwell and refuses all visitors. Desperate, Elizabeth begs for just one day, then turns to Leonid for help. He doesn't hesitate. He simply asks if she wants the door open and proceeds to blast through it, sending the maid flying. With the door wide open, Leonid casually announces his success while the maid is left retching on the floor. As Elizabeth heads inside, she can't help but reflect. Leonid was terrifying when he was chasing her, but as an ally, he's actually quite useful. She's practically treating Leonid like a sacred lion door stopper now, finding his brute force incredibly convenient. She reaches a room and knocks, calling out for someone named Charlotte. The door unlatches easily and Elizabeth steps in with soothing words, trying to reassure the girl inside. But the welcome is far from warm. A sudden violent attack screams, "Stop right there!" Alarm spreads immediately as Elizabeth realizes she's staring down the barrel of a crossbow. The bolt whistles past her head in a blur, forcing her to dive out of the way just in time. Just as the situation turns deadly, Leonid moves with blinding speed. In one sharp motion, he catches the projectile mid-air, shielding Elizabeth from the attack. The air is thick with tension as Leonid looks down at the flustered Elizabeth. He asks if she's alright, but Elizabeth can barely get the words out, her face flushing a deep red. Suddenly, the mood flips from concern to pure intensity. With a sharp snap, Leonid breaks the toy arrow, his voice booming that anyone who draws a weapon on the battlefield becomes his enemy. Elizabeth and Charlotte are left absolutely terrified by his sudden shift. Charlotte snaps back, screaming that it was Elizabeth's fault for barging in uninvited. While the shouting continues, Elizabeth can't help but realize that the man guarding her possesses some truly frightening physical abilities. Then comes the heartbreaking truth about Charlotte. Only 14 and shunned by her own family for being too naive. She was exiled to the countryside under the lie of a long illness. Now she believes she's nothing more than the laughingstock of the village. Charlotte clings to her noble pride, refusing to trust a common village doctor, but Elizabeth sees right through the facade. With a gentle touch and a few soft words, Elizabeth reminds her that being cast aside by her parents isn't her fault. The sadness doesn't last long, because Elizabeth has a plan. With a bright, infectious smile, she suggests they stop moping and actually have some fun while they're in the village. Elizabeth isn't taking no for an answer, forcing the curtains open to let the sunlight in for Charlotte's health. Once the room is bright, she turns to Leonid with a sparkling gaze, asking if they can borrow his horse. The outing begins, and the local servants are practically sobbing with joy to finally see the young lady outside. Charlotte, however, is far from happy, grumbling about the fancy dress she's been forced to wear. Leonid worries the dress will get caught, but Elizabeth's solution is unexpected. She ties the fabric into a knot, pulling it tight against Leonid's chest, before asking him to lift Charlotte onto the horse right in front of her. Leonid's mind goes blank from the sudden closeness. Perched on the horse, Charlotte is convinced this is completely improper, but Elizabeth just laughs it off. As the horse begins to move, a terrified Charlotte clings on for dear life, while Elizabeth encourages her to open her eyes and see the amazing view. A breathtaking view, but the mood is anything but peaceful. The blonde girl is completely floored by the scenery, but her shock quickly turns to suspicion as she looks at the nun. "Why are you even here?" she demands, wondering if this is some kind of calculated attempt to butter her up. With a beaming smile, the nun brushes off the suspicion, claiming she just wants to have a good time. She reminds the other girl that they've both been stripped of their noble obligations, meaning they're finally free to do whatever they want. But there's one problem. A certain pair of scary eyes is still watching their every move. The conversation turns emotional, as the nun admits she simply couldn't leave the other girl alone. Despite their different backgrounds, one from a duke's family and the other a baron's, they realize they're more alike than they thought. Meanwhile, Leonid decides they've found the perfect spot to settle in. Time for the main event. The nun unveils a spread of unique breads, looking far too proud of her creations. She invites them to dig in, specifically pushing a two-birds-with-one-stone bread as the ultimate energizer. Not everyone is a fan. The blonde girl is absolutely baffled by the weird taste, unable to even swallow a bite. It turns out the people of this world just aren't ready for the Japanese-style sweet buns and savory breads the nun loves, and a quick flashback reveals just how many burnt failures it took to get here. But the nun isn't giving up. She's turned the church's empty land into a full-blown experimental garden. From cost-effective peanut bread to cheap and plentiful croquette buns, she's mastering the art of budget baking. Even the unappetizing kinpira bread makes the cut because it's packed with health benefits. The struggle was real, especially with the peanuts. Since they aren't native to the continent of Dakrestan, the nun has to get creative with her botany. She finds the process of the plant sending tendrils into the earth slightly horrific, but she's determined to find a local substitute that works. Then comes the real work, the nut butter grind. It's a process of pure perseverance, sautéing the nuts just right so they don't burn, then mashing and grinding them into a smooth paste. A bit of sugar, and suddenly she's created a gourmet treat from scratch. Now it's Leonid's turn to try the feast. The nun offers him a choice, and while he looks like he's just anticipating a snack, he makes a move that shocks everyone. Of all the options, he reaches for the weirdest one of all, the kinpira bread. One bite is all it takes. Leonid completely shuts down, totally absorbed in the flavor as he munches away in a trance. The blonde girl tries to ask if it's actually good, but he's already gone, lost in a world of savory bread and complete silence. Wait, don't let the looks fool you. Elizabeth offers a piece of bread that looks harmless, but it's actually a bit devilish peanut-flavored treat. Charlotte takes a bite, completely unaware of what's coming, and then it happens. A total flavor burst. Charlotte is absolutely floored by the taste, and seeing that reaction is exactly why Elizabeth can't stop cooking. But then there's him. Even while he's absolutely demolishing the food, his face remains terrifyingly stern. Elizabeth can't help but wonder, what would this man actually look like if he smiled? Driven by her old instincts as an event planner, Elizabeth decides she's going to smooth out that permanent frown. Even the picky Charlotte admits the food wasn't bad, but the real challenge is the man's scary expression. The mood shifts as Charlotte asks if she can attend Mass this Sunday. Elizabeth's face lights up. She's more than happy to bring her along, since everyone in the village is dying to meet her. But Elizabeth has a bigger plan. She wants Charlotte to help her create new treats for the upcoming church bazaar, leaving Charlotte horrified at the thought of being part of these strange creations. Charlotte can't help but call Elizabeth a very worldly nun. Elizabeth is practically beaming, thinking it's a compliment, until Charlotte coldly shuts her down. The bickering continues as the scary man warns her not to get cocky, just because of some weird bread. But as the sun sets, Elizabeth reflects on a simple truth. In any world, food is the ultimate pleasure. With a determined stretch and a spark in her eye, Elizabeth is ready to go all out. She's going to use every bit of her knowledge to make the church bazaar a legendary success for the whole village. But while Elizabeth dreams of success, danger is lurking in the shadows. A group of sinister men are eyeing the church's wealth, planning to use the festival as a cover to strip those complacent idiots of everything. Elizabeth is channeling her past life as an event planner to make the church bazaar a total success. Using her imagination, she's crafting tools that don't even exist in this world, pouring her entire heart into the preparations. Act 4 kicks off with a sudden shift in energy. Elizabeth just wanted a simple trip to the port town, but looking at the chaos around her, it seems things have escalated way beyond her expectations. Elizabeth is absolutely thrilled with the custom copper board Hobolt the blacksmith crafted for her. Despite the strange design, the board, along with a new pick and brush, is exactly what she needed. Just as Elizabeth is celebrating her new tools, Leonid practically teleports behind her, sending her into a total panic. He's here for the same reason, to pick up his weapon, but his timing is as terrifying as ever. With a proud pose, Elizabeth declares she's collecting her weapons, though they're actually for cooking. Meanwhile, Hobolt grumbles about how often he has to fix Leonid's actual gear, noting that the knight should be more careful. Determined to try her new tool immediately, Elizabeth tries to lug the heavy board back herself, but she's wobbling under the weight. Then Leonid steps in with a simple "let me," lifting the massive piece of metal without breaking a sweat. Leonid effortlessly carries the board toward Norcia Church, leaving Elizabeth in awe of his raw strength. When Hobolt calls him a reliable guard, Elizabeth quickly denies it, though she realizes there's no escaping the head knight's presence. Walking side by side through the fields, Elizabeth tries to read Leonid's inscrutable expression. She decides that as long as she doesn't act weird, having the super-strong knight around might actually be a huge advantage. Back at the church, Elizabeth thanks Leonid for his help and mentions her plan to visit the port town tomorrow for supplies. Leonid's immediate concern, "You're going alone?" makes Elizabeth defensively insist she isn't running away. Citing the threat of bandits, Leonid shuts down any argument and declares he's coming along. Even when Elizabeth tries to discourage him with a brutal 5 a.m. start, he doesn't blink, leaving her stunned as he walks away. Elizabeth has a sudden realization. Instead of worrying, she decides that having him around is actually a win, especially if he can carry all her shopping bags. Meanwhile, Leonid is trying to be the responsible protector, heading to bed early to stay sharp. But as the clock ticks, his mind wanders to a romantic getaway with Elizabeth, leaving him completely love-struck. But sleep is impossible. The more he tries, the wider his eyes stay open. After counting nearly 3,000 horses and still failing, Leonid officially gives up on sleep and decides to train instead. He's never had insomnia in his life, no matter how high the stakes of the mission. But tonight is different. He gears up, grabs his massive blade and steps into the night. Suddenly, a rustle in the brush. Leonid's instincts kick in as he spots the tracks of 3 intruders. No lights, muffled steps. These are bandits and they think they're being stealthy. The bandits are planning something sinister. Since the house was empty, they've set their sights on the church, intending to plunder the manor and take the sisters as jewels for themselves. Just as they're gloating, a shadow emerges from the trees. Leonid stands before them, sword in hand with a chillingly calm invitation. Would you have a go? Panic erupts as Leonid lunges forward. The bandits scramble, thinking they can lose him by weaving through the dense trees. One even mocks his massive sword, believing it's too cumbersome to swing in the woods. Big mistake. With one devastating swing, Leonid doesn't just hit the target, he obliterates the entire forest line. A massive boom echoes as the trees and the bandit are wiped out in a single stroke. The dust settles to reveal a scene of absolute carnage. The forest has been turned into a field of stumps. As the surviving bandit stares in disbelief, he realizes exactly who he's dealing with. Red hair, gold eyes, and a sword that defies logic. He knows this man. A massive blade and a cold gaze. The sacred lion's sword has arrived. The man looms under the moonlight, delivering a chilling promise. He will not let his target escape. A sudden fear takes hold as a disguised figure bolts through the woods, desperate to get away. But the hunter is relentless, his blade slicing through the brush with terrifying precision. The fugitives try to scatter, thinking they're being chased by an army. But the truth is far worse. It's just one man, and he's absolutely terrifying. Just as they think they've found a hiding spot, the nightmare catches up. With a single piercing look, he finds them. So, this is where you've been hiding. Switching gears to a much calmer morning, Elizabeth prepares herself, stepping out of her usual habit and into a dress. But the moment she appears, Leo is already there, arms crossed and unimpressed. You're late. It turns out Leo's efficiency extends to his work, as he's already rounded up the criminals. But as he tries to leave, the matter of payment brings him to a screeching halt. The atmosphere changes at once as Leo bellows a name with sudden intense fury. Florestano. Fast forward to another meeting, and now the tables have turned. Elizabeth sits waiting, glancing at the clock. It's 9 a.m. and the man who insisted on 5 a.m. is nowhere to be found. Frustration boils over as she realizes she's missing the morning market. She always thought he valued time, but just as she's about to give up, the sound of galloping hooves echoes in the distance. Leo skids to a halt on his horse, completely breathless and exhausted. He barely has time to mutter a sorry before Elizabeth lets him have it. You're awfully late. Elizabeth is absolutely losing it. She's berating Leonid for oversleeping, calling herself a fool for actually waiting for him. But Leonid? He's just standing there, completely unfazed, asking the one question that makes her anger feel suddenly awkward. Did she really wait for him? Before she can even finish her rant about missing the morning market, Leonid takes charge. With one swift move, he grabs her hand and gives a short, blunt command. Get on. He's not letting the day go to waste. The midday market is still an option. And then, the chaos begins. Leonid launches them forward on his horse, Florestano, at a terrifying velocity. While he's shouting, let's go, with total confidence, Elizabeth is screaming for her life, realizing that full speed is a lot more intense than she bargained for. Pressed tight against his back, Elizabeth's panic quickly turns into a different kind of tension. She's blushing and breathless, but Leonid is purely practical. He warns her to hold on tight, or she might actually bite her tongue if she tries to speak. The world becomes a blur as they tear across the countryside. Despite the terror, Elizabeth can't help but be impressed by Florestano's incredible speed. At this rate, they aren't just making it. They're practically flying toward the market. The ride ends as abruptly as it started. As the dust settles, Elizabeth finds herself still clinging to Leonid, completely frozen in the wake of their high-speed journey. They've made it. Elizabeth is overjoyed to find the market still open, but she's not letting Leonid off the hook for his tardiness. Her verdict? As punishment, he's officially her shopping companion for the rest of the day. The shopping trip starts smoothly, but things take a turn when a merchant looks down on them. After being told he doesn't sell to commoners, Elizabeth is left flustered and defeated, admitting she can't even read the labels. That's when Leonid steps in to shut down the disrespect. He reveals a silver tag marking him as the Knight of Lion, instantly flipping the merchant's attitude. After a quick purchase of 5 bags, Elizabeth's attention is already caught by something else across the docks. Elizabeth is on a mission for a very specific octopus, and she finally finds the perfect one. Leonid is completely baffled by the request, but Elizabeth is thrilled. Her reason? It was winding and clinging, and she was just about to eat it. Chaos erupts as Elizabeth desperately begs Leonid not to be so rough with her catch, wanting to take the creature home alive. But with one sudden bop, the struggle ends abruptly. While Elizabeth bursts into laughter at the absurdity, Leonid is left looking absolutely exhausted. She can't resist the urge to tease him, giggling at how the great head knight can make such a funny face. As the sun dips below the horizon painting the coast in gold, she calls out his name to get his attention one last time. After exchanging thanks for the help with the luggage, the conversation takes a sharp turn. Elizabeth reveals the true nature of the trip. It was an observation, to see if she would try to escape the country through the port. With a radiant smile, she admits that her current life is actually fun and she has no intention of running away. The confession catches Leonid completely off guard, and just as he tries to respond, the moment is interrupted. Realizing they live in the same place, Elizabeth is overcome with excitement, feeling as though a missing piece of her life has finally been found. As night falls, the quiet church stands solitary under a breathtaking canopy of stars. While organizing the kitchen, a sudden knock brings an unexpected guest, the feudal lord. A confused Elizabeth questions why he's visiting at such an hour, explaining that she's already finished her shopping with the head knight. The lord expresses his satisfaction that Leo is adapting well, though Elizabeth is already feeling impatient. When he cryptically hints that things are just as he thought, she's left wondering what he's really getting at. Then comes the shocker. The lord reveals that Leo spent the entire night wiping out a bandit hideout to ensure the bazaar remains safe. Elizabeth is stunned. It's not just by the feat, but by the fact that Leonid didn't say a single word about it. She rushes to find him, calling his name, only to discover the hero in a very different state. Leonid is completely passed out, leaving Elizabeth to scold him for not even bothering to make up a believable excuse for his disappearance. Looking at his peaceful, sleeping face, Elizabeth's annoyance softens into a blush. She pokes his forehead, calling him a foolish man for not taking credit for his achievements, even as she watches over him with a sigh. A sudden scream and a violent hit. Elizabeth wakes up with a bang, leaving the man beside her completely bewildered. He panics, wondering if a bandit has attacked, but she's just annoyed that he woke up so abruptly. It takes a second for him to realize the simple truth. He was just sleeping. But then, the mood shifts. The man's eyes wander just a bit too low, and he's caught red-handed staring at Elizabeth's legs. Before he can even blink, a massive whack echoes through the air. "Where do you think you're looking at?" she screams, slamming him face first into the dirt. The head knight is now completely humbled, bowing in the dust and pleading that it was an accident. Elizabeth isn't buying it, calling him the absolute worst. Nearby, the feudal lord and his butler watch the chaos with a sigh, wondering why these two just can't get along. Even the other sisters are stunned to see a high-ranking knight groveling before a nun. With a smug cross of her arms, Elizabeth decides to tease him, claiming he clearly had fun looking. As the man reels from the embarrassment, the scene shifts to a grander scale. The church prepares for its biggest event, the day of the bazaar. Preparation is in full swing. From tightening the final details to organizing the goods, everything is being set up with precision. Then, Elizabeth steps out with a beaming smile and a cat-shaped companion, announcing to the world that the bazaar is about to begin. The church bells chime, signaling the start of the festivities. While some locals are already tired of the usual cookies, the excitement in the air is undeniable. Banners fly high, and despite some complaints about wanting to go home, the crowd is already flowing in. The moment the gates open, the crowd is hit with a wave of pure shock. This isn't the usual market. It's a masterpiece. People are shouting in disbelief at the transformation, all thanks to a magic spell cast by Sister Elizabeth. The stalls are overflowing with irresistible treats. From cute cat-shaped snacks that have the kids screaming with joy to elegantly wrapped sweets that look like art. Every corner of the bazaar is designed to tempt the senses. Elizabeth watches the success with a knowing smirk, asking if this doesn't feel a bit different from the usual quarterly event. While mothers struggle to keep up with their excited children, Elizabeth reflects on the tradition of the church bazaar and how she's about to flip it on its head. This is where her true passion kicks in. Elizabeth strikes a pose, determined to prove that her skills as a professional event planner from another world are unmatched. But while she's feeling herself, the locals are just confused by her intensity. And then, the main attraction appears. Treats that look exactly like fluffy clouds, leaving the crowd absolutely speechless. The cotton candy is a total hit with the kids. But Elizabeth has something even more surprising up her sleeve. She introduces them to magical corn that's been fried, and with a triumphant tada, she reveals a mountain of fluffy popcorn. The crowd is absolutely obsessed, with children calling the treats flowers and jewels. They can't get enough of the crispy texture, praising the lady who made these special products with such cheer. Elizabeth's Japanese Sakura plan is working perfectly. As she surveys the bustling market, she's satisfied that the flow of people is just right, even if her staff's sales pitches were a bit over the top. But the break is over. A voice calls her name, and a man informs her that the copper plate is finally warmed up. With a determined look, Elizabeth ties her apron. It's time to get back to the store. She doesn't just return to work, she makes a scene. "Hey everyone," she shouts, announcing that she's about to make a very special dish, immediately drawing a curious crowd to the grill. The mystery begins as she pours a mixture of flour, water, eggs, and chopped green onions onto the hot plate. The onlookers are completely baffled, wondering what this strange concoction could possibly be. When a curious customer asks about the ingredients, Elizabeth gives a playful, mysterious smile. It's a secret. She then begins the precise process of poking holes and turning the batter to shape it. Then comes the real showstopper. With blinding speed and a flurry of tools, she unleashes her secret technique, the 1,000 hands of cannon, leaving the entire crowd in a state of absolute awe. Smug and successful, she reveals that the trick to a perfect circle is frequent movement. She then delegates the finishing touches to her assistant, listing a complex array of sauces, honey, and mayonnaise to complete the dish. Even the high nobility are watching, amused to see a head knight acting as a condiment server. But the scene takes a sudden turn when Elizabeth realizes she's just served the feudal lord himself, and she didn't even recognize him. The atmosphere changes at once, when a cute cat suddenly introduces himself as Priest Moritz. The crowd is floored, especially the girl who thought he was just supposed to act like a cat. Even the high and mighty Christhart-sama is dragged into the chaos, though he's not about to wear a costume for anyone. Elizabeth finally catches a breath after the first wave of the bazaar. She hands a generous portion of food to Leonid, giving him a little extra as a thank you for his help. But she gives him a fair warning. It's still steaming hot. Wait, did he just swallow it whole? Elizabeth panics, screaming for him to spit it out before he burns his tongue off. But Leonid isn't budging. In his head, there's absolutely no way he's wasting a single bite of something Elizabeth made. After the food frenzy, Elizabeth asks Leonid to grab some extra ingredients from the kitchen on his way back. She tells him to take a break and finish his meal in the peace of the church. But Leonid finds a quiet corner in the pantry to savor the rest. One bite and he's hooked. Despite his tough exterior, Leonid is internally swooning over the taste and texture. He's genuinely impressed, though a lingering question still bugs him. Time to get those ingredients. Leonid finds the supplies, but as he looks down at the cutting board, he spots something that makes him pause. Octopus tentacles? Now that's unexpected. Suddenly, a ghostly memory of a giant octopus looms over him, lamenting how this mister ate its other half. Leonid's eyes sharpen as he realizes exactly where those ingredients came from. The hunt is officially on. Meanwhile, the Earl praises Elizabeth, crediting her for the bazaar's massive success. He goes a step further, telling her that since she arrived in Cloraris, the entire town has changed for the better. Elizabeth's modesty only makes her more charming, leaving the Earl completely smitten. But while the Earl is lost in admiration, Leonid is watching from the sidelines, and he looks absolutely not amused by the flirting. The romantic tension is shattered in a heartbeat. A sudden snap sends everyone reeling as the Earl is jerked forward. Before anyone can react, a hand clamps down firmly, turning a sweet moment into total chaos. A sudden heart-stopping moment. A dark-haired man catches a blonde nun just in time, his expression tense as he breathes out. That was close. The girl is left completely frozen, her face flushing in the sudden closeness. After the chaos, the man is already planning a sturdier tent for next time, while the nun offers her heartfelt thanks. But the scene shifts to the royal palace, where a man with glasses offers treats to a woman who seems to be having a sugar-induced crisis. The bazaar is a massive hit, leaving the townspeople full and the merchants rich. As the crowds disperse, a quiet moment settles between the man and the nun, but he's left staring at her, completely baffled by something. One sweet, innocent smile from the nun is all it takes to send the man into a total panic. While he's spiraling in confusion, The other nuns are in the background, giggling at his expense. A peaceful new rhythm begins at the church, a simple life that feels more sparkling than any luxury. But far away at the Moor's royal palace, Princess Rosetta is fast asleep, unaware of what's coming. A sudden visitor breaks the silence of the palace. Claude appears in the courtyard, his voice smooth as he tells Rosetta he's come to pick her up, just as she wished. Rosetta's world practically explodes with romance the moment she sees him. The tension snaps as they collide in a whirlwind of sparkles and emotion. Overwhelmed by passion, Rosetta throws herself at Claude with one desperate plea, "Take me with you and run away." Claude doesn't hesitate, offering her everything and proposing marriage on the spot. But Rosetta already has a plan. She knows a secret place in the Ramiza kingdom where they can wed without anyone's permission. Nortia Church, the destination is set. Claude is all in, promising to do whatever it takes for his beloved Rosetta. With a carriage ride at dawn planned, they set off toward their sacred place of love. The next morning arrives with a heart-fluttering surprise. Claude is right there, leaning over her with a devastatingly handsome smile and a soft, "Good morning, my princess." Rosetta is completely spellbound. A couple travels by carriage, the air thick with anticipation as the woman asks if they've finally reached the church. The man reassures her that they've crossed the border and will be out of the woods soon, while she clings to his arm in a tight, affectionate squeeze. The woman, Rosetta, is beaming with confidence, declaring that nothing can stand in the way of their love. But while she dreams of a future together, the narrative reveals a stark contrast. Elizabeth has been cast into the far corner of oblivion, freed from the burdens of nobility just as the noisy wheels of a carriage clatter toward her. The scene shifts to the interior of a breathtakingly serene church, where light pours through massive windows. At the center stands a towering, graceful statue of a goddess, watching over the empty pews in a silence that feels almost sacred. Enter Elizabeth, now dressed as a nun, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow with a satisfied smile. She's just finished polishing the statue of the goddess Helvela, a deity whose lilies are said to transform into a sword to protect the continent. The church is buzzing with energy as the priest announces that the guests will arrive soon. While the other nuns wonder about the identity of the happy couple, Elizabeth is practically vibrating with excitement, because this church specializes in the one thing that brings the most drama: elopements. In this world, marriage is a rigid affair, requiring both a religious certificate and strict parental approval. For many, Jimin, this means being married off for political convenience, regardless of their own feelings. But there is a loophole, a way to bypass these suffocating conditions. The secret lies in geography. While the kingdom of Moors demands total parental consent, the kingdom of Ramiza makes it optional, making it a sanctuary for couples who can't get their parents' blessing. Elizabeth is absolutely thrilled, as this will be her very first wedding to officiate as a nun. Lost in a romantic daydream, Elizabeth imagines all the possibilities, perhaps a forbidden love between nobility and a merchant's daughter. She pumps her fist in determination, ready to give the couple a beautiful ceremony and welcoming any afternoon soap opera drama that comes her way. The moment finally arrives. A man shouts for the priest as the couple reaches the gates, having sent word via carrier pigeon. With a bright smile and a welcoming heart, Elizabeth grips the gate and swings it open, greeting them with a warm welcome to Nortia Church. But as Elizabeth begins to invite them in, the mood flips instantly. The couple freezes, staring at her in absolute, speechless shock. Before they can even utter a word, Elizabeth's expression shifts, and she slams the gate shut right in their faces with a resounding crash. The peace is shattered in an instant as Elizabeth freezes in total shock. Standing right before her are the last people she expected to see, Princess Rosetta and a mysterious man. Her can barely process what is happening as she screams, "Yo!" A sudden fear takes hold as Elizabeth realizes this is the very place her father banished her to. Meanwhile, Rosetta is completely misreading the room, convinced that Elizabeth has traveled all this way just to interfere with her secret plans. While Elizabeth spirals into a crisis, Rosetta clings to her companion, declaring that their love will overcome anything in its way. Wait, Elizabeth recognizes him. This is Prince Claude. As a former gamer, she realizes he's not just any royal. He was a hidden character that only appeared after every other route in the game was cleared. The plot just took a turn she never saw coming. Elizabeth realizes this princess is far trickier than she gave her credit for. Recalling her time playing Princess Life, she admits she has no idea how this specific romance works, but she quickly pivots. If they've eloped, they're no longer enemies. They're valued guests of the church. With a professional smile, Elizabeth welcomes them to Nortia Church and offers the one thing every eloping couple needs: a formal ceremony. The response is immediate and ecstatic. A synchronized "yes" echoes through the air. Rosetta is absolutely beaming, clutching a bouquet of flowers with pure joy. While the princess is in her own world of happiness, Elizabeth quickly manages the situation, explaining to the others that the princess likely just took things too far without any real ill will. A spark of entrepreneurial ambition ignites in Elizabeth's eyes. She doesn't just want a wedding. She wants to take Nortia Church's elopement services big time in the wedding industry. With a flourish, she unveils her masterpiece, the gorgeous and fast and easy plan. Elizabeth goes into full sales mode, speed-talking through the perks, village cooperation, a luxury villa stay, and a marriage certificate by morning. The couple is completely sold, shouting their approval. Elizabeth's inner voice screams one word, sold. Enter Mr. Hobart, the local craftsman, who presents a tray of exquisite rings. Rosetta's eyes practically turn into stars as she gasps at the jewelry. For a princess, these aren't just rings, they're absolutely adorable. Naturally, Rosetta goes for the ones with the biggest jewels, leaving Mr. Hobart to rush off for final adjustments. As the sparkling rings are finalized, Elizabeth steps back in to review the order with Claude, ensuring every detail of this high-class package is perfect. Cha-ching! The bill is presented, but this total is so low it leaves the guest absolutely stunned. Elizabeth is practically glowing with satisfaction, revealing her calculated strategy. Set the price high, then drop it slowly to make the bargain feel irresistible. To keep the momentum going, a celebratory gift of apple cider from Nortia Church is brought out. With a dramatic unveil, a towering pyramid of glasses appears, leaving the guests wide-eyed and confused by the sheer scale of it. Then comes the spectacle. The cider glugs from the bottle, cascading down the tower in a shimmering waterfall of bubbles that captures everyone's attention. It works perfectly. Princess Rosetta is completely enchanted, claiming the bubbles are like a blessing from the goddess herself. Elizabeth smirks to herself, proof that even a cheap drink looks like luxury with the right presentation, and her plan to win over the nobility is hitting the mark. Just as Elizabeth is basking in her success, thinking about how to make the memories outweigh the cost, the piece is shattered. A sudden heavy bang echoes through the halls, followed by a thundering thud that puts everyone on edge. A man appears with a sharp, commanding presence, reporting that no intruders have been detected. Elizabeth breathes a sigh of relief, explaining that this is Leonid, who is cooperating to guard the church, but then, a sudden realization hits her. Her expression freezes as she starts to put the pieces together. The guests gasp in shock as they recognize him. It's the Sacred Lion, the legendary head knight, Sir Leonid. While the guests are amazed, Elizabeth is spiraling into a panic, realizing this is the absolute worst possible turn of events. The situation is a royal disaster. Between Prince Claude, the non-blood-related 10th prince, and the doted-on Princess Rosetta, there's a web of forbidden love and a daring elopement leading straight to the Nortia Church. The terrifying truth finally clicks in Elizabeth's mind. Leonid isn't here to protect them. He's the pursuer sent to bring them back. The tension snaps as Prince Claude draws his sword with a sharp shing, declaring he will never hand over Rosetta, even if it means fighting the head knight. As Leonid reaches for his own blade, Elizabeth desperately tries to intervene before the church becomes a battlefield. Leonid arrives with a cold demeanor, immediately shutting down any tension by claiming he's not there to fight. Elizabeth is stunned to see him, her voice barely a whisper as she recognizes the man. Enter Christhart, the local lord, who greets them with a breezy attitude. He starts by offering his services as a wedding witness, only to flip the script instantly, telling them to just enjoy their stay instead. Christhart takes Leonid's silence as a sign of understanding, praising him for learning to read the room. He tries to drag the stubborn man away, warning that their presence as nobles could spark a national scandal. But Leonid isn't budging. Christhart is practically panicking, wondering why the man won't move even a single millimeter. Even Elizabeth just shrugs, completely clueless about what's going on in Leonid's head. Elizabeth takes matters into her own hands, physically pushing the intimidating head knight outside. She reassures the others that he's on leave, while the nuns hurry the groom along to meet the priest. Once they're alone, Elizabeth delivers the blow. She apologizes, but tells Leonid his help isn't needed this time and insists he return home or to the Count's manor. Elizabeth is baffled, but Leonid's response is sharp. He reminds her of the stakes. A knight cannot simply attend a wedding the royal family opposes, and he warns her to remember her own status as a noble. Elizabeth immediately regrets her tone, realizing she sounded like the noble she used to be. But Leonid catches the underlying emotion, asking if she's actually worried about him, while reminding her that as a commoner, he's technically beneath her station. Leonid brushes off the class difference with a shrug, but Elizabeth is desperate for him to just leave. She tries to push him away, only for him to point out that her effort isn't nearly enough to actually make him go. Frustration peaks as Elizabeth wonders if Leonid is actually trying to sabotage the ceremony. She tries to dig into his thoughts, knowing he struggles to express himself, but Leonid only responds with a frustrated click of his tongue and a hesitant, unfinished sentence. 3 words from the head knight send Elizabeth into a total spiral of confusion. I'm worried. She can't wrap her head around it. Why on earth would he be worried about her? Trying to play it cool, Elizabeth assumes he's just keeping an eye on her, because she's the banished Villainess. She tells him he can head home now, but just as she's dismissing him, he suddenly grabs her hand. He reacts with an explosive, "No," that leaves her left unable to respond. He insists that's not it, though he admits he might not be qualified to worry about her before letting go. To resolve the awkwardness, Elizabeth points him toward the bell tower, suggesting he stay on guard there, so he won't be seen at the wedding. He agrees instantly, leaving her wondering if he actually seemed happy to be dismissed. Just as she sighs in relief thinking the matter is settled, his desperate denial echoes back in her mind. A sudden, wild possibility begins to dawn on her. Could it be? She imagines a romantic scenario where he wasn't worried about her causing trouble, but was actually worried that others might do something to her. She immediately shuts the thought down, calling him a muscle-brained head knight. The realization triggers a wave of bitter memories from her time as a noble, leaving her in a state of absolute mental collapse. The mood shifts as the wedding music begins to swell. The serene sound of the pipe organ fills the church, bringing a sense of peace to the gathered guests. It's the big moment. Claude and Rosetta exchange their vows before the priest, finally pronouncing them husband and wife. As the couple shares a romantic kiss, Elizabeth watches with a contented smile. She had wondered if Rosetta had simply dragged Claude along, but seeing them now, she knows her worries were unnecessary. Tears flow as the bride breaks down in emotion, her groom leaning in to comfort her with a gentle "don't cry." Watching from the side, Elizabeth, now a nun, guides the ceremony, asking the couple to feed each other a bite of pie. But behind her polite smile, she's analyzing the scene like a game, noting that only the hardest route leads to such a happy ending. The bride is overjoyed, the pie tasting exactly like the one her mother made in the countryside. The groom adds a romantic touch, declaring that this meal signifies they will never let each other go hungry. Elizabeth, secret? She knows the flavor perfectly because in every single route of the game Princess Dawn, this is the exact pie that's made. Church bells clang loudly, signaling the conclusion of the ceremony as the happy couple stands together. Outside, Sir Leo waits in the shadows, unaware of the small exchange happening nearby. Elizabeth politely hands something over to Princess Rosetta, wishing her well. Sir Leo assumes the indoor festivities are over, but a sudden movement catches his eye. His heart skips a beat as he sees something flying through the air. He leaps forward in a panic, screaming Elizabeth's name, convinced she's throwing something dangerous. But instead of a weapon, it's a shower of petals. Elizabeth catches the bridal bouquet with perfect timing, leaving Sir Leo frozen in absolute shock. He can barely process what he's seeing. Flowers? Sir Leo rubs his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. Elizabeth is just as bewildered, staring down at the bouquet in her hands and wondering why on earth the princess would throw it to her. Princess Rosetta beams with a heartfelt smile, apologizing for the past and insisting that Elizabeth deserved to have the bouquet. Elizabeth is left completely speechless, her confusion eventually melting into a soft, resigned sigh and a small smile. As the couple embraces, they truly look like the perfect match. But the peaceful atmosphere is broken for Sir Leo, who is suddenly called out by someone approaching him with heavy footsteps. Sir Leo is handed a slice of the do-over pie, the ones Elizabeth slightly burned. As he eats, the helpers gossip about how beautiful the princess was and the legend of the bouquet. Whoever catches it is destined to be the next bride. The suggestion that Elizabeth will be the next bride sends Sir Leo into a total meltdown. He screams, "Sisters can't get married!" with such intensity that he practically smuches, leaving the people around him completely baffled by his reaction. Elizabeth reveals something startling: novices can still get married. This one piece of information sends Sir Leo into a sudden, suspiciously good mood, leaving everyone around him baffled and wondering if he's finally lost it, or if the pie was just that good. Fast forward to the next day. A cheerful guest departs in a carriage, waving a final goodbye to the church. As the dust settles, the nuns finally emerge from hiding, agreeing that the woman was truly something, in more ways than one. Leo reappears, leaving Elizabeth to ponder the man's true nature. Is he just straightforward, or is he impossibly stubborn? Either way, she's just glad that Prince Claude and Princess Rosetta finally found their happiness. But the peace is short-lived. A sudden memory hits Leo like a ton of bricks, an urgent summons from the king. He's needed immediately, and there's no time to waste. Switch scenes to a lavish bedroom, where a young noblewoman is getting her hair brushed. But don't let the luxury fool you. She's absolutely miserable, pouting because she missed out on the drama of the eloped couple's wedding. Her maid tries to soothe her by reminding her that she'll be a bride one day too, but that's not the kind of excitement she's looking for. Just then, a knock at the door changes everything. A letter has arrived from the house of Baron Dorina. Total excitement. The lady is convinced it's a long-awaited letter from her mother. She rips it open with pure joy, but the moment she reads it, the letter slips from her fingers. The mood flips instantly. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is living her best life. Humming a tune and sweeping the grounds, she's completely enamored with the beautiful weather, pure, unadulterated bliss. Things have been chaotic at the church since Roxanne's return, and Elizabeth can tell something is off. But hey, tonight is the meat festival. She's not letting a little mystery ruin her appetite, until a scream shatters the silence. Bam! Charlotte crashes into the scene, practically begging for Elizabeth's help. And the request is a big one. She wants Elizabeth to be her chaperone for the ball. Elizabeth's thoughts grind to a halt. What? The pressure of nobility is hitting Charlotte hard. Her family only recently gained their title, and now she's been ordered to attend one of 3 simultaneous balls to promote the family name. She's been assigned to the house of Viscount Pasolino, a task Sister Elizabeth notes is likely the lowest priority of the bunch. It's not just a party, it's a command. Charlotte's mother has made it clear. Failure is not an option. To help her cope, Elizabeth offers some unconventional advice. Just smile and pretend everyone there is a pumpkin or a potato. Charlotte is baffled, but she knows her situation is genuinely tough. But Charlotte has tried to fit in before. A flash of memory takes us back to a glittering ballroom, filled with the suffocating noise of high society chatter and endless, empty chit-chat. For Charlotte, that ballroom was a nightmare. While she stood alone and anxious, the other noblewomen tore her apart with whispers, mocking her as the daughter of a baron who'd simply to his title. One even calls her a monkey lady, leaving Charlotte flinching in total distress. Then a friendly face appears. A man approaches her with a warm smile, trying to break the ice by asking about her interests. In a moment of pure, unfiltered honesty, Charlotte blurts out the one thing on her mind: climbing trees. The reaction is instant. While the man is genuinely shocked, the surrounding ladies erupt in laughter, calling her vulgar and a monkey lady once again. Charlotte's face turns a deep shade of crimson as the mockery echoes around her. Back in the present, that trauma still lingers, but something has changed. With a sudden spark of determination, Charlotte looks at Elizabeth and declares that if she's by her side, she thinks she can actually do it. Elizabeth can only blink in surprise. Charlotte is practically beaming, telling Elizabeth that she seems really strong. Even the maids join in, pleading with Elizabeth to lend her strength to their lady. They're all counting on her now. Elizabeth is hesitant. After all, would bringing along a banished Villainess just make things worse? But Charlotte is insistent, believing there's immense value in pulling off a flawless performance. She practically begs Sister Elizabeth to give her courage. Deep down, Elizabeth would rather avoid the nobility entirely, but she can't resist the feeling of being relied upon. With a confident grin, she accepts the challenge, vowing that no lady can beat Sister Elizabeth. The mission is set. It's time for some intensive lessons on how to act like a true noble. The pressure is on as a young girl practices her curtsy in front of a grand manner. With a nervous gulp, she tries to nail her greeting to Viscount Pasolino, while a nun watches her every move with a critical eye. The training is brutal. A young man insists she put real feeling into her words and keep her back straight, but just as she's about to snap, a sudden arrival shocks her to the core. Count Clararis has entered the chat, and he's not here to relax. The Count takes posture training to a whole new level by stacking books right on her head. While the young man and the nun argue about the duty of the older generation to pass down wisdom, the girl is just trying to survive the wait. Despite the absurdity, she manages a blushing thank you, but the nun isn't satisfied. She pushes her to look even higher to prepare for the tall Viscount, leaving the girl wobbling precariously under the stack of books. Suddenly, a shadow looms. Sir Leonid appears, and his presence is so intimidating it practically knocks the wind out of her. While the nun suggests a tasteful comment to put him at ease, the girl is too busy panicking over his sudden arrival. The nun suggests telling him that his kind face puts her at ease, but one look at Leonid's stern, terrifying expression tells the girl that's a total lie. There is absolutely no way she can say that with a straight face. To show her how it's done, the nun steps in and delivers a flawless, dazzling performance. With a perfect curtsy and a sweet smile, she effortlessly charms the room, setting a bar that feels impossibly high. The trainers are practically drained from the effort, but the nun is still pushing for more smiles. In a moment of pure delusion, she imagines Leonid as a heavenly being, urging the girl to follow her heart. But here's the twist. The terrifying, Leonid is actually a blushing mess. While his friend reminds him that his face never actually looks kind, the nun realizes that if she doesn't master the situation soon, Leonid might actually explode from the tension. Now comes the final boss of a social event, the dress. The nun takes full command of the wardrobe, cycling through options from modest to daring, determined to find a look that staves off any snide comments. A sudden fashion ambush. A maid bursts in with a mountain of clothes, determined to get the blonde girl dressed up. No excuses, she commands, literally tossing outfits at her until the girl finally gives in to the wardrobe whirlwind. The struggle is real. Between the blonde girl's confession about eating too much and the maid's ruthless tugging at the waistline, it's a total battle of wills. After a chaotic fitting session and a series of too showy or too scary options, they finally nail the perfect look. The big day has arrived. Stepping out of the carriage in a stunning dark floral gown, the blonde girl feels the shift in atmosphere. With a confident smirk, she's ready to play the part again. It's time to be a noble for a while. And then the doors swing open to pure opulence. From the grand staircases to the massive glittering chandelier, the ballroom is a masterpiece of luxury, filled with the elite of society. As she glides through the hall, the familiar scent of lilies and the hushed whispers of the crowd surround her. The click of her heels echoes the tension in her mind. It's been far too long since she's walked among the nobility. But she's not just attending, she's analyzing. From the floral arrangements to the spread of hors d'oeuvres and beverages, she's checking every detail of the event with a professional eye. The professional planner in her can't stop. While the orchestra provides the perfect unobtrusive backdrop, she's already dreaming of adding a chocolate fountain to boost sales. Then, her eyes land on a piano and a spark of pure curiosity hits. She's genuinely impressed. Evaluating the event through the lens of a former duke's daughter, she gives Viscount Pasolino a mental gold star for the execution. Her initial greetings are a hit, leaving her feeling triumphant. But her companion isn't letting her off easy, pouting about her lack of chaperone duties. Meanwhile, the room is buzzing, the nobles are whispering, wondering who this mysterious and striking woman is. The tension rises as familiar faces from the past appear in the crowd. Sensing her friend's nervousness, the blonde girl steps in with a supportive smile, reminding Charlotte that with the right noble's smile, she's absolutely invincible. Dance with me if I start turning into a wallflower, okay? Charlotte's request is cute, but the girl in the dark dress isn't buying it, warning her that such a sight would be a total disaster for her image. But even if you're pretty, you're invisible if you just stand there. The girls are dissecting the social tragedy of the wallflower when suddenly, one of them freezes. Her eyes widen. She spotted someone who absolutely should not be here. The person Charlotte spots is Roxanne, still wearing her nun's habit. The surprise is mutual, and both women are struck by the same thought. It really is a small world. Under the starry sky, Roxanne apologizes for keeping her identity secret and reveals that she is actually the daughter of a count, whose family nearly fell into ruin. As the family's third daughter, Roxanne was sent to the convent to preserve her reputation while her older sisters remained in society. Her friends sympathize with the lonely position she was forced into, but the mood flips from sentimental to awkward in a heartbeat. When Charlotte asks what modesty actually means, the chaperone's answer is blunt. It's basically a virginity guarantee. The modesty argument crashes and burns the moment they remember the men at the church, including one labeled as a stalker. To stop the chaos, the chaperone shuts down the gossip and drags them back to the party. Back in the ballroom, it's time to network. The chaperone reminds them that a proper greeting is their only weapon, while Charlotte is already hunting for her father's business partners. Meanwhile, some guys have zero game. One man aggressively demands a dance, but the women are so desperate to avoid him they're faking sprained ankles and sudden illnesses. His reaction? Pure rage. The chaperone watches the mess, reflecting on how powerless unmarried women are in this society. She's just about to intervene when a sudden heavy presence marches in, stopping everyone in their tracks. Charlotte turns the insult back on the man, identifying herself as the Baron's monkey daughter, before ordering him out of her way. Even Elizabeth is stunned by how boldly she stands up to him. Elizabeth doesn't miss a beat, leaning in with a smirk to deliver the final blow. She threatens to spread a rumor that he was rejected by a monkey daughter, leaving the man completely shattered. He practically flees the room, feeling physically ill from the embarrassment. But the atmosphere changes at once. Two women approach Elizabeth, offering a sincere apology for things that happened a year and a half ago and thanking her for her help. For the first time, Elizabeth looks genuinely touched, feeling a warmth she didn't expect. She's practically ascending to heaven, imagining the goddess Helvela forgiving all her past sins. Meanwhile, the other women are terrified that Charlotte is becoming a mini Elizabeth, and looking at Satisflot mimicking her. They might be right. Suddenly, Elizabeth is the star of the show. After Charlotte's bold move, parents are actually begging Elizabeth to be their daughter's teacher. The banished Villainess is officially the life of the party, and she can't believe she's actually being liked at a ball. But the atmosphere suddenly turns heavy. A hush falls over the ballroom as the crowd begins to whisper. Elizabeth and Charlotte can feel the shift. Is the plot of the game finally starting to break? Then, the doors open and a total trip art Rob enters the room. The ladies are absolutely losing it, swooning over the sudden arrival of the prince. The energy in the room just hit a boiling point. The girls are convinced it's their lucky day since Prince Michel is unengaged, but Elizabeth is frozen. As she catches a glimpse of him, her heart skips a beat. Wait, is that really him? Her can barely process what is happening as the realization hits. This face is way too familiar. It's exactly like the character from Princess Life. He's walking straight toward her, and the tension is suffocating. With a playful chuckle, he finally reveals the truth. Hi, Elizabeth. This is Prince Michel of the Remisa Kingdom, the man who, according to the game, is destined to be engaged to Elizabeth Fontini. Everything just changed. A sudden romantic arrival sends the crowd into a frenzy. A short-haired royal in a white military uniform declares he's come for the blonde woman, apologizing for the long search. He then reveals something startling. He's kept his promise and remained unengaged just for her. The tension peaks as they lean in close, their breaths almost touching. With a gaze that could melt steel, he whispers that he has finally found her. Cut to a completely different vibe. A light-haired man is giving a how-to guide on being a gentleman to a stoic dark-haired man, insisting he stylishly rescue ladies in distress if they're in trouble. The lecture continues, with the light-haired man stressing the importance of reputation and rank, but the dark-haired man is totally tuned out, focusing only on his tie while an invitation from Viscount Pasolino is waved in his face. The light-haired man, Chris, demands they act like best friends for the event. The dark-haired man, Leo, barely listens, simply shutting down the conversation with a blunt, "Let's go, Christhart," leaving his companions sighing in defeat. A sharp contrast between the blonde woman's shock and the dark-haired man's intensity. The stage is set for Act 11. A flash of color reveals the royal's true expression, a predatory, knowing smile. He recalls the same childhood promise, satisfied that his target is finally within reach. The truth comes out. This is Prince Michel of Remisa. In the original game, his engagement to Elizabeth is the very thing that triggers her brutal banishment. Elizabeth remembers the stakes. To escape her fate as a villainess, she knows she has to neutralize the Michel factor before it's too late. Flashing back to a childhood encounter in a field of flowers, a flashback reveals Elizabeth's master plan. She uses a flower crown to trick a cute, childish Michel into swearing a solemn oath that no matter what the adults say, he will never ever get engaged to anyone. Suddenly, Prince Michel grabs Elizabeth's hands, his eyes shining with a dangerous level of conviction. He has completely rewritten the past, claiming her childhood words were a secret plea to choose love over an arranged marriage. With unmistakable passion, he reveals that he came tonight solely to find her. Elizabeth is left momentarily speechless. In a total panic, she wonders how things escalated so quickly and searches for a way out that will not embarrass Prince Michel or disrupt Viscount Pasolino's ball. Then, out of nowhere, a thunderous sound rips through the room. Elizabeth lets out a massive, echoing laugh that leaves the surrounding guests caught entirely off guard. The mood flips instantly from romantic tension to pure chaos. It's her secret weapon. A special talent for a laugh that can be heard for 200 meters, bought her just enough time to think. Meanwhile, the spotlight shifts to the man of the hour, Prince Michel Remisa, the 18-year-old first prince of the Kingdom of Remisa, known for his love of hunting. But beneath that perfect princely smile lies a terrifying secret. He's the Yandere character. While he's usually pure and composed, Elizabeth knows that depending on the route, a much darker side can emerge if he's provoked. Playing the part of the graceful lady, Elizabeth smoothly compliments the prince, acting honored that he remembers her. Michel doesn't miss a beat, flashing a smile and admitting he specifically changed his schedule just to attend this ball for her. With a sudden move, Prince Michel gathers two young ladies, claiming they needed a chaperone. He immediately turns his charm on one of them, calling her a beautiful lady and asking for her name. As Roxanne and Charlotte introduce themselves to the prince, Elizabeth is internally screaming with joy. Mission complete! She successfully secured the highest possible nobility connection for the girls, a feat that will make their parents incredibly proud. The moment the crowd realizes the prince is available, they swarm him in a desperate clamor to be noticed. Seizing the distraction, Elizabeth tells him not to waste all his time on her and makes a swift, strategic exit, wishing him a happy life as she dashes away. Safe at last, Elizabeth celebrates her victory. She's successfully avoided the prince's route. While the girls gush over how wonderful he was, Elizabeth lets out a long sigh of relief knowing she just narrowly escaped a potentially traumatic experience. Just when she thinks she's safe, a familiar face appears with a smile that feels more like a trap. "I found you, Elizabeth!" The shock is instant. Elizabeth is absolutely terrified to be spotted. The prince has already played his cards, replacing her duties with a duke's son just to corner her. He's not letting her go, and he's got a very specific reason for this ambush. He wants to talk, and he wants to do it while dancing. Elizabeth tries to play the humble chaperone card to escape, claiming this is beyond her position. But the prince isn't having it. He's pulling her right into the spotlight. With a few charming words, the other ladies are completely won over, leaving Elizabeth with zero escape routes. She's caught, and the prince's grip tightens as he leads her away, leaving her feeling utterly unlucky. Suddenly, they become the center of the ballroom, with every eye following their movements. Elizabeth begins to panic, because in this world, there is simply no graceful way to refuse a prince. Then he drops a line that sends her brain into overdrive. He's been desperate to see her. The sheer intensity of his happiness is almost suffocating, leaving Elizabeth speechless. As the glitter of the ballroom swirls around her, Elizabeth's heart sinks. The one thing she dreaded most has happened. She's facing the people from the life she lived before her banishment. She dreamed of escaping the nightmare of villainesses and broken engagements for a quiet life in the country. But these invisible shackles of her fate are pulling her back in, and she's completely fed up with it. Just as she's processing the chaos, a thunderous voice cuts through the noise, screaming her name across the room. Elizabeth freezes. Someone else has found her, and there he is. A gaze so sharp it could cut through steel, leaving Elizabeth frozen in absolute dread as she locks eyes with the man. The air freezes as a dark-haired man storms in and commands, "Let go of her hand." Elizabeth stares in confusion, unable to understand why Leonid has suddenly appeared. The tension spikes as a blond man quickly bows, introducing himself as Christhart, head of the House of Clareras. He is desperately apologizing to Prince Michel for the inexcusable behavior of his guest. But the short-haired prince is not intimidated. Michel teasingly asks the sacred lion sword whether he needs help, while Christhart panics over the way the two powerful men are confronting each other. Then Leonid snaps. He pulls Elizabeth out of Michel's grasp and declares for the entire ballroom to hear, "Elizabeth is mine." The room falls completely silent. Elizabeth is speechless, the guests are stunned, and Michel finds himself facing Leonid's intense, unwavering glare. Leonid's declaration echoes through the hall, leaving Elizabeth unable to form a response to such a bold claim. The crowd mistakes the chaos for a planned performance, praising the hero's late entrance. Christhart, terrified for his own life, frantically tries to rewrite the narrative, suggesting the prince simply meant his dance partner. With a mischievous grin, the short-haired prince releases Elizabeth. Michel does not seem offended, even tossing a playful jab at the scary-faced head knight as he steps aside. Before Elizabeth can process what happened, Leonid takes her hand and leads her away. Behind them, Christhart collapses against a wall, drained by the confrontation that nearly became a royal incident. As the noise of the party fades, the two walk up the stairs in a sudden, heavy silence. With their hands locked together, Elizabeth is left lost in thought. Despite her vow to avoid everyone from her past life, Elizabeth finds herself admitting something surprising. Looking at Leonid, she realizes she doesn't actually mind his presence. In fact, she's happy he's here. A soft smile plays on her lips as a wave of relief washes over her. Just having him by her side feels like a heavy weight has finally been lifted from her chest. Leonid keeps a sharp eye on their surroundings, bluntly announcing that they aren't being pursued. His lack of tact earns him a scolding from his companion, who wonders exactly what kind of trouble Leo has dragged them into this time. But first, the most important mission, the food. Elizabeth is absolutely thrilled to finally feast on the banquet spread in peace, while her companions can only sigh at her sheer enthusiasm for the meal. As the night winds down under a starry sky, the girls discuss the proper etiquette of leaving the ball early. Elizabeth's presence seems to have a calming effect, making the evening feel like just another normal day. The mood is light until the conversation takes a spicy turn. One of the girls reminds Elizabeth just how close she came to dancing with the prince, leaving her completely flustered. Elizabeth quickly tries to shut down the rumors, admitting she was actually relieved to avoid the prince. That's when the girls point out the obvious. If he saved her from that fate, she really should be thanking Leonid. The realization hits her like a bolt of lightning. Elizabeth suddenly storms over to Leonid, catching him completely off guard with an intense, sudden glare. In a rare moment of vulnerability, she stammers out a heartfelt thank you while playing with her hair. But the romantic tension is short-lived, as she immediately flips back to bickering, warning him not to get the wrong idea. While her friends tease Leonid about his lack of noble manners, he leans in with a pointed question. He's finally caught on. She was truly glad she didn't have to dance with the prince. The mood is playful as a woman teases Leo about his bluntness, but a blonde man steps in to translate the hidden meaning behind Leo's actions. He suggests that maybe what Leo really wanted to say was something far more romantic. Leo is momentarily frozen, wondering how he's supposed to dance when there's no music playing, but Elizabeth is one step ahead, telling him to just listen. The waltz has already begun. With a confident turn and a gaze that demands an answer, Elizabeth puts him on the spot. She asks if he'll do her the honor, or if he's just going to leave her hanging. The tension snaps as their hands finally meet, locking them together in a silent agreement. While the prince smoothly secures his own partner with a bow, the real electricity is sparking between Leo and Elizabeth. And just like that, they're swept away. As they twirl across the floor, the rest of the party seems to vanish. Elizabeth can't help but observe that even in his finest attire, Leo still looks like he's on duty. She sighs, wondering why he can't just relax and have fun for a single dance. Meanwhile, Leo's brain is practically short-circuiting. He's desperate to say something charming, but the physical closeness has him so preoccupied that he can barely breathe, let alone speak. He finally manages to squeeze out a question, but in his panic, it comes out sounding incredibly awkward, asking if she had a beautiful night while they're still dancing. Elizabeth is completely baffled by the random comment, leaving a blushing Leo to retreat into a stuttering nothing. She can't help but giggle, finding her stiff partner absolutely funny. A perfect moment is shattered by a clumsy mistake. A loud "Coach!" rings out as someone's foot is stepped on, followed by a frantic apology. But as the night settles, a soft wind blows around a gazebo, and a narrator reflects on the end of one chapter and the mysterious beginning of another. Things are starting to feel off. Princess Rosetta has married the hidden character, Prince Claude, and then Prince Michel suddenly appears out of nowhere. The narrator can't help but wonder, was an engagement left improperly broken? Is the very story they are in beginning to change? With a mysterious smile, a man pulls a girl into a sudden intimate embrace. Onlookers can only watch in stunned silence, whispering in awe at the display. Meanwhile, from a distance, a girl watches the gazebo, the air thick with tension. Watching from the shadows, the girl thinks he's such a pain, hiding among the roses with a soft rustle. But her cover is blown instantly. A voice calls out her name, Elizabeth, and tells her that to him, she has always been the most beautifully blooming flower. Chapter 13 opens with a chilling click as a door swings open. A figure steps inside, offering a casual apology for a meeting that ran long. The soft sound of footsteps echoes through the room, signaling a visit that feels far from welcoming. Leaning in with a sweet, predatory smile, the visitor praises the other for waiting so patiently. But the tone turns without warning when they notice a mark on the other's skin from hitting the bars. A gentle warning follows, it's best not to struggle. The horrifying truth is revealed. A girl is chained to a bed, the metal jangling with every movement. She spirals into a pit of guilt, believing it's her fault that the innocent Michelle became this way, vowing to beg for forgiveness until her voice gives out. When she begs to be let out, the visitor just laughs, claiming she would only run away. The prisoner realizes with despair that no one is looking for her anymore. She knows Michelle is a master of masks, hiding his cruelty behind an innocent smile and the lie that this confinement is what's best for us. Michelle declares his love for her selfishness, his voice dripping with possessiveness. In a twisted turn, the prisoner finds herself unable to hate him, even feeling a sense of relief. As the chain slides, she accepts her fate, happy to belong to Michelle forever. Elizabeth lies broken and chained among stuffed animals, her eyes hollow and devoid of light. Over her shattered spirit, a final dark declaration echoes, I love you, Elizabeth. A sudden jolt, a gasp for air. Elizabeth wakes up in a cold sweat. As she tries to catch her breath, a voice cuts through the silence, reminding her that it's time to get moving. It's been a week since the ball, but that nightmare keeps clawing its way back. Elizabeth recognizes it as the bad end from the game, and while she hopes she's safe, the memory leaves her shaken. But Elizabeth isn't one to let a dream break her. Swapping her worries for pruning shears and a sun hat, she decides to push through the dread and get to work. For the first time, she's not a sheltered duke's daughter. She's just a girl in the sun, finding peace in the simple act of gardening. The freedom to help others with the pruned flowers is a luxury she never had before. Yet, the scent of roses brings back the ghosts of her past. She remembers the desperate attempts to be loved before the Fontini family cast her out, leaving her to wonder why she ended up here anyway. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man works the wood with a heavy heart. As he wipes the sweat from his brow, the sight of blooming roses triggers a memory he can't seem to shake. Years ago, a young Lord Richard was locked in a brutal practice session, until a little girl stepped in. With a huff, she tells him he shouldn't waste his time crossing swords with a scowling barbarian. That barbarian didn't stand a chance. One look at the tiny rose-carrying girl and his world completely shifts. He's absolutely stunned by how cute she is. With a dazzling smile, she hands him a flower and a dream. "Here's a flower for you, Mr. Future Knight." She beams, urging him to become strong and protect everyone. A simple curtsy, a few steps away, and the girl vanishes. The boy is left standing in silence, forever changed by a single rose and a small girl's kindness. A blonde boy is giving a stern lecture to a dark-haired youth, warning him that beating up noble sons is a one-way ticket to unemployment. He tells him to let the nobles feel like they've won if he wants to keep his job as a sparring partner. The dark-haired boy just stares in silence, leaving the other to let out a heavy sigh. But the dark-haired boy isn't having it, firing back with a cold truth. Real enemies don't care about your feelings. To him, winning because an opponent went easy is completely meaningless. The blonde boy is left stuttering, unable to find a good comeback to that logic. Surprisingly, the dark-haired boy concedes that there's some truth to the warning and promises to be more careful. The blonde boy is caught off guard, realizing that beneath that stoic exterior, he actually listens. As they part, the dark-haired boy is seen holding a single rose. Later, Leonid is hauling a massive load of firewood when he spots a familiar face. He calls out to Elizabeth, who jumps in surprise, completely caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Leonid quickly denies that he was following her, and Elizabeth agrees, noting that no one would chase her while carrying a mountain of wood. Still, she admits she's grown used to him suddenly appearing by her side wherever she goes. Elizabeth starts teasing him, suggesting that with his strength and skill at cutting trees, he might be better suited as a lumberjack. She quickly pivots, telling him she prefers him as the head knight to protect everyone, though she secretly notes that he totally missed the joke. The mood shifts when Leonid brings up a memory from long ago, mentioning that Elizabeth once gave him a flower. She has no recollection of it, but seeing his expression, she wonders if he's actually asking for one now. With a bright smile, Elizabeth presents him with a beautiful rose. Leonid looks on, his expression softening as he accepts the gift. Elizabeth wonders if he really wanted a flower that badly, but before she can process it, Leonid suddenly leans in. He calls her name, catching her completely off guard and leaving her heart racing in a panic. Just as the tension peaks, Leonid delivers an unexpected revelation. He tells her that her face looks weird. Elizabeth completely snaps, screaming that she was born this way and demanding he stop insulting her face, wondering where on earth his delicacy went. Wait, something's not right. Elizabeth catches a glimpse of her own face and panics, wondering if she looks strange. The man just gives her a blunt nod, leaving her completely baffled by his lack of communication. She opens up about the bad dreams and sleepless nights that have been haunting her. Then he says something that freezes her in place. "You should think of me when you sleep." Elizabeth is left momentarily speechless. Is this an Otomi game confession? Or is he simply being himself? Suddenly, it clicks. In her head, she imagines him as a terrifying knight smashing her nightmares to pieces. She's convinced he's just offering to be scarier than her dreams to protect her. But just as she's feeling touched, a panicked messenger crashes the party with news that changes everything. The news is a total bombshell. Prince Michel and the entire royal family of Ramiza are heading to the Clararis region for a hunt. Elizabeth is absolutely floored, while the man beside her remains as stoic as a stone wall. The shockwaves hit the church next. The nuns are in a complete frenzy, unable to believe that the royal family is actually coming to Clararis. The atmosphere shifts from peaceful to pure chaos in an instant. While some nuns are already dreaming of sprucing up the town for the royal visit, the local lord is having a full-blown meltdown. He's spiraling into a panic, convinced that a single mistake will be the end of his entire career. He's haunted by past failures at the ball, clutching his chest in pure stress. The nuns try to soothe him, insisting that the royal letter is just a friendly gesture to deepen relations. But for the lord, relaxing is the last thing on his mind. Despite the panic, the honor of hosting the royals is a massive deal for the whole region. Once he regains his composure, the lord realizes there's only one person he needs to talk to immediately: the forest guard. The entire village flips into overdrive, with the church members even stepping in to help the servants prepare. It turns out the royals aren't just hunting. The queen is craving the village's odd food, and the king is desperate to see the legendary sacred lion sword Leonid. Enter the forest guard, who's taking cleaning up to a whole new level. He's practically turned into a professional lumberjack, trimming so much of the forest that the nuns are starting to worry. But with the queen's meal on the line, the pressure is officially on. A simple thank you to the dark-haired man, but inside Elizabeth's mind is racing. While she pretends to be a humble nun, she's actually daydreaming about a royal warrant of appointment. Her goal? To use this chance to make Norcia village famous. 1 week later, the quiet village is suddenly buzzing with excitement. It's the day of the hunt. The locals and nuns watch in awe as a royal procession arrives, with whispers of "It's the king" filling the air. Enter Bigas, the king of Ramaiza, arriving with a boisterous energy after a long trip. The Count of Chloris greets him with a deep, respectful bow, welcoming the monarch to his lands, while dogs bark excitedly in the background. Suddenly, a spirited woman in a plaid cap bursts onto the scene, greeting Leo as Mr. Sacred Lion Sword with a huge smile. King Bigas joins in, slapping Leo's arm with a booming laugh, praising his strength and inviting him to stay in Ramaiza longer than a year. While Leo gives a blunt, one-word answer, the Count of Chloris practically has a heart attack. He dashes forward, clutching Leo in a panic, and screaming for him to show some respect to the king. Meanwhile, Bigas just finds the whole situation hilarious. The Count wonders why someone like Leo would even want to hunt with royals, assuming his motives must be noble. But Leo's internal monologue reveals the truth. He's only here because he's obsessed with catching a fresh doe for the meat. Elizabeth, watching from the side, can't help but squee at the situation. The woman in the plaid cap adds her own twist, claiming she's also there to get close to a bright-eyed doe. As she suggests they all have some fun, Leo gives a short, disinterested yeah, completely oblivious to the tension. The scene shifts to a breathtaking lakeside vista, where the royal party has gathered. But the mood isn't all sunshine. Lady Charlotte is visibly trembling under her parasol, terrified in the presence of the smiling Queen Seraphina. Queen Seraphina admires the delicious spread of food and asks Lady Charlotte for a recommendation. Charlotte nearly jumps out of her skin in fear, but her eyes light up when she spots her absolute favorite, the peanut butter brie bread. The tension is suffocating as the queen takes a bite, while Elizabeth secretly cheers Charlotte on for passing her final test of becoming a lady. The verdict? Pure bliss. The queen is delighted by the smooth, savory peanut flavor and the perfect ratio of bread to filling. Elizabeth is on a mission to revolutionize the sisters' bread. And her latest creation is a hit. A young girl is instantly hooked, practically addicted to the satisfying crunch of the new peanut butter texture. Not stopping there, the woman in the cape suggests balancing the sweetness with something salty, fueling Elizabeth's drive for perfection. Then comes the grand reveal. A man in a suit presents a shimmering bowl of golden potato chips with a flourish. The woman in the cape is immediately intrigued, noting the mysterious seasoning sprinkled on top with a curious gaze. One taste and she's completely smitten, her reaction bordering on pure ecstasy. The man reveals an entire menu of flavors, from sea lettuce to yuzu pepper, but there's a hilarious catch. The woman has misheard the name as potato chips, leaving Elizabeth sweat-dropping in embarrassment. The peaceful tasting is interrupted when a girl in a plaid cap bursts onto the scene with a loud greeting. She's immediately drawn to the snacks, and in her surprise, Elizabeth accidentally repeats the mistake, calling them potato chips again. Elizabeth offers a sample, and the crunch is instantaneous. One bite is all it takes for the newcomer to be completely won over, her face lighting up with a wide, satisfied smile. As the girl enjoys the yuzu pepper flavor, she wonders if a certain yandere switch has yet to be flipped. But the moment is short-lived. She calls out to Michelle and announces their departure, leaving Elizabeth to bid them farewell. With the guests gone, the woman in the cape returns to her cravings, asking for more sweet bread. Elizabeth proudly presents her latest batch of ring-shaped treats, and the sight of them leaves the woman absolutely speechless. A simple suggestion for a raspberry topping sparks a brilliant idea for Elizabeth, who is thrilled by the woman's good taste. While she happily agrees to gather berries in the forest, Elizabeth is already calculating how to turn these royal whims into a prestigious royal warrant of appointment. With a cheerful promise, Elizabeth heads into the woods, convinced that her plan for success is already in the bag. But as she leaves, the woman in the cape lets out a mysterious little chuckle. Is everything really as simple as Elizabeth thinks? Suddenly, a deafening blast echoes through the forest. A shot narrowly misses its target, leaving a man screaming in absolute terror. The girl in the cap just smiles calmly, claiming she's actually glad the shot missed because she'd feel bad for the birds. Chaos erupts as a wild boar charges, sending the guards into a panic as they scream to protect the king. But before anyone can even react, a man with black hair steps in and catches the beast with his bare hands. Just like that, gotcha. The silence that follows is deafening. He's holding a wild boar like it's a house cat, leaving the onlookers completely floored. While some wonder why he didn't use a sword, others realize he's putting in all this effort just for Elizabeth. The tough act cracks as he turns bright red, snapping at the teasing around him. But, as he wipes away the grime, the woman in the plaid cap watches him with a cold, calculating gaze. To her, he's nothing more than an obstacle in the way. Suddenly, the mood shifts as the woman spots a wolf and leaps onto her horse with reckless speed. She's determined to hunt it down, leaving the others staring in total confusion. A wave of panic sweeps through the group, and the woman in the hat urgently tells Leonid to keep an eye on Michelle. With a simple "got it," Leonid mounts his horse and gallops after her, leaving a silent, brooding Michelle behind. Leonid pushes his horse through the woods, certain the wolf hasn't traveled far. He suddenly skids to a halt, spotting the woman collapsed on the ground surrounded by her dogs. He dismounts in a rush to help. He rushes to her side, asking if she's injured and where the wolf went. She simply points toward a steep drop-off. Leonid looks over the edge, wondering if the beast's den lies at the bottom of the cliff. But the moment he lets his guard down, the atmosphere turns lethal. A cold blade presses into his back, and chilling voice whispers that a simple injury wouldn't have been enough. A sinister smile spreads across the woman's face as she reveals her plan. She's already scripted the accident. The brave head knight falling to his death while saving a prince. An honorable death, she laughs, but it's a cold-blooded execution. Then the silence is shattered. A massive, explosive blam echoes through the air, and Leonid's eyes sharpen with a sudden violent intensity. The forest is alive with the sounds of the hunt, and Elizabeth is absolutely loving it. With her basket in hand, she's already dreaming of a delicious dough meat dinner tonight. But the peace is shattered when a familiar figure strides out of the shadows. It's Prince Michel, and the look on his face is far from comforting. Trying to lighten the mood, Elizabeth offers him a sweet raspberry she just picked. But the way he takes it, almost a kiss, sends a sudden jolt through the air. Before she can even process what's happening, he leans in, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "There's no one left to get in our way." Elizabeth freezes in absolute terror, her mind screaming one word, "Yandere." As Michel chuckles, the romantic tension flips instantly into something predatory. Panic takes over. Elizabeth bolts into the brush, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she desperately tries to put distance between herself and the prince. But he's not letting her go that easily. Michelle's voice echoes through the trees, calling her name as he closes the gap with terrifying ease. Just as she thinks she's making progress, a snag in her dress brings her to a jarring halt. In the pain and panic, she starts questioning every move she's ever made in this relationship. Her mind flashes back to the day she broke their engagement as children, all to avoid a painful ending. Now, she fears that her attempt to change fate has only twisted Michel into something unrecognizable. Despite the fear, Elizabeth finds a spark of resolve and dashes away once more. She refuses to let it end like this. Meanwhile, Michel isn't just hunting deer anymore. With his dogs by his side, he's tracking his princess down. Chaos erupts as Elizabeth is hunted by a pack of dogs, screaming that it's cheating. Just as she's about to be cornered, she spots a lone hut in the distance, her only hope for a getaway. She dives inside, but the victory is short-lived when she realizes there's no lock on the door. Before she can even process the panic, her pursuer arrives with a chilling ultimatum. The game is up. Desperate Elizabeth burrows under a blanket, but a strange scent fills the air. She knows she's in deep trouble, and then, bam! The door flies open, and her hiding spot instantly becomes a trap. She tries to plead, begging for a chance to explain the last 10 years of her life. But Michel is not listening. With a cold too late, he shuts down Elizabeth's hopes and pushes her backward. Elizabeth lands on the bed, pinned beneath the prince whose words are even more frightening than his grip. Michel talks about their first time in the rundown hut and insists he will do whatever it takes to stop her from escaping again. Then comes the look, a predatory twisted smile that sends shivers down the spine. "Let's make this official, shall we?" Elizabeth tries to scream, to protest, to stop this madness. But her voice is cut short, a crushing grip locks onto her wrist, leaving her completely powerless. But wait, somewhere in the woods a new player enters the game. A man materializes from the shadows, bruised and battered, but with a gaze that says he's far from finished. He's not just surviving, he's calculating. He starts weaving a lie about a brave head knight, dying in the line of duty. A perfect cover story to erase his current existence. And then without warning, he strikes. A massive explosion of action as he makes his move, turning the tide of the scene in one violent burst. A violent crash follows as a man is sent tumbling backward, and the ground beneath him gives way, leaving him to plunge down the slope. The short-haired attacker peers over the edge and watches the debris fall. Spotting movement in the forest below, the attacker suddenly realizes where Elizabeth has gone. With a chilling smile, the attacker decides that a fall from that height should be fatal. After a cold farewell, the figure turns away and heads toward the next target, Elizabeth. But the injured knight claws his way back up the cliffside and survives. When he finds a familiar scrap of cloth caught in the branches, he immediately realizes Elizabeth is in danger. Using some seriously incredible stalking power, the boy tracks her scent with pinpoint accuracy. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is in a completely different kind of trouble, pinned down by Prince Michel as she desperately tries to tell him to stop. Enough is enough. Elizabeth delivers a massive bonk to the prince's head, shutting him down instantly. As he recovers, panting and dazed, he can't believe she'd be so violent. Regret hits her immediately. Did she just ruin his angel face? Panicking, she shakes him awake, screaming that he's the heir to the throne of Ramiza and can't possibly be infatuated with a mere nun. His response is a simple, devastating "why not?" that leaves her completely speechless. Then, he takes her hands, confessing that her disappearance felt like losing his own other half. Wait, that line sounds familiar. A sudden memory flashes back to her past life, where a different version of Elizabeth was laughing mockingly, while a heartbroken Michel pleaded with her. In the original game route, Elizabeth used those same words to manipulate the prince and frame Rosetta. It was a cycle of lies that always ended the same way. A broken engagement and her own banishment. The air turns electric as Michel makes another bold move. Wrapping his arms around Elizabeth from behind, he asks the question she least wants to hear: will she become his? Elizabeth tries to protest, but Michel refuses to listen. Holding her firmly with a smug smile, he declares that he has already waited long enough, turning the moment from romantic to threatening. Just as Elizabeth is pinned down and the bed begins to creak under the pressure, the silence is shattered. A massive bam echoes through the room as the door is violently kicked open. It's Leonid bursting in like a whirlwind of panic and rage. He's panting for breath, clutching a giant sword and screaming one thing: "Is Elizabeth okay?" Michel does not flinch. Instead, he seems amused, mocking Leonid's shabby hut and calling him a rival. Leonid is beyond words, gripping his blade with a murderous glare, as though he might cut the whole room apart. Total chaos erupts as Leonid lets out a war cry, raising his sword to level the entire house. Elizabeth's brain goes into overdrive, realizing this misunderstanding is now an international crisis that could spark a full-scale war. In a flash of desperation, a memory from the original game clicks into place. She recalls a specific scene where a conflict between military princes over Rosetta could trigger a global catastrophe. Elizabeth remembers the only way out, a single legendary line that only a heroine could deliver. It's incredibly embarrassing, but with Leonid's rage peaking, she decides to throw caution to the wind. With a face red as a beet and hands clasped in a plea, she screams at the top of her lungs for them to stop fighting for her sake. The sheer intensity of the outburst freezes both men in their tracks. Elizabeth is left panting and completely mortified by her own outburst. Meanwhile, the tension between the two rivals evaporates into a strange silence, leaving Michel laughing at just how interesting Leonid really is. Elizabeth is thrown off, wondering whether the confrontation has truly ended. When she turns back to Michel, however, the mood becomes unexpectedly reflective, as she admits that both of them were victims of a cruel predetermined fate. The short-haired prince offers a bittersweet apology for Elizabeth's banishment, but she smiles and explains that she is genuinely happy with her current life. Leonid can only stand nearby, baffled by the sudden emotional reconciliation. Elizabeth shifts her attention to Leonid, noticing he's a total mess. She teases him, asking if he fought a boar and fell off a cliff, which sends him into a defensive panic. But then Leonid spots a wound on her, and the mood flips instantly. Leonid reaches out, his touch sending a jolt through Elizabeth as he points out a cut on her forehead. The tension spikes for a second before Elizabeth completely freaks out and leaps away. Watching from the side, Michel looks absolutely disgusted by the whole display. Panic mode engaged. Elizabeth starts frantically waving a purification wand at Michel, begging Leonid to save her before Michel reverts to the dark side. But all that chaos is quickly drowned out by a much more urgent sound, the roar of hungry stomachs. Dinner is served. Elizabeth beams with pride as she presents a massive pot of fresh wild boar stew to the cheering crowd. Even the most skeptical guests are won over, marveling at the flower-shaped carrots and the sheer deliciousness of the meal. As Leonid devours the food, Elizabeth watches with a satisfied smile, hoping that a full stomach is enough to keep the peace. With the hunting expedition finally over, she can only pray that no more chaotic plot flags are waiting to be triggered. The scene shifts to the bustling night streets of the city. Amidst the chatters and the glow of the lamps, a woman approaches a nobleman, asking Lord Alphonse about the arrow wound on his knee. Alphonse seems bored with his surroundings, admitting that while the city is a bit dull, it's an improvement. Then, he mentions a rumor that's been circulating, a certain nun in Ramaiza who's making strange food popular. But don't expect him to be impressed. With a look of pure indifference, Alphonse shuts it down immediately. He has absolutely no interest in plain church food. Welcome to paradise. Elizabeth has arrived at Ravelese, the ultimate luxury resort for the aristocracy, and she is absolutely thrilled to be in such a wonderful place. But first, let's rewind a few days to the Nordia church. A distressed woman in a veil is pouring her heart out to a sister, desperate to keep a secret about someone named Michelle. Guilt-ridden and unable to find peace with just a donation, the woman is given a suggestion. Head to the detached palace of Ravelese to heal her fatigue. Elizabeth is right there to guide her through the process. But Elizabeth isn't just playing tourist. After securing a royal permit to open a stall, she's ready to bring a taste of her new work to the resort's wealthy crowd and expand the sisters' reach. And just like that, the hype is real. Elizabeth hits the streets selling onsen manju, and the aristocrats are losing it, especially when they hear the queen herself is a fan. The customers are treated to a cozy seat and a perfectly plated treat. But as the manju arrives, a wave of shyness and hesitation hits them. Will it actually live up to the rumors? One bite and it's game over. The smooth, sweet, and plump texture sends the customer into pure bliss. The secret? A clever use of local black kidney beans as a substitute for red beans. It's all in the process. By carefully boiling the beans and adding a pinch of salt and sugar, Elizabeth creates a rich paste that's a perfect alternative for anyone missing Japanese red bean paste. Then comes the shell, a mix of baking soda, sugar, and sifted flour. But the real game changer is the secret ingredient, a splash of Ravelese's own hot spring water before letting the dough rest. After a quick steam over the hot springs, the onsen manju is complete. It's so delicious it brings tears to a customer's eyes, prompting the sisters to launch a full-blown delivery service across the resort. While the nuns bid their customers a cheerful farewell, one girl can't stop thinking about a specific treat. She's completely smitten with something called makanai, convinced that as long as it's healthy, she can eat as much as she wants. So what exactly is this makanai recipe? It's a clever way to save leftovers, taking unsold manju from the previous day, mixing them with brown sugar, and wrapping them in fresh dough. The kitchen turns into a whirlwind of energy as the nuns assemble the treats. Bean paste, sweetened dough, and a layer of brown sugar dough are all combined and plunged into hot oil to create the legendary makanai fried manju. One bite is all it takes for the girl to reach a sudden epiphany. Everything tastes better when it's fried. As she admires the dexterity of the nuns using sticks to save the manju from burning, the mood is light and full of laughter. 10 manju are packed and ready for delivery to the Red Roof Bar. Leonid is tasked with the job, but before he can head out, a nun insists fill up on some manju first. With a sweet smile, a nun offers Leonid a specially cooled manju on a stick. As he takes a bite, the other nuns can't help but react with a mix of shock and swooning admiration at the gesture. Completely flustered and blushing, Leonid makes a desperate dash away from the scene. The nuns watch him go, baffled by his behavior and wondering just how dense the nun who fed him actually is. Business is booming, and the nun is practically glowing with pride as she makes her rounds. With the aristocrats buying in droves, she's already dreaming of using the profits to score some rare seasonings. But then disaster strikes. A sudden trip sends the nun sprawling onto the pavement with a loud smack, sending her precious manju flying everywhere. A sudden fear takes hold as she realizes one of the manju has vanished. Just as she starts to freak out, a stern voice cuts through the air, and the man standing over her does not look happy. A smooth-talking man in a sharp uniform appears, holding up a lost item with a smirk. "Looks like the thing you dropped is safe," he says, before letting it fall right back down. As the man stands there, the blonde nun watching him is hit with a sudden jarring wave of familiarity. This scene, it feels like she's seen it all before. With a loud, satisfying crunch, he takes a bite of the apple, casually noting that it tastes like honey. The nun can only stare, wondering if she's suddenly fallen into a daydream. Then comes the line that changes the entire mood. He looks her dead in the eye and tells her the fruit is sweet, just like she is. Her is left momentarily speechless in shock. He tries to keep the momentum going, suggesting they spend time together, but she's not having it. She completely pivots the conversation to their new manju sales, and tells him she's in a hurry to leave. She bolts from the scene, leaving the man behind with a curious companion. The other officer wonders if this is the same legendary nun he's heard so many rumors about. While he tells his friend he's looking forward to their next meeting, his inner thoughts tell a different story. He's absolutely floored that she was so cold to him. Meanwhile, the nuns are over the moon, celebrating another massive sales success. But from the shadows, the black-haired man is still watching, his expression intense. The celebration is interrupted by Zachary, a representative for Ravalice's merchants, who arrives to praise Elizabeth for making the city livelier. Elizabeth plays it humble, claiming she's just a good business owner. But the compliment comes with a price when Zachary asks for a donation to his charity. The realization hits Elizabeth like a ton of bricks. This guy just wants a cut of her profits, a lottery for donations. Sounds like a plan, but Elizabeth isn't about to break the bank. While the organizers push for more, she sticks to her guns with a very firm and very singular donation. Just once. The deal is sealed, and the donation is officially made in Elizabeth's name. As the mysterious man departs, he leaves a trail of intimidation and awe in his wake. The other nuns are practically swooning over his presence, but Elizabeth is already looking forward to the main event, the public square. Elizabeth arrives at the square with one goal, food. But her heart sinks when she realizes there isn't a single stroll stall in sight. Just as she's mourning the loss of her snacks, the crowd's excitement peaks. The lottery is about to begin. The atmosphere is electric as the announcer takes the stage, thanking the crowd for their generosity. Local noblewomen are practically fighting over who donated the most, desperate for a win. But then, the man delivers an unexpected revelation. Tonight's draw will be handled by a very special guest. Enter the ultimate eye candy, a nobleman so handsome he practically glows. The crowd erupts into chaos when the prize is revealed, a full day spent with this man. Elizabeth is floored. A date coupon? In this world? It turns out this date coupon is a clever loophole for noblewomen to bypass strict social rules. But as Elizabeth watches the man on the balcony, a realization hits her like a ton of bricks. Wait, isn't that the same guy she bumped into earlier? She tries to rationalize it. Surely a high-ranking noble wouldn't be just wandering around? She didn't get a good look at him in the dark, but the resemblance is too strong to ignore. Something isn't adding up. Then the truth crashes down on her. This isn't just some random noble. He's the prince of the Lenval Empire. Alphonse Warren Cesslife, the legendary prince-type capture target from the game she once played. And his country? Not exactly known for being friendly. Elizabeth's gamer instincts kick in as she recalls Alphonse's profile. A natural-born soldier, and the strongest of all capture targets. She remembers the original plot, a classic meet-cute, where the protagonist, Rosetta, bumps into him while carrying a bag of apples. But there's a problem. That fated encounter between Rosetta and Alphonse? It never happened. Because Elizabeth was the one who bumped into him instead, she's accidentally hijacked the plot. Now, as Alphonse eagerly searches for his destined person, Elizabeth has a feeling she's in way over her head. Elizabeth just won, and the crowd is going wild. While the other nuns are cheering her victory, a mysterious man in a white uniform watches from the sidelines with a smirk. Excellent, he whispers. And you just know this isn't a simple victory. The man in white doesn't waste a second, stepping right into Elizabeth's space. He's thankful for her help earlier, but his reward sounds more like a warning. Prepare yourself. Elizabeth is completely blindsided, her brain practically shutting down. Enter a new player, a stern man, with an earring who doesn't seem to like the vibe. He cuts in, causing the man in white to raise an eyebrow. Then comes the question that makes the air turn heavy. Are you two a thing? Elizabeth panics, frantically denying any relationship, but the man with the earring isn't having it. He tells the stranger to stop, calling him a nuisance. Then, in a flash of sudden motion, he slams his hand down, escalating the tension instantly. The man with the earring thinks he's got this in the bag, but the man in white just laughs it off. He delivers a cold reality check, telling him he's just out of place, and pretending to be a knight. The blow to his ego is visible. He's absolutely stunned. With a casual wave, the man in white leaves Elizabeth with a promise to see her tomorrow. As he walks away, a companion warns the defeated man, Alphonse, that he just picked a fight with the sacred lion greatsword. Alphonse plays it cool, but the damage is done. Back at the inn, the girls are in full fangirl mode. They're dissecting every detail of the stranger's military bearing and foreign clothes. Elizabeth is caught up in the hype, daydreaming about the possibility of him being an undercover prince. The fantasy takes over as Elizabeth recalls his perfect profile, tall, reliable, and devastatingly handsome. Those fierce knight's eyes are the finishing touch. But then she remembers his smooth talking and wonders if he's a total player. Meanwhile, a dark-haired woman watches Alphonse slump in total defeat, amused by his mental damage. She's not about to comfort him, though. Instead, the other women pile on, teasing Elizabeth about her date with a rich, hot guy. Elizabeth is a blushing mess, admitting she's already nervous for tomorrow. As Alphonse storms out of the room in a cloud of gloom, the dark-haired woman watches him go with a knowing look. Her suspicions are confirmed, and things are about to get complicated. A tense confrontation begins with a smug remark, telling someone to take their night pretend elsewhere. But the moment suddenly becomes serious as the man's expression hardens, declaring that his knighthood is no game. Now we get a glimpse into the original game's plot, specifically Alphonse's route. It all starts with a simple apple, a chance encounter where the hero and Rosetta hit it off instantly, neither knowing who the other truly was. But the romance is built on a lie. Alphonse is actually a prince from an enemy nation, sent to Moise for reconnaissance to destroy it. Just as their love deepens, the truth comes out, leaving them with a heartbreaking choice: their country or their love. Unable to betray her home, Rosetta chooses her nation over her love and returns to the capital. But this decision triggers a catastrophe. The Renville Empire invades Moise in a desperate pursuit of Rosetta, leaving the kingdom in ruins. And the narrator asks, is this really supposed to be a happy end? They reunite amidst the wreckage of a fallen throne. While Rosetta is horrified by the destruction, Alphonse's love has twisted into something obsessive. He admits he'd sacrifice an entire country just to have her, declaring that she belongs to him and him alone. Surprisingly, Rosetta is completely swept away by this twisted devotion, feeling deeply loved. The two finally embrace, leading to a happy ending a year later over some apple pie. It's a scenario so controversial it's left the narrator questioning everything while soaking in a bathtub. Elizabeth is not taking this lying down. Realizing that the happy end means the total destruction of her current home, she launches Operation Avoid the Happy End. Even as her maid aggressively brushes her hair, Elizabeth is determined to save her peaceful life at any cost. To prepare for her mission, Elizabeth finds herself in a grand room filled with stunning, glamorous dresses. While the maids keep her still for grooming, a merchant offers the perfect attire for her upcoming date. Ensuring Sister Elizabeth looks the part, the transformation continues with the final touches of makeup. A bit of blush is carefully applied to her cheeks, and with a final check, the maids declare the makeover complete. The result is breathtaking. Elizabeth emerges as a vision of beauty, leaving everyone in absolute awe. Even the man is struck speechless by her radiance, and for once, Elizabeth can only offer a modest thanks to the praise. The air is thick with a sudden, heavy silence as a dark-haired man stares intently at Elizabeth. She's dressed up and ready to go, but his gaze is so piercing it makes her nervous. When she finally asks what's wrong, he quickly snaps out of it, claiming it's nothing. But his expression says otherwise. Enter the voice of reason, or perhaps just a stickler for etiquette, who scolds the man for his lack of compliments toward a lady. Elizabeth begins to worry if she looks strange, while the man remains frozen, his mind racing as he processes her appearance. Internally, he's absolutely floored, thinking that the dress suits her perfectly. But when it comes to actually saying it, he just gives a vague leaving Elizabeth confused but secretly glad. The surrounding girls can't help but react to the awkward tension. Then the gossip starts. The other girls whisper but out to its cruel that this is a date with another guy, leaving Elizabeth completely bewildered. As she tries to process the conversation, her inner monologue reaches a breaking point. She has absolutely no idea how to handle this situation. Elizabeth reveals her strategy: avoid the fight-prone Alphonse at all costs. Drawing on her past life as an event planner, she politely declines an offer and tells Leo she doesn't need a guard. After all, she's already been exiled. Why complicate things further? But Leo is operating on a completely different wavelength. He goes full romantic lead, calling her his chosen princess, and declaring that she's the only one he'll look at today. He's convinced this is the dream date of every maiden in Ravelis, while Elizabeth can only look on in sheer disbelief. Elizabeth tries to set some firm boundaries, telling him not to touch her, and to just show her around town. Instead of backing off, Leo takes it as a challenge. He's convinced her indifference is just a tactic to make him fall for her, and he's more than happy to play along. The mood shifts into a playful game of cat and mouse, with Elizabeth teasingly daring him to catch her. Leo is determined to win her over, no matter the distance. To start their tour, he offers her a glass of medicinal onsen water, claiming it's good for the body. The taste is stimulating, to say the least. While Leo is enthusiastically drinking the sulfur-heavy water, Elizabeth is struggling to hide her disgust. Even a bystander is horrified, wondering if they should have just gargled the stuff instead of drinking it. Leo doesn't stop the charm offensive, telling Elizabeth she shines brighter than anyone else. As she begs him to stop, a crowd of jealous women watches from the sidelines, debating if they even suit each other. Elizabeth can't help but notice just how popular and exhausting Leo really is. Elizabeth is completely captivated by Leonid's genuine smile, noting that as a capture target, he's far more charming than she expected. But as he relaxes and enjoys himself, the sudden shift in mood leaves her feeling totally flustered. Elizabeth steps away from her stall for a bit, but her replacement is terrifying. Leonid tries to be helpful, but his intense energy is so overwhelming that the customers are practically shaking in their boots. It doesn't take long for a nun to step in and stop Leonid from scaring away every single customer. With the business effectively ruined for the day, they head off to find Elizabeth waiting in the town square. The nuns decide to give Leonid some space to grow up, despite their worries about what he might do alone. Meanwhile, a serene spot with a relaxing footbath awaits them. Pure bliss. Elizabeth sinks her feet into the warm water and lets out a loud, unfiltered kimochi, completely unaware of how suggestive that sounds while sitting right next to Leonid. Cold treats and hot water. The ultimate combo. While Leonid checks in on her, Elizabeth's entrepreneurial brain kicks into overdrive, imagining how to turn this luxury into a goldmine for her village. Leonid catches her expression, thinking she's just enjoying the food, but he's totally misreading the situation. Elizabeth can't exactly tell him she's dreaming of profit margins while they're on a romantic-looking shopping spree. As the day winds down, Leonid is baffled that Elizabeth bought absolutely nothing, but instead of being annoyed, he finds her strange lack of materialism fascinating. The mood shifts as Elizabeth reflects on the day. Feeling a strange frustration over someone's absence, she tries to deny any feelings of loneliness or attraction toward Leonid, but her emotions boil over, and she can't help but grab onto him. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns electric. Leonid snaps, demanding her undivided attention with a possessive intensity that leaves Elizabeth completely blindsided and struggling to get away. The tension peaks as a man leans in, his breath almost touching her lips. He whispers a bold promise, claiming that once she knows his true identity, she'll completely forget some meat-headed guy. But the romance is short-lived. She immediately shoves him away with a look of disgust. Instead of being swayed, she delivers an unexpected revelation that freezes him in his tracks. She doesn't need a reveal, because she already knows exactly who he is, the prince of the Renval Empire, here on a secret reconnaissance mission. The prince is completely blindsided, demanding to know how she could possibly have figured it out. The moment the words leave her mouth, however, instant regret hits. She panics, realizing she might have said too much, while the prince secretly admires her terrifying intuition. Suddenly, the secret is out for everyone as two other men emerge from the shadows. One is devastated that their cover was blown so easily, while the other finds the whole situation amusing. Elizabeth can only stare in absolute shock at the growing group. Confusion reigns as Elizabeth tries to place the faces, specifically a man she recognizes as Mr. Zachary. He doesn't waste time, revealing his true role as an intelligence officer for the Reneval Empire, currently posing as a local merchant. The plot thickens as Zachary explains how he used medical treatment as a front to spy on the aristocrats. Beside him, Adjutant Johann is introduced, and the prince turns the conversation back to Elizabeth, asking for her honest thoughts on the city she's explored. The prince's friendly facade vanishes as he declares his true goal. He knows every inch of Ramaiza and intends to invade and make it his own. He offers Elizabeth a chance to cooperate, sending her into a spiral of panic as she realizes a war might be inevitable. Elizabeth refuses with every fiber of her being, threatening to report him to the royal palace immediately. But the prince just smirks, warning her that such a move would trigger an immediate declaration of war. He taunts her, asking if she really expects help from a man who only pretends to be knightly. Taking a liking to her, the prince proposes a high-stakes gamble. A duel between himself and her puny bodyguard. If she wins, he'll spare Ravelis, but the cost of losing is unthinkable. Elizabeth is terrified, knowing Leonid might not be a match for this man's abilities. Just as the situation looks dire, Zachary steps in to propose a different kind of conflict. He points out that in Ravelis, the famous salt trade means battles are fought with marketing and money rather than swords. He suggests a business competition, leaving the prince intrigued by the strategy. Compete with business? Elizabeth is floored by the proposal, but Zachary makes it sound like a thrilling game, far less violent than a duel. The stakes are high. The winner captures the prosperity of the land. Driven by the dream of a peaceful life, Elizabeth doesn't hesitate to raise her hand and accept the challenge. Alphonse finds the whole thing amusing, especially Elizabeth's obsession with Ravelis, and jumps on board. But Elizabeth is secretly smirking. This is her home turf. She's ready to use her secret weapon, her past life as a professional event planner, to wipe the floor with him. The scene shifts to a place of pure luxury, a sprawling, opulent bathhouse complete with towering columns and elegant deer fountains. Time to unwind. Elizabeth is in full relaxation mode, stretching out in the warm water with a satisfied sigh. But the peace is short-lived as she worries about her limited resources, all while cursing that damned dandy raccoon Zachary in her head. Her companions are fully on board, reminding her of the massive success of the Elizabeth Bazaar and the wedding. They're convinced that with her planning skills, victory is practically guaranteed. But Elizabeth isn't so sure. The pressure is on. If she loses, Ravelese might be under attack. With the Hot Spring Festival just a week away, she stares at the map of Fountain Square, desperate to find a winning strategy against Alphonse. Her friends suggest bringing in her famous takoyaki, thinking it's a guaranteed win. Elizabeth has a million ideas, but the ticking clock is her biggest enemy. How is she supposed to implement a masterpiece in just 7 days? Suddenly, a memory of her former life as a stressed-out event planner kicks in. She's used to the rush. With a sudden burst of inspiration, she declares her theme, onsen. Her team is instantly floored by her brilliance. As they soak, the dark-haired woman praises the luxurious bath for melting away all her fatigue. But while some are relaxing, one girl is staring at the surroundings in total confusion, wondering if she's seeing floating islands. One girl is having the time of her life, splashing around and celebrating the joy of bathing. Meanwhile, the other is still spiraling, questioning if they've somehow discovered a whole new continent. Elizabeth is caught completely off guard when Charlotte brings up the minimalist bathing habits of the church. While aristocratic baths are the norm for the elite, Elizabeth finds the simplicity of her current situation surprisingly liberating. As she relaxes, Elizabeth can't help but critique the local culture, wondering why a trade hub like Ravelese lacks a proper eat-and-walk street food scene. She sighs, realizing that making this place exciting is going to be a real challenge. A few hours before the journey back, the mood shifts completely. A dark-haired man walks through the city streets, his expression cold and heavy with unspoken thoughts. A memory flashes back to a sharp warning, telling someone to play the shining knight elsewhere. Now the man is spiraling, torn between his desire to protect her and the crushing realization that he might be nothing more than a tool in her eyes. The pain deepens as he recalls the girl in the nun's habit, convinced that she's always in trouble because of him. He can almost see her happy with another man, a thought that makes him grit his teeth in pure frustration. Seeking an escape, he finds himself at a local bar. He doesn't want company. He just wants a drink, ordering a sake with a look of total exhaustion. But peace is impossible when you're a celebrity. The locals immediately recognize him as the legendary Lion Knight, and before he can even react, he's being swarmed by admirers wanting to share a drink. He tries to politely decline, but the peer pressure is relentless. Between the free drinks and the loud chatter, the Lion Knight is quickly overwhelmed by the sheer energy of the crowd. Cut to total chaos. The Lion Knight is completely wasted, face down on the counter while the locals bombard him with terrible dating advice. In his drunken state, the truth slips out. The woman he loves is dating someone else. Even as they tell him to just smile and listen, he admits he becomes a nervous wreck the moment he sees her. Overwhelmed by thoughts of Elizabeth's beautiful smile, the legendary knight finally gives up and passes out cold on the bar. Leonid wakes up with a throbbing head and a total blank in his memory. It turns out his friends had a field day at the bar, drinking him under the table and covering his tab. Now he's just trying to survive the morning in a hot bath to clear his mind, but paradise turns into a nightmare in an instant. Leonid freezes in shock as he realizes he's not alone. Is Elizabeth actually in the men's bath? He desperately tries to convince himself it was just a confusing sign, but the panic is starting to set in. He's caught in a mental battle, frantically mapping out the bath's layout to find a way out. If Elizabeth is facing the entrance, he's trapped. In a moment of pure desperation, he considers the unthinkable, climbing the wall and wandering the garden completely naked. While Leonid is planning his daring escape, Elizabeth is in her own world, completely oblivious. She's treating the bath like a design project, wondering about fragrances and lighting. He's sweating bullets, knowing his window of opportunity is closing fast. Suddenly, the silence is shattered. Elizabeth lets out a scream of frustration, demanding to know what's wrong with Leo today. Leonid can only flinch, his spirit practically leaving his body under the weight of her outburst. But beneath the anger, there's a hidden longing. Elizabeth admits to herself that she just wants him to stay by her side. She keeps looking back, wondering why he hasn't returned, her heart aching in the quiet of the water. The tension peaks as she calls him a fool in her mind, reminding him of his promise to always watch over her. They are so close, yet separated by a stone lion fountain, both lost in their own swirling emotions. She's practically begging him to understand without her having to say it. If you're a knight, just stay by my side, she pleads internally. while stubbornly denying that she was ever lonely. Then, without warning, Leonid breaks the tension with a thunderous apology. He practically lunges forward, leaving Elizabeth completely bewildered. What on earth just happened? He's actually apologizing for letting her go alone today. But the timing couldn't be worse. Elizabeth completely loses it, screaming in a mix of shock and embarrassment as she frantically scoots away through the water. Pure chaos erupts in the bath. Elizabeth realizes with a jolt of panic that she's practically naked and might have walked into the wrong bath. And Leonid is right there. But even in her embarrassment, a small part of her whispers for him not to leave. Leonid doesn't let the awkwardness stop him. He makes a passionate declaration, swearing that no matter what anyone says, he will always be her knight. Elizabeth is touched, but she's struggling to focus on the romance given their current state. He wants to take a formal knight's oath right here, right now. Elizabeth is completely floored. Is he seriously trying to be sincere while they're both stark naked in a bath? Did he completely forget the situation they're in? Blushing furiously, she begs him to at least close his eyes. He complies instantly, and with a hesitant breath she extends her hand toward him. This is the moment. Elizabeth looks at him and makes it official, commanding Leonid to become her knight and protect her from this day forward. With a solemn intensity, Leonid kisses her hand and vows to protect her even if it costs him his life. The atmosphere is thick with a sudden, heavy devotion. In his head, Leonid is celebrating a massive achievement unlocked, already mapping out a romantic trajectory from knight to lover to husband. But the fantasy is cut short when Elizabeth suddenly decides she's had enough and makes a hasty exit. As she walks away, she realizes he's still just standing there. She looks back, face crimson, and screams the obvious. Did he forget that they are both still naked? The realization finally hits him like a ton of bricks. Leonid's brain practically shorts out as a massive steaming blush consumes his entire face. Now fully dressed and still reeling from the embarrassment, Elizabeth can only come to one conclusion about her new sworn protector. He's a complete fool. 3 letters arrive, and they are absolute chaos. One is a desperate plea for help from the head sister, while the other is a frantic message from Charlotte, who's losing it over Elizabeth's date and Leonid's disappearance. Elizabeth is left completely baffled. How did things even get this messy? Then comes the final letter, a cheerful request for a bronze model and a cat costume. Leonid is left momentarily speechless as he stares at the absurd request, unable to understand what is happening. A week has passed since the bath incident, and the atmosphere is shifting. Elizabeth and Leonid are coordinating their outfits, all for one goal: dominating the Ravelese festival. The banners are up, the city is buzzing, and the opening day is finally here. As for Elizabeth and Leonid, she thinks their relationship hasn't changed a bit, though the tension is definitely there. While they handle festival errands, a blonde acquaintance corners Leonid with the one question he's not ready for. What exactly happened between him and Lady Elizabeth? Leonid's response is a total explosion of pride. He's officially her knight now. His friend is completely lost, but decides to roll with it and offer his help. With a powerhouse lineup assembled, Elizabeth is confident they're going to crush the competition. Elizabeth goes full marketing mode, her voice booming across the square as she pitches the royal family's special onsen manju. The crowd is already biting, with customers wondering if now is the perfect time to finally treat themselves. But the real showstopper arrives, Mr. Cat. The crowd erupts in excitement as a giant fluffy mascot takes over the street, leaving the kids absolutely starstruck. The secret to the mascot's charm? Never stop moving, because the moment it freezes, it gets creepy. Enter Daniel-san, the man behind the fur, helping Elizabeth launch her latest genius move, Noral Tenyanyaki. These adorable cat-shaped treats are a masterclass in efficiency, using leftover manju filling for the red bean center. The customers are obsessed, and Elizabeth adds the perfect touch, suggesting they enjoy their snacks at the nearby footbath. Ravelese really is the ultimate resort town, offering a relaxing footbath right next to the shop. As a mother and daughter soak their feet in the warm water, Elizabeth watches on, satisfied that her festival plan is working perfectly. Elizabeth is in full hustle mode. She's practically jumping out of the panel to sell healthy smoothies and footbaths to tired travelers, promising they'll feel 100 times more energetic. And it's working. The crowd is already biting, with customers eager to try the combo. She's absolutely beaming seeing her plan pay off, though she admits the construction was a rush job. A quick flashback reveals the real MVP, Leonid, who did all the heavy lifting to dig that footbath. Meanwhile, the orders for manju are already piling up. The hospitality is top-notch, with a charming blonde staff member guiding guests to the restaurant. Even the locals are coming back, with one father admitting he just had to see the place for himself after his daughter raved about it. With a winning smile, the staff escorts the guests inside, while Elizabeth keeps a watchful eye on everyone. It's not just luck, this is a calculated layout, pairing the restaurant, fruit store, and manju stall with the footbath to attract every possible type of customer. The strategy is flawless. From commoner tourists and Ravelese locals to hard-working merchants and high-society nobles, every social class is falling for the charm of the facility. And the result? Pure, glittering profit. Elizabeth is practically swimming in coins, ecstatic that the festival is a hit and her pockets are getting heavy. But she didn't stop there. Elizabeth has a secret weapon, a dress shop tucked inside the facility. The noble ladies are already intrigued, eyeing the yukatas and planning to buy gifts for their friends back home. Then there's the showstopper, a yukata dress so extravagant it's fit for a royal ball, sporting a staggering price tag of 24 million. Elizabeth just smirks. This is the sheer power of a former professional event planner. Suddenly, the mood shifts from shopping to absolute chaos as a crowd of women erupts in screams. Out of nowhere, a handsome man in a white uniform makes his grand entrance, dropping a bombshell. He's actually Prince Alphonse of the Renval Empire. The ladies are losing their minds, fighting over who will be the future empress. But Elizabeth is just disgusted. While she fumes over his fake public image and searches for evidence of his wrongdoings, the blonde staff member is left wondering who on earth she's actually fighting with. Prince Alphonse is absolutely killing it at the festival, selling high-end empire outfits to a crowd of swooning girls. But he doesn't stop there. He starts auctioning off handshakes for 3 gold coins and hugs for a staggering 50. The girls are practically losing their minds over the offer. Not satisfied with just his own charm, Alphonse decides to completely one-up Elizabeth. With a smug grin, he announces a special guest, who is about to change the entire game. Elizabeth can only watch in shock as a glamorous woman appears amidst a whirlwind of roses and sparkles. Enter Madame Marjolaine, the legendary super celebrity from the Kingdom of Reijou. The crowd erupts in disbelief that the real deal is here, offering a special salon for 2 gold coins. She's a woman of infamous history, having risen from a farmer's daughter to a high-class courtesan who captivated the most powerful nobles. Marjolaine's allure is irresistible, leaving the girls in a desperate frenzy to learn her secrets. Even Elizabeth, despite her reluctance, finds herself fighting a losing battle with her own curiosity. She hates to admit it, but she desperately wants a talk with the legendary Madame Marjo. Elizabeth is fuming, realizing Alphonse is even mimicking her own business and takeout strategies. But while the battle for the festival rages, a mysterious man watches from the shadows. He's carefully analyzing the situation, noting Alphonse's calculated charm and Elizabeth's selfless nature. The mysterious observer finds the whole thing amusing, wondering what chaos will unfold next. Meanwhile, Elizabeth's companions are feeling the heat. They're starting to panic, wondering if they're losing the war, and if they should start selling handshakes just to keep up with the pretty boys. The banter turns brutal as the guys start roasting each other's looks. One of them bluntly tells Leonid that no lady would be attracted to his boorish look, suggesting only brawny men would be interested. Leonid's expression goes cold. He's clearly had enough. Just as the mood dips, Leonid snaps into action. Before anyone can react, he's suddenly hoisting a massive heavy barrel onto his shoulder. Elizabeth is left completely bewildered, wondering what on earth he plans to do with it. With a look of absolute, unwavering determination, Leonid turns to Elizabeth. He doesn't need a plan or a fancy guest. He just tells her to leave everything to him. The stage is set for a counterattack. As Leonid stands firm with the barrel in hand, he makes one final promise to Elizabeth. He's taking over from here. The tide of the festival is about to turn. Out of nowhere, Leo drops a challenge that stops everyone in their tracks. Why not have a one-on-one match? The locals are stunned, especially when they realize they're staring at the legendary Sacred Knight of Lion. To seal the deal, Leo slams his hand onto a barrel with a thunderous crash. The crowd goes wild. The chance to arm wrestle the second in command of the Knight Order is too good to pass up, and a line starts forming instantly. But this isn't just for pride. The air gets heavy as the talk turns to bets. The stakes are set by the local nun, a small fee to enter, but a 10-fold reward for the winner. One brave soul kicks things off with 2 silver coins, but then a blonde nobleman raises the heat, throwing a whole gold coin into the pot. While the opponent vows to fight seriously, Leo is getting some very conflicting advice. One friend whispers for him to pretend to lose to keep things low-key, while the nun urgently begs him not to lose at all. Talk about mixed signals. With a cute mascot as the ref, the tension peaks. Leo looks focused, maybe even a little flustered, but the moment the hand is released, it's over. Bam! He slams his opponent down in a heartbeat. Total devastation. The loser is left reeling while the rest of the crowd is absolutely electrified. From eager challengers to a father trying to prove he's still got it, everyone wants a piece of the action. Before they know it, Leo is swamped by a sea of people. The word spreads like wildfire. The sacred Knight of Lion is an absolute beast. Leo looks completely overwhelmed by the mountain of men surrounding him. His friend just laughs it off. Apparently, the plan to lose went completely out the window. Unbeknownst to Leo, he's accidentally taking down members of Ravalise's elite fighting club. While the guys are impressed, the girls are more focused on the real priority, replenishing their energy with some delicious manju. The event turns into a full-blown gambling den, with a local organizer offering 5-fold rewards for bets on the challenger. The nun tries to shut it down for the sake of the children, but a little donation money makes her look the other way. Compassion, or just a good bribe. It's an instant kill streak. The crowd is screaming in awe, and the nun is cheering Leo on with everything she's got. Leo can barely handle the attention, blushing as he realizes he's become the star of the festival, while the fighting club pros just watch with knowing smirks. The guys are practically drooling over a woman they've never even seen, convinced that whoever is with a man like him must be a total beauty. Elizabeth is completely oblivious to their jealousy, simply noting that Leonid is surprisingly popular with the guys. But the time for chatting is over. It's day 2 of the Ravalise Hot Spring Festival. While the crowd swoons over the prince's effortless charm, Elizabeth isn't blinded by the glitter. She's treating this like a war zone, scouting the enemy's every move to secure a win. Beside her, Leonid remains stoic, though he's secretly struggling to recover his arm strength. But not everyone is winning. A desperate fruit seller reveals the harsh reality. The strong man ignored his shop, leaving him with a mountain of produce that'll rot if it doesn't sell today. Elizabeth can't stand to see the festival ruined by such waste. She decides right then and there to turn things around. Elizabeth doesn't just feel bad, she takes action. After securing some small sacks from the shop owner, she transforms a simple cart into the hottest sale in town. With a loud, energetic call, she draws the entire crowd in for a massive fruit and vegetable blowout. She's a natural. By pitching convenient carrying sacks for a single silver coin, she creates a buying frenzy that leaves the customers thrilled. As the sales pour in, Elizabeth wears a look of pure smug satisfaction while Leonid watches from the sidelines. Leonid keeps a protective eye on her, warning her to be careful with the unstable cart. But the mood shifts when the prince arrives. He's all smiles, but his words carry a sting, claiming that any success on the East Street is basically his victory. The prince is practically stealing the glory with a laugh, and the tension between him and Elizabeth is practically electric. Even a mysterious woman watching from a window can feel the sparks flying between the two. The festival blur passes in a flash, leading to the moment of truth. The entire town is buzzing with excitement, waiting for the final sales announcement that will decide the fate of the match. The odds seem stacked against the West, with the crowd already convinced that Alphonsama is the inevitable winner. When the tally is read, the gap is staggering. 2,000 gold coins for the East versus a measly 1,100 for the West. The prince is already celebrating his landslide victory, laughing off any possible comeback. But Elizabeth finally reveals the truth. They still have the decoration shop sales. When the official announces another 900 gold coins for the West, the prince's face completely freezes in shock. Elizabeth reveals something startling, telling everyone to take a good look at what the people are wearing. The crowd is sporting these strange, stylish little pouches, leaving the man in the uniform completely baffled. "What's that?" he demands, his confusion hitting a peak. "It's the Ravalise yearly passport." Elizabeth beams as she explains the perks: daily meals, snacks, and unlimited footbaths. But the real genius is the 3-way multi-purpose bag. It can be a necklace, a handbag, or a belt pouch, all with customizable materials. Elizabeth is on a roll, passionately arguing that boosting a town's excitement comes from extending its best points. But the man in the uniform isn't buying it. He cuts her off, arguing that the passport sales happened outside the appointed time and shouldn't count. Even Zachary agrees, leaving Elizabeth left unable to respond. The math is brutal. Zachary confirms the West Side is down by 240 gold coins. Seeing his chance, the man in the uniform lets out a smug smirk. "Too bad for you, Elizabeth," he gloats. "Looks like it's my win. Ravalise is mine now." He doesn't stop at winning. He goes for the ultimate insult. He tells Elizabeth that if she cries and begs for forgiveness, he might exchange her for 241 gold coins. While she's horrified by the offer, a wave of panic follows. If he wins, what happens to Ravalise City? Just as hope seems lost, a voice screams for them to wait. Charlotte bursts onto the scene, waving a piece of paper. She reveals there's one last sale from the dress shop that hasn't been counted yet. The man in the uniform just laughs it off, calling her little lady, and claiming a few clothes can't possibly cover such a huge gap. But then Zachary opens the payment, and his eyes widen. It's not just money, it's a hoard of pure gold coins. Enter Madame Marjolaine, looking absolutely radiant. She casually mentions seeing a dress made just for her on her way home from the salon. Even when the man in the uniform reminds her he told her to only buy from the east side, she doesn't care. She simply liked the dress. Madame Marjolaine hopes her purchase is enough to cover the difference. As Zachary counts the coins, 38, 39, 40, the tension reaches a breaking point. The final tally? Exactly 240 gold coins. The man in the uniform is frozen in shock. It's a draw, he stammers, but he refuses to accept a tie, suddenly demanding that Elizabeth fight him until a winner is decided. Elizabeth is absolutely not about that life, frantically waving her hands in a desperate no. The tension snaps as a man in a military uniform points a finger, demanding a final settlement. While he's fine with the others, he's got a bone to pick with one specific person. A man in a white shirt doesn't flinch, agreeing that this is exactly what he wants, even as a worried bystander begs them not to ruin Ravelise. Just when things look like they'll turn violent, a cute mascot steps in with a wild suggestion. Why not settle this with a match? Before they know it, the two rivals are seated across from each other at a heavy wooden barrel, with a stern referee standing guard. The military man smirks, dismissing arm wrestling as child's play, a perfect way to prove the gap in their power. But Leonid isn't intimidated. He declares that a simple test of strength isn't enough of a victory for him, leaving his opponent to wonder if he's actually scared. The trash talk reaches a fever pitch, with the military man mocking Leonid's big mouth and warning him not to make excuses when he loses. Leonid fires right back, throwing those same words back in his face. The referee cuts through the noise, ordering them to grip hands. The air turns electric as they lock eyes in a silent, deadly stare-down. Ready, Pertuchin, the referee calls out, and then, "Stot!" The match explodes into action as they slam their hands together. At first glance, Leonid thinks his opponent looks lighter, but he quickly realizes he's wrong. This man is far stronger than he looks, and that confidence isn't just for show. As the struggle intensifies, the military man begins to strain, a grunt of effort escaping his lips. Leonid notices something critical. His opponent is skillfully guarding his wrist to avoid being caught. He realizes this guy isn't just some muscle brain, he's actually good. Nearby, the spectators watch with bated breath, the atmosphere thick with anxiety. Panic grips Elizabeth as she remembers a terrifying detail. Alphonse is one of the strongest characters in the game. She had hoped for an easy victory, but now she can only shout, "Don't lose, Leonid." Then, in a sudden, violent blur of motion, the tide turns. With a massive crash, Leonid slams Alphonse's hand down onto the barrel. It's over. The crowd erupts in cheers as the impossible victory is secured. After a brief, blissful moment of victory, Leonid coldly declares their win. A defeated Alphonse, exhausted and humbled, finally concedes. He vows he will never touch Ravelise again, claiming he hasn't fallen so low as to break his word. The tension finally breaks as Zachary takes center stage, announcing a massive closing party for everyone to celebrate the end of the conflict. While the crowd erupts in cheers, a certain nun can't help but notice that Zachary always seems to snag the spotlight. Meanwhile, Leonid looks on with a frown, prompting a sharp question, "What do you want?" Zachary doesn't hold back, delivering a blunt reality check to Leonid. He tells him he's lacking push and that his hesitation is honestly irritating to watch. His advice? Be aggressive. He tells Leonid to invite Elizabeth to the party, and make sure it's just the two of them, with no one else butting in. The words hit Leonid like a ton of bricks, leaving him left unable to respond. As the sun sets over the city, Elizabeth approaches him with a sweet smile, thanking him for his hard work. She mentions she's heading off to help with the party preparations, but Leonid lets out a sudden, desperate, Elizabeth is left blinking in confusion, but Leonid pushes through his nerves to ask if they can spend the evening together. She happily agrees, suggesting they take a stroll through the city with everyone else, only for Leonid to shut that idea down instantly with a firm no. Under a breathtaking starry sky, the air suddenly turns electric. Leonid looks her in the eye and makes his move, leaving no room for misunderstanding. "Just the two of us," he declares. "I want to go around with only you, Elizabeth." The world around them fades away as Leonid insists that everything else can wait until tomorrow. He asks for her confirmation, and Elizabeth, completely flustered and blushing a deep crimson, can only whisper a soft, breathless yes. Fast forward to the date, and Leonid is waiting by the fountain, looking as grumpy as ever. It turns out he's been forced into a specific outfit by others, and the memory of them screaming that he needs to look better for a date still rings in his ears. Then, she appears. Elizabeth steps out in a stunning, elaborate dress that leaves Leonid completely speechless. He tries to play it cool, claiming he hasn't been waiting long, while Elizabeth secretly worries that her attendants went a bit too far with her makeover this time. Inside, Leonid is panicking, realizing his only knowledge of the city comes from his delivery routes. Just as he's admiring how beautiful Elizabeth looks at night, a group of knights recognizes him from the hot spring festival and tries to lure him away for drinks. Elizabeth giggles, teasing him about his sudden popularity and asking if they should join them. But Leonid isn't letting this moment slip away. In one swift motion, he grabs Elizabeth's hand, cutting off the other knights with a sharp "No, not now." His gaze is intense as he reminds her, and everyone else, that today is just for the two of them. Completely swept off her feet, Elizabeth can only stammer a shy okay. A sudden, bold move. Leonid takes her hand without permission. As he feels the warmth of her palm, his heart races with a single nervous question. Is this actually okay? The tension melts into a sweet, quiet moment as they walk side by side, their fingers interlaced. Elizabeth beams with a soft smile, seemingly perfectly content with this unexpected closeness. Their stroll leads them to a charming wagon filled with shimmering glassware. Elizabeth is instantly captivated, excitedly urging Leonid to look, while a nearby observer can't help but comment on what a lovely couple they make. The vendor is overflowing with gratitude, revealing that Elizabeth's previous advice turned his glass sets into a massive hit. As a thank you, he offers her a free piece of her choice, even offering to deliver it straight to the villa. Now it's Leonid's turn to choose, and Elizabeth is more than happy to help. While she picks a bright, sparkly glass that catches the light, Leonid settles on a deeper, more subdued tone. The vendor notes the contrast, golden brown for her and scarlet for him. But Leonid sees something deeper, pointing out that she chose the colors based on her partner's eyes. Elizabeth instantly spirals into a panic, frantically claiming it was just a coincidence based on her own hair color. Leonid isn't buying it, smoothly countering that his hair isn't nearly that pretty. The glass is the exact color of Elizabeth's eyes. Before she can recover from the blush, the vendor suggests a traditional Ravelize-style toast with hot spring water. Though she's still flustered, Elizabeth can't find a reason to refuse. With a soft smile and a clink of their glasses, they share a toast to the health resort of Ravelize. The peaceful mood shifts as they encounter a rowdy group of men engaged in arm wrestling. After a victory is declared, a friendly local approaches the pair, congratulating them on their own recent win, and offering to treat them to drinks. The conversation takes a competitive turn, when the men ask who the real mastermind is, and who will show stronger between Sister Elizabeth and Knight Captain Leonid. Elizabeth quickly plays the part of the frail maiden to escape the challenge, but Leonid looks at her with a mischievous glint, wondering if they should actually try it. A sudden challenge. Elizabeth decides to dive into the fray, but she's not playing fair. She asks Leonid if he minds her using both hands as a handicap. He agrees, but as they lock hands, the air suddenly thickens with tension. The match hasn't even started, and Leonid is already losing it. One tight grip from Elizabeth and his thoughts grind to a halt from the proximity. Then, the signal hits. Go! And just like that, it's over. With one massive surge of effort, Elizabeth pins the Sir Knight in an instant, leaving the crowd absolutely floored. She doesn't even let him off easy, teasing him for being too obvious about wanting to lose. Leonid is a blushing mess, claiming he just couldn't find the strength in his hands. But the defeat is forgotten as Elizabeth declares a victory party, leading the boys into a night of drinking under a breathtaking starry sky. The chaos of the party fades into a quiet, heavy silence. Taking a break on a garden bench, Elizabeth leans in with a smile, the alcohol making the moment feel a little more intimate than usual. Overlooking the glowing lights of the hot spring district, the two share a rare moment of peace. They bond over the beauty of the city and the local food stalls, finding common ground in the simple joy of the children's happiness. But something is off. Elizabeth can feel it. Leonid seems different today. When he notices her staring, she quickly plays it off, though they both admit the same thing. They aren't ready to go back to reality just yet. While Elizabeth is surprised to see Leonid's desire to slack off, he's fighting a much deeper battle. In the silence, he makes a secret wish, that this perfect moment could simply last forever. The mood shifts as Elizabeth offers a heartfelt thank you for all his help. But as they sit together, a nagging doubt creeps in. Why is he always so nice to her? His excuse of watching over her is starting to feel like a lie. Elizabeth thinks she's finally cracked the code of his feelings, but the uncertainty remains. She's torn between believing he's her pursuer, or fearing she's completely misread the situation. And if she's wrong, she owes him a massive apology. Elizabeth is spiraling, wondering if her cooking was the only reason he tolerated her. But then, the question she's been dying to ask finally slips out. Just how long has he been watching her? The answer is a simple, heavy word that stops her heart. Always. Leonid doesn't blink, he's been there the whole time. and the memories flood back. From the church doors to the hidden corners of the garden, he was the silent shadow following her every move since they were children. Every moment, every encounter, he was there observing her from the periphery of her life. Elizabeth is left completely bewildered, but Leonid cuts through her confusion with a confession. She gave him something truly important. And just as the tension peaks, the night sky explodes in a burst of light. Fireworks. Elizabeth is mesmerized, her eyes sparkling as she turns to him. Leonid, it's beautiful, right? For once the stoic Leonid lets a soft smile slip. Yeah, he admits it's beautiful. The air between them turns electric and awkward. Elizabeth tries to play it cool, but her blushing face gives everything away. As the flowers of light bloom above, Elizabeth decides to cherish this silence. She doesn't want to push him. She just wants to appreciate the man who has watched over her for so long. But the romantic haze is broken as the church bells begin to toll, echoing through the quiet night. Bam, bam, bam. Someone is trying to break down the door. A nun prays for the feudal lord's return while a worried man warns her not to open up. Outside, a man named Ferdio is losing his mind, screaming for someone to come out and announcing himself as the man who should have been the captain of the knights. Just as the chaos peaks, a carriage rolls in. A nun greets a dark-haired man with a warm welcome. He steps off, glancing around with a simple question. Has anything changed while he was gone? The moment suddenly becomes serious. The nun's face goes pale as she tells him there's a suspicious person lurking in the village. When asked for a description, she says something that changes the situation. He looks like a knight from Moyers. A sudden fear takes hold of Elizabeth. Is this another pursuer coming for her? Leonid is less alarmed and merely wonders why a knight would be here when the village already has one. Elizabeth adds that the stranger was seen heading into the woods, and then he appears. With a smug grin and a heavy cloak, Ferdio steps out of the shadows. He's finally found his target, and he looks like he's been waiting for this moment for a long time. The name is finally out. Leonid Gardhelm. While Ferdio brags about his grueling training on the front lines, the nun is left completely bewildered. She can't help but wonder, is this guy actually here for her, or is this something else entirely? Ferdio is convinced he's evolved, loudly proclaiming he's way smarter than before. But one look at Leonid's deadpan expression tells you everything. He's not buying it for a second. To Leonid, this guy has never looked like a brain person. Leonid's response is a total killjoy. A guy from the Night Order. That one line sends Ferdio into a complete meltdown. He screams in fury, reminding Leonid that he is the former vice captain, Ferdio. Meanwhile, Leonid is just wondering how someone like this ever climbed the ranks. The grudge is real. Ferdio unleashes a torrent of rage, claiming Leonid stole his future as captain and got him demoted to the frontier. He's spent every waking moment training for revenge, only to find out Leonid has been off duty for a year. The onlookers can only watch in pity, wondering if this is just a massive self-inflicted grudge. Ferdio demands a rematch to erase the humiliation of the past, but Leonid's reaction is ice cold. I'm busy right now. The ultimate brush-off. Ferdio loses it, calling him a liar who just returned from a hot spring trip, while the nun desperately hopes this is all just a big misunderstanding caused by Leonid's terrible social skills. Ferdio reveals his bitter version of the past, claiming that a duke's daughter framed him 2 years earlier. Elizabeth doubts that the blonde knight was ever clever enough to engineer such a scheme, but Ferdio's anger boils over as he screams her full name. Elizabeth Fontini. The shock is mutual. The blonde man suddenly recognizes them, shouting that he's found the arrogant knight and the villainous Elizabeth. He looks completely shaken, as if their mere presence is a nightmare returning to haunt him. The scene shifts back 2 years to a world of opulence and rigid hierarchy. Noble ladies watch from above as a line of disciplined knights stands ready, including a young, stern-faced Leonid. But not everyone is playing fair. A blonde knight scoffs in disgust, his eyes fixed on a prestigious medal of honor. In Moor's kingdom, these medals are granted for military feats, and for the blonde knight, Leonid's success is a total eyesore. The blonde knight is consumed by envy, admitting he can't beat Leonid in swordplay or skill. He warns the newcomer not to threaten his position, viewing Leonid's rise as a personal insult. Enter a mysterious woman who knows the dark side of the royal palace. She warns that honesty is a death sentence in a place built on conspiracies, and under the blonde knight's silent command, she makes her move. Suddenly, chaos erupts. The woman lets out a sharp cry and collapses in a heap, clutching at Leonid's medal. Leonid is left completely bewildered, wondering what on earth just happened. The blonde knight seizes the moment, playing the hero while painting Leonid as a monster. He claims the woman fainted from Leonid's murderous gaze, leaving a high-ranking official deeply suspicious of the young knight. Leonid is left in a stunned silence, watching as the blonde knight smugly leads the victim away. He can only stare, unaware of the trap that just snapped shut around him. Once out of sight, the truth comes out. Though the woman admits she actually passed out from Leonid's scary face, the blonde knight doesn't care. He praises her, declaring that the medal is far too good for someone like Leonid, all for the sake of the woman he loves. A secret promise in the garden, but it sounds more like a demand. A woman insists she doesn't want to marry late, and the knight dismissively promises her a ring only if he becomes captain. When she asks about his medal, he just brushes her off with a cold whatever, but someone else is watching. Elizabeth happens upon a glittering object left in the grass. The very medal the knight just ignored. One look at it, and the air suddenly shifts. Elizabeth recognizes the man immediately. He's the knight from that previous incident. Now she's left holding the evidence of his carelessness, wondering exactly what she should do with it. It's like a game of survival, and every choice looks like a trap. Elizabeth realizes that if she tries to return it to the knight, he'll just scream that she's a thief. Even with the best intentions, the villainous label is practically glued to her. The other options are even worse. Returning it to the headmaid leads to accusations of selling it for cash, and giving it to Rosetta only makes her think Elizabeth is framing her. No matter who she tells, she's the bad guy. There's only one safe move: pretend it never happened. Elizabeth decides to keep her head down to avoid the drama, though she can't help but wonder why a knight's tribute was just lying in the dirt. Fast forward 3 days to a lavish garden tea party. Princess Rosetta is in her element, beaming with joy as she welcomes everyone to her extravagant event. But Elizabeth can't help herself. The etiquette police have arrived. She points out that teacups aren't for toasting, earning her a jab from Rosetta, who compares her nagging to a maid. Elizabeth tries to insist it's for her own good, but the comparison sticks. And just like that, villainous mode is automatically activated. Elizabeth tries to play it off with a haughty laugh, but Rosetta just feels betrayed. Amidst the chaos, Elizabeth spots the knight, and remembers her real mission, the medal. She knows Rosetta's personality all too well. Bringing up the medal normally would just lead to screams of conspiracy and thieves. But as she watches the Viscount's daughter and the knight, a plan starts to form. This is exactly the leverage she needs. Elizabeth makes his grand entrance, holding a mysterious object wrapped in a handkerchief. With a smirk that screams villainous, she asks the gathered crowd if anyone has lost this precious medal. While the other ladies are left completely clueless, Elizabeth plays the part of the innocent noblewoman to perfection. But internally, she's already spotted the target, the knight who failed to receive it. The crowd is buzzing with confusion, questioning if a duke's daughter should even be handling such a task. Elizabeth doesn't miss a beat, challenging their narrow views while asking the knight why the medal isn't on his chest. Despite the panicked protests of the other nobles, Elizabeth isn't taking no for an answer. With a confident glint in her eye, she makes her move toward the silent knight. In a sudden shift of perspective, the knight is struck by a wave of nostalgia. He still has vivid, haunting memories of her from that very day. The blonde vice-captain tries to intervene, calling the other knight lowly, but Elizabeth shuts him down instantly. She delivers a sharp lesson on respect, reminding the vice-captain exactly how a knight should behave. The dark-haired knight tries to push her away, fearing his own intimidating face will cause her to collapse again. But Elizabeth is relentless, insisting that he accept the medal as her personal wish. She doesn't shy away from his scary expression. Instead, she calls it gallant. By framing his intimidating look as a gift of his profession, she completely disarms him with a warm smile. The fallout is swift. Terrified of Elizabeth's villainous reputation, the Viscount's daughter confesses everything to the Prime Minister. Elizabeth just sighs, realizing she's accidentally added another dark legend to her record. The blonde knight spirals over his lost rank and broken pride. Watching the pathetic display, Leonid finally remembers the man's name, Ferdio. A blonde stranger tries to play it smooth, calling Elizabeth cuter as a fellow outcast and asking her to get along. But he makes one fatal mistake, grabbing her hand. Leonid steps in instantly, crushing the man's wrist with a grip so powerful it literally bends his armor plates. Leonid refuses to create a scene in front of the church, so he suggests moving the duel into the forest. Ferdio eagerly agrees, determined to make Leonid beg for forgiveness while forcing Elizabeth to witness his supposed victory. A quick flashback suggests this isn't the first time someone has been brought to their knees. Meanwhile, a calm observer suggests Elizabeth just make some lunch to keep the peace. To him, this little spat is nothing compared to the demands of royal families. Leonid gives Ferdio permission to fight at full strength, even remarking that he does not care if part of the forest disappears. As everyone prepares, Elizabeth can only sigh at the chaos about to unfold. Welcome to Nortisia Forest, where a picnic quickly turns into a high-stakes duel. While the crowd is split between cheering for blood and pure confusion, Elizabeth can only stare in disbelief at how barbaric the whole thing is. Ferdio is practically vibrating with excitement, shouting about his new power and his plan to humiliate Leonid. The witness lays down strict rules, no blood and no cowardly tricks because children are watching, and the first round begins. The match opens with an explosion of power as Ferdio lunges forward with a supposedly decisive killing move. Even Elizabeth briefly worries that Leonid may be in trouble. Ferdio believes he has finally cornered his opponent, but Leonid simply glides away from every strike without effort. The scene then cuts to Elizabeth in the kitchen, cheerfully announcing the day's menu, tulip karaja. As Elizabeth slices through the chicken joints, Leonid deals the harshest blow to Ferdio's pride. After avoiding every attack, he calmly asks, "Is that all?" Ferdio screams that Leonid is underestimating him, but Leonid answers with a cold warning. If he had been using a real blade, Ferdio would already have lost an arm. The scene cuts back to Elizabeth twisting a chicken joint apart with brutal precision. The training session takes a brutal turn as the dark-haired man treats a combat lesson like a gruesome anatomy class. While the blonde man screams in agony, fearing his bones are about to snap, his instructor calmly informs him that popping bones is actually a sign of progress. Strange cooking tips intercut with the clash of steel as the dark-haired man delivers a cold truth. He critiques the blonde man's clumsy movements, pointing out that relying too much on a weapon is exactly why he keeps missing his mark. With a single chilling, "That's enough," the dark-haired man brings the bout to a sudden halt. The blonde man is left trembling on his knees, completely overwhelmed, while the spectators realize this wasn't a match. It was a one-sided slaughter. Refusing to admit defeat, the blonde man claims he was just warming up, only to have his line stolen by the dark-haired man. Frustrated and desperate for a fair fight, he demands that his opponent swap his dagger for a greatsword. Round 2 kicks off with an explosion of intensity. Fueled by vengeance and frontier experience, the blonde man launches a desperate, high-powered thrust, putting every ounce of his strength into one decisive strike. Leonid blocks Ferdio's thrust with ease, but his expression darkens. Ferdio laughs, convinced he is finally pushing Leonid to his limit. Without realizing that Leonid is not struggling, he is becoming irritated. As the cooking lesson reaches its final shaping stage, Leonid vanishes from Ferdio's sight. The blonde knight's laughter dies the moment he realizes he has completely lost track of his opponent. Slam Leonid uses Ferdio's own cape to send him crashing to the ground. The takedown lands in perfect rhythm with the cooking lesson, season, coat, and fry, a recipe for a complete knockout. Beaten and breathless, Ferdio calls the move cowardly, but Leonid points out that the cape is a dangerous liability in real combat. Ferdio, predictably, cares more about its appearance than his survival. Ferdio tries to save face by claiming he is letting Leonid off for the day. Leonid does not accept the excuse. With a cold stare, he calls the fight lukewarm and tells Ferdio to prepare for the real lesson. The former vice-captain begins the next round with a smug expression, but that confidence disappears immediately. Ferdio is slammed into the ground, thrown into the water, and launched through the air like a rag doll. Elizabeth arrives with lunch and finds a scene of complete devastation. Leonid stands calmly over Ferdio, who lies face down in the dirt after being thoroughly defeated. The gap in skill is embarrassing. The captain is reduced to tears, begging for forgiveness and questioning his entire career. It turns out his long vacation was actually a polite way of saying he was a nuisance. Meanwhile, the kids couldn't care less about the fight. They're only thinking about one thing: food. Lunchtime is a total feast. Elizabeth reveals a basket of delicious treats, introducing the kids to a new bread called anpan. Between the sweetness of the buns and the savory mayojaga bread, the children are in absolute heaven. Elizabeth doesn't play around when it comes to food, insisting that appetite knows no age. She surprises Lucinda with a special delivery, a new product she's calling tulips. Then comes the real showstopper: meat. The sight and smell of the fried treats send the kids into a frenzy of excitement, but Elizabeth keeps them calm, promising there's plenty for everyone. Leonid suddenly realizes he completely forgot he was supposed to do a 3-round fight, all while hauling the defeated captain over his shoulder. But as he returns, Elizabeth's warm, beaming smile and invitation to lunch make the mistake feel irrelevant. Leonid dumps the captain like a piece of luggage and dives into the meal with pure bliss. As for the broken knight, he's hauled away in a carriage, sobbing that the captain is too scary and he just wants to go home. With their bellies full, the children turn their attention to the flowers. One girl decides her flower will be a prize for a winner, which sparks a sudden, curious question for Elizabeth. What exactly does the medal look like? Elizabeth describes a star-shaped medal, feeling a strange, detailed memory of it, despite not remembering giving it to Leonid. But the deep thought is interrupted by a sweet moment as a child places a flower crown on her head, leaving her blushing and touched. "Leo-sama, the medal's ready." The call rings out, but the woman in charge is suddenly hit with a wave of panic. Does she really have to hand it over right now? The tension is thick as she finally gathers her courage. Blushing and avoiding eye contact, she presents the medal to Leonid for his bravery, while the kids in the background are absolutely living for the drama. As the medal glints, a memory flashes back. This feels hauntingly familiar, because she's done this exact thing for Leonid once before. With a single click, the medal is pinned to his chest. A simple gesture, but for Leonid, it marks the start of something that changed everything. The air practically crackles with tension as both of them feel their hearts thumping in unison. The moment is perfectly ruined by the kids, who just want to know if the thing is actually made of jewels. While Leonid is left frozen in a blush, the woman laughs it off. But the moment is cut short when the head sister decides she's had enough and dumps the kids on them before heading back to the church. The other nuns aren't fooled, whispering about how she's just dodging childcare again. Meanwhile, a delivery wagon rolls up to the church, bringing something the head sister has been waiting for. The crate opens to reveal a stash of bottles, and the head sister's eyes light up. She picks one up, a suspicious look crossing her face. Could it be? "It's grape juice, of course," she claims with a smug laugh, though the delivery man's nervous sweating suggests otherwise. Even so, the harvest seems smaller this year. With a mysterious smile, the head sister looks over the sprawling vineyards. But as the wind blows through the valley, a lingering question remains: is everything actually okay? The day is perfect, and Elizabeth decides to treat the children to a special lunch in the garden. The kids are absolutely ecstatic, shouting for sandwiches and treating every day like a picnic. But as she watches their joy, Elizabeth can't help but worry. Is she spoiling them too much? Elizabeth is riding high on her popularity, feeling like a total superstar among the kids. But the mood shifts the moment the head sister steps in with a mysterious bottle. Elizabeth's radar goes off instantly. This isn't just juice, and she's just found a formidable rival. Elizabeth is horrified, convinced the head sister is giving wine to children in a church garden. But one sip changes everything. It's thick, delicious, and completely addictive. The kids are obsessed, and Elizabeth is totally won over by the taste. After a quick prayer, Elizabeth's entrepreneurial spirit kicks in. She pitches a profit-making scheme to the head sister, but the response is a total blank. Wait, did she just completely misread the room? Driven by curiosity, Elizabeth begs to know where this incredible drink comes from. The head sister reveals it's a sample from her aunt, a wine farmer, sent over before the harvest. Elizabeth is floored by the quality. Elizabeth is fascinated to learn the drink is the result of selective breeding research. However, as the head sister mentions her aunt, a hint of distance emerges. She admits she hasn't seen the woman in years. The peaceful lunch is interrupted by the sudden arrival of the feudal lord. He brings grim news from Luze Farm. Workers are quitting in droves right before the harvest. It's a crisis, and the Lord is stepping in to gather help. The head sister is visibly stressed, but Elizabeth sees a chance to be useful. She jumps in with an enthusiastic proposal. Why not all go together to help? It's a side of the head sister she's never seen before, and Elizabeth is all in. Enter the helpers, a mismatched crew of nobles, nuns, and children, all heading toward the vineyards and the giant windmill. The rescue mission is officially on. Upon arrival, the feudal lord greets Clarissa-san. While a sleepy child struggles to keep up with the group, Clarissa is absolutely stunned. Why on earth would the feudal lord personally visit a place like this? The clock is ticking and the stakes are high. The grapes are ready, and they can't wait any longer. Elizabeth steps in with a sharp reminder, urging everyone to stop talking and start harvesting before it's too late. Clarissa agrees, and the scene takes a sudden turn from worry to action. Elizabeth rallies the troops with a passionate "Let's do this," leading the charge as they swap their habits for farm clothes to get their hands dirty. Welcome to the Luze village, home to the legendary Luz wines. These vineyards are the pride of the Clareras territory, and Elizabeth is now right in the thick of the prestigious harvest. It's all about precision and patience. With one person assigned to each row to handle the massive scale of the farm, the team works carefully to ensure not a single piece of fruit is damaged. But there's one person stealing the show, Leo. His speed is absolutely insane, leaving the other workers in awe. As it turns out, the discipline of maintaining a sword translates perfectly to the art of the harvest. Leo becomes an instant celebrity in the fields. Clarissa is thoroughly impressed by his reliability, and suddenly everyone is clamoring for his help. "Leo-san, mine too," they cry, piling their work on the strongest man there. It's a total Leo fest. From the workers to the blonde man, everyone is using him as a human forklift. Even Elizabeth can't resist the trend, shouting for his attention as he carries a mountain of crates. The tension spikes as Elizabeth stands there, blushing and stuttering. Leo is completely flustered, snapping, "What do you want?" only for her to shyly admit she just wanted to call his name. The awkwardness is palpable. Clarissa isn't having any of the flirting. She shuts it down immediately and puts Elizabeth back to work. But the grind finally pays off, and Elizabeth lets out a triumphant cheer. "We're done," with the harvest finished before the sun is even high. Clarissa thanks the exhausted crew for their hard work. But as they wrap up, Elizabeth catches Leo's eye one last time. Does she have something more to say? The peaceful farm vibe is shattered when a sudden realization hits. While one woman remarks on how energetic the kids are, the other's reaction is a total 180. A sudden "EH" echoes as she's completely thrown off balance. Then the perspective shifts. A small foot stomps the earth as the sound of children's laughter fills the air. A little girl runs down the vineyard path calling out for her mom. The mood crashes instantly. The head sister rubs her nose, fighting back emotions she tried to hide. 6 years ago, a devastating carriage accident ripped her world apart, taking both her husband and her 4-year-old son. The pain is etched in every word. She reveals that she used to visit this place every week, and now the very sight of the grapevines is a haunting reminder of her lost child. Elizabeth is stunned. She thought the woman simply hated kids, but the truth is far more heartbreaking. But life doesn't stop for grief. Despite her cold exterior, the woman is constantly swarmed by energetic children who refuse to leave her alone. As she leads Elizabeth back to work, a mysterious man watches them from behind a tree, whispering a name, "Clarissa." The tension breaks as Clarissa turns the tables, teasing Elizabeth about her role as manager. Between the bickering and the reflections on past failures with the workers, a new bond is forming. Elizabeth can't help but look at her head sister with newfound respect. Back at the workstations, the atmosphere shifts to high gear. Crates of grape chips are piled high, and a cheerful young man greets them with a loud call. "You guys are late," he shouts, signaling it's time to switch shifts. Now it's time for the real work to begin. The newcomers are confused about the screening process, wondering if they should toss the unripe ones. Clarissa steps in with a bright smile, ready to give them the rundown on how to sort the harvest. Elizabeth takes over the lesson, explaining the delicate art of destemming and fruit selection. Every grape must be perfect to ensure the wine's flavor is flawless. As they work, the grapes look less like fruit and more like shimmering jewels. That one word, "jewels gone," catches a certain someone's attention. While the group shares a light-hearted moment, the Lord reflects on the delicate nature of winemaking. He's not just drinking for pleasure anymore. He's drinking with a new appreciation for the craft. After a long day of grinding, it's finally time to unwind. The team shares a heartfelt thank you for the help, but the real star of the show is waiting on the table. Bottles of rich, dark wine ready to be poured. One sip and the blonde man is absolutely floored, admitting that this wine makes him love Luce even more. But not everyone is in the mood for a drink. When he offers a glass to Leo, the response is a cold, hard, "No, I'm good." While sipping his wine, the blonde man starts speculating about Lady Elizabeth's next brilliant recipe. Leo couldn't care less, but just as the conversation hits a lull, a sudden tromp echoes through the air. Someone's is coming. A wave of nervous energy hits as a strange sound fills the air, splashing in shouts of "It's cold, and I feel guilty." Leo just stands there looking completely drained by the chaos unfolding nearby. Leo tries to play it cool, claiming he's not interested, but he's warned that turning around right now could be fatal. Then comes the invitation from a blushing Elizabeth, and before Leo can even react, she lifts her skirt, sending him into a total panic. The secret is out. Elizabeth and her friends are diving headfirst into a massive tub of grapes, lifting their dresses to stomp the fruit in a burst of pure, chaotic energy. Elizabeth looks absolutely blissful as she steps into the mash, completely unaware, or perhaps perfectly aware, of the effect she's having. Leo is caught in the crossfire, frozen in place and blushing furiously. "I told you not to look." Elizabeth pouts, her face red with embarrassment. Leo can only stammer out a sorry, looking completely flustered while the workers take over the grape-stumping duties. But the fun doesn't stop at the grapes. Elizabeth returns with a bold new proposal for Clarissa, a forbidden taste that's sure to blow their minds. The rum raisin butter sandwich. The taste is an instant hit, with the blonde man praising its refined flavor. Leo, however, completely loses his composure and starts inhaling the sandwiches like there's no tomorrow. To top it all off, Elizabeth has a rum-free version for the kids, leaving everyone absolutely thrilled. It all starts with a decadent recipe. Dried grapes from Luce Farm soaked in rum, paired with perfectly shaped, hydrated cookie dough. Mix in the butter and rum raisins, sandwich them together, and you have a treat that's high in calories and rich in harmony. The only catch? They're so fresh they have to be eaten immediately. Elizabeth isn't just baking, she's strategizing. While admitting there's room for improvement, she sets her sights on the ultimate goal, presenting these treats to the queen and the entire royal family. Her vision? To innovate with white chocolate and turn these cookies into a legendary local specialty. The villagers can't help but be intrigued by Elizabeth's wild ambition, wondering if she might actually pull it off. Amidst the chatter, a woman reaches out to Hildy with a heartfelt offer. A chance to leave the past behind and start all over again, right here with them. The air grows heavy as a sudden apology is whispered to Clarissa, leaving her completely bewildered. As the other villagers watch in silence, a gentle, knowing smile plays on the woman's lips, hinting at a decision already made. Then comes the reveal. She's heading back to the church. With a confident gaze, she declares that as a servant of God, she must guide the lost lambs, and besides, finding a replacement for the head sister would be nearly impossible. With a respectful bow, she thanks Clarissa and entrusts Hilda's future to the kindness of the village. The locals promise to protect her, leaving the peaceful silhouette of a windmill behind as she departs. The scene shifts violently from the quiet countryside to the grandeur of the royal capital. Boom! Cannons roar from the castle walls, filling the sky with smoke to signal a massive celebration. The princess has returned. She waves to the cheering crowds from the balcony, basking in the king's overwhelming doting. But as the people congratulate the couple, the gossip mills are already spinning. Was the whole elopement just a show for appearances? The royal joy brings amnesties for many, but not everyone is celebrating. While the church stands silent and holy, some nobles grumble that the king should have lightened their taxes instead of forgiving crimes. Meanwhile, back in the quiet of the church, Elizabeth is absolutely spent. Slumped in a pew and staring at a letter, she lets out a massive sigh. Even the idea of going home now feels like too much effort. A sudden shift in scenery brings us to a lavish estate, where Elizabeth stands in her humble nun's habit, looking completely out of place amidst the opulence. While a butler calmly pours tea, a heavy question hangs in the air. Why is she back here? The news is out. An amnesty allows her to return home. But the moment the white-haired man mentions it, Elizabeth's composure snaps. She slams the table, desperate and pleading, admitting she hates her home but must return for one thing she forgot. Permission is granted with a smile, but the peace is short-lived. Leo suddenly appears in the doorway, arms crossed and expression sour, immediately questioning what she's actually planning. A glance at the letter reveals the truth. Her former family, the Fontinis, are playing the part of the generous nobles. In reality, they've timed her visit perfectly with their own vacation, just so they don't have to actually see her. The thought of returning alone sends a shiver of discomfort through Elizabeth. She eyes Leo, debating whether to use their strange night bond to convince him to guard her. But before she can speak, Leo catches her staring and demands to know what they're up to. Elizabeth tries to play it cool, claiming she was just giving him a heads up. But the second she mentions going alone, Leo loses it, grabbing her arm with a sudden intense urgency. The white-haired man can't help but smirk at Leo's obvious stalker tendencies, wondering why he can't just admit he's worried. The tension breaks when Leo finally gives in, firmly promising to accompany her. The white-haired man is absolutely floored. Not only are they going together, but they actually seem to be on good terms. He's now completely invested in this drama and determines he has to see this through to the end. With a dramatic slam of the table, he offers the Clararis family carriage for the trip. He convinces himself that he's helping them, though he's mostly just terrified of what would happen if Leo and Elizabeth were left alone. 5 days later, the journey begins with a pair of star-marked horses and a lot of noise. While the men bicker over something trivial, Elizabeth shares a quiet, tender moment with Florestano the horse, ready to face her past. A simple thank you marks the start of a journey, but behind the scenes, a certain someone is absolutely thrilled. A long carriage ride with just the two of them? Talk about a rare opportunity. Meanwhile, Leo just looks completely lost. The farewells are loud and cheerful as the nuns urge them not to forget the souvenirs. Elizabeth waves one last time, leaving the church behind as the carriage begins to roll. Once the doors close, the atmosphere shifts instantly. Elizabeth tries her best to break the ice with some small talk about the weather, but the response is, well, non-existent. The silence is becoming painfully awkward. Leo's one-word answers are like a brick wall. Yeah. Every attempt Elizabeth makes to spark a conversation is shut down, leaving her blushing and defeated. She can't help but feel like she's the only one struggling here. But as Elizabeth watches him, she starts to realize something. Leo didn't ask why they were traveling or what she had forgotten. He just went along with it. Maybe his silence isn't coldness, but his own way of handling things. The realization hits her. He followed her without a single question. Suddenly the quiet doesn't feel so heavy anymore. It feels reassuring. This silence might actually be a good thing. Little does she know, Leo is currently in a state of total internal collapse. He's completely frozen, terrified that if he opens his mouth, he'll say something incredibly weird. With Elizabeth sitting so close, he feels like there's absolutely no escape. Then his mind takes a wild leap. Why stop at being a knight when he could be her lover, or even her fiancé? He starts running through the logistics of asking for her hand in marriage, only to realize she's no longer a noble lady, and her parents are gone. A sudden, electric realization strikes him. Does that mean they can just get engaged without all the formalities? But then the real challenge hits. How on earth is he supposed to tell her he wants to be her lover? Leo finally lets out a breath, catching Elizabeth's eye. She's just happy he's finally looking at her, noticing that he seems unusually mellow. If only she knew the chaos happening inside his head. Elizabeth is absolutely beaming, pointing out flocks of white birds and a nearby ranch with pure excitement. Beside her, the man simply gives a quiet, understated, yeah, barely matching her energy. But then he gives her a look, a soft, gentle smile that sends her heart racing. In this quiet moment, Elizabeth realizes he doesn't feel like her knight anymore. He feels like a lover. Panic immediately sets in. She reminds herself that she's never dated in her past life, and more importantly, she's a sister now. Falling in love is strictly forbidden, so she desperately tries to pivot her thoughts back to her apprentice duties. While Elizabeth struggles with her fluttering heart, the man is left completely bewildered by her sudden mood shift. Time skips forward through days and nights, as their journey finally leads them to a grand destination. They arrive at the imposing Duke Fontini household in the Moor's kingdom. Elizabeth stands in silence, staring up at the massive estate before being greeted by a line of bowing maids. Feeling a bit awkward, Elizabeth apologizes for the lack of hospitality as she leads them toward the back of the house. She's overwhelmed by the history of the Duke's residence, but as she reaches for a door handle, the real tension begins. The door swings open, and the men are hit with a total shock. Instead of a dignified room, they find a paradise of fluff, stuffed bears and bunnies everywhere in a room that is aggressively cute. Elizabeth completely loses it, shouting that this isn't how things are supposed to be. The blonde man can only stare, noting that Lady Elizabeth is surprisingly, well, something. But before they can process the room, the sound of rapid footsteps echoes from the hall. Suddenly, a whirlwind of lace and pigtails bursts into the room. A young girl, clutching a bunny plushie, lunges forward with a joyful scream, "Wanisama." The room freezes in complete confusion. While the men stare in disbelief, Elizabeth's mind goes blank as she screams internally that she does not even have a little sister. A sudden high-energy scream shatters the peace. "Ni? Sama!" As a pink-haired girl clutching a bunny plushie practically lunges into the scene. The surprise is mutual, leaving the nun and her companion completely baffled. Princess Rosetta tries to play it cool with a few flimsy excuses, but the others aren't buying any of it. Then comes the revelation. Rosetta's elopement succeeded, and her marriage is now officially recognized by the country. Prince Claude reassures Elizabeth that the location of their secret wedding has never been exposed. Rosetta is overflowing with gratitude, but the mood shifts when she calls the nun sister. The nun is left genuinely confused, wondering why on earth she's being addressed that way. With a flourish, Rosetta reveals her new status as the adopted daughter of a ducal family and proudly shows off her room. Claude explains the political arrangement, noting that although they are still called Prince and Princess of Moyers, the titles are now largely ceremonial. Rosetta is thrilled to have a reliable sister-in-law, but the nun shuts that down with ice-cold precision. She reminds her that she's been disowned and has never been Rosetta's sister for a single second, leaving the princess absolutely devastated. Shaking off the awkwardness, the nun asks for a moment to step into her old room. As she looks around the familiar space, a flicker of nostalgia hits. It's good that nothing has changed. She isn't here for memories, though. She's here for a specific forgotten item. Her fingers brush against a decorative book, and a sigh of relief escapes her. It's still safe. This isn't just any book. It's a diary from her childhood, filled with memories of her past life and the plot of the game Princess Life. It was too dangerous to take during her banishment, but now it's a vital tool for her future. With the item secured, the group prepares to leave. But as they walk away, Rosetta catches a glimpse of the knight, and a sudden, curious realization crosses her face. A sudden spark of inspiration hits the girl, and she immediately halts Elizabeth's departure. With a playful insistence and a bold claim of being the princess of this house, she manages to drag the reluctant nun into a tea party. With a mischievous wink and a little help from her bunny plush, she makes it clear that Elizabeth isn't going anywhere. Before they know it, The group is settled around a lavish table filled with sweets. The atmosphere is thick with awkwardness until a man with glasses notices his favorite apple pie is missing. He orders Elizabeth to fetch it from the kitchen, a task the girl eagerly supports just to keep the game going. The moment Elizabeth is out of sight, the girl's expression turns chillingly sinister as she dismisses her as a nuisance. But in a heartbeat, she flips back to a beaming smile, proposing a meeting to discuss Elizabeth's happiness. The girl enthusiastically recruits the others, including Princess Rosetta, to help Elizabeth find love. While Rosetta is all in, the men are left completely bewildered, questioning what love even means in this chaotic context. Without hesitation, the girl puts Captain Leonid on the spot and bluntly asks whether he has feelings for Elizabeth. Leonid freezes in embarrassment while everyone else settles in to hear his answer. The girl confidently promises to guide the blushing captain to success, leaving him completely flustered. Watching this, one of the men realizes the princess possesses a certain, dangerous kind of power that could be either a blessing or a curse. Under the girl's pressure, the captain actually asks for romantic advice, leaving his peers in absolute shock that he actually listened. The girl's solution is brutally simple. You simply confess. The word confess hits the captain like a lightning bolt, leaving him paralyzed. The girl and Princess Rosetta break down the process into a simple formula, explaining that a few honest words are all it takes to start a relationship. The conversation spirals into a strange debate about marriage, illness, and the urge to dominate the person one loves. As the women argue over whether marriage is heaven or a graveyard, Captain Leonid feels his soul drifting into space. Elizabeth walks in with a fresh pie, only to find the atmosphere absolutely electric. Someone is shouting for the captain to do his best, and Elizabeth can only wonder what on earth is happening. The captain is practically vibrating with intensity, his face flushed as he prepares for a big move. While his friends cheer him on with everything they've got, Elizabeth just stands there, completely lost. Then comes the line, a confession so dramatic it's almost surreal. Elizabeth, will you turn my graveyard into heaven? The sheer absurdity leaves Elizabeth stunned and the cheering squad completely knocked out. Just as the tension hits a peak, Elizabeth breaks it with the most casual offer possible. Wanna eat apple pie? But before anyone can react, a new voice crashes into the room with a loud, "Excuse me!" It's Count Clararis, and he's not here for dessert. He bursts in with urgent news demanding to know if Lord Gardhelm is present. Leonid recognizes him immediately, sensing that something has gone wrong in the territory. The urgency is real. Linus the Count doesn't waste a second, pleading with Sir Leonid to return to the Gardhelm territory at once. This isn't a social call, it's an emergency, and just like that, the plans change. Following the sudden report, the group makes a sharp detour, heading deep into the woods toward Leonid's home territory. Inside the carriage, Linus apologizes for the intrusion, but Leonid is surprisingly gracious. However, beneath the politeness, Leonid is already thinking ahead. This is the perfect chance to show Lady Elizabeth his house. But then, a friend reveals something startling. You have to imagine the future life with your wife. The word wife hits Leonid like a physical blow, sending his brain into a total meltdown as he imagines Elizabeth in that role. Leonid is so deep in his wife daydream that he barely hears Linus speaking. He snaps back to reality just in time for the real news. 2 weeks ago, a collapsed man was found in the Gardhelm territory. A mysterious man has lost his memory after a fall from a demon fruit tree. But Elizabeth quickly clears up the mystery. It turns out the fruit is just a tasty snack called akabi, leaving Leo completely deflated after he had braced himself for news of a national disaster. Elizabeth offers her knowledge of noble registries to help the cause, but the conversation takes a sharp turn. When she mentions that Lord Leonid has left the entire management of the territory to his steward, the realization hits Leo like a ton of bricks. The Lord is basically doing nothing. Leo flips the script instantly, turning doing nothing into a masterclass in delegation. He's practically glowing with admiration, claiming that Lord Leonid's mere presence is enough to wipe out crime in the entire region. While a lingering feeling suggests something about the land is off, Leo pours his heart out. He reveals a hidden vulnerability, admitting he once aspired to be a knight but wasn't strong enough to match his idol. Determined not to give up, Leo begged for any position just to be useful, eventually becoming a servant on the estate. Elizabeth tries to soothe his overexcitement, admitting she already knows the Lord is surprisingly kind. Just as Leo starts wondering if Elizabeth shares his obsession with the Lord, the mood shifts. A strange commotion is felt in the air, but it's quickly interrupted by a knock. The princess is ready to take a rest. The situation becomes even more complicated when Princess Rosetta and Prince Claude arrive at the estate. While Leonid is surprised by the royal guests, Elizabeth remains calm and casually suggests serving apple pie. As the royal party approaches, Princess Rosetta notices the tension around the estate. Eager to prove useful, Linus volunteers to run ahead and prepare everyone for their arrival. With a burst of energy, Linus vanishes in a cloud of dust. Elizabeth watches in amusement as the hyperactive servant races ahead to organize the welcome. The captain gives a fond nod to Linus's surprising speed, noting that the small man is faster than anyone. Meanwhile, as the royal guests offer their apologies for the intrusion, Lord Leonid accepts their presence with cool, effortless grace. Rosetta clings affectionately to Claude, while Elizabeth watches with an exasperated expression. Elizabeth reminds them that unexpected, noble guests create a nightmare for the servants, but Rosetta treats the visit as practice for her future responsibilities. The woman brushes off her mistakes with a cute pout, but Elizabeth isn't having it, demanding she behave like a proper guest. However, when the woman lets out a knowing little giggle, Elizabeth's composure cracks. What exactly is she laughing at? Then comes the line that hits Elizabeth right where it hurts. The woman winks, teasing her that she sounds more like the actual Lady of Guardhelm than a guest. Elizabeth completely short-circuits, blushing furiously as she tries to claim she was just being objective. Rosetta and Claude share a gentle moment, with Claude warning her not to rush herself. Holding hands beneath the open sky, they appear completely united. Meanwhile, Elizabeth has her own awkward encounter, handing a handkerchief to the dark-haired man. He's left absolutely flustered, his face heating up as he clutches the fabric, while a chibi version of them by the river shows a much more playful side to their dynamic. The scene shifts as the clatter of hooves signals their arrival. Elizabeth looks out from the carriage, her eyes widening as she finally sees it, Leo's domain. And there it is. A sprawling, magnificent estate that commands respect, stretching out before them in all its architectural glory. They're greeted by a whirlwind of energy named Linus, who's so excited to see them that he practically trips over himself. Leo's response? A swift bonk to the head, reminding Linus that running ahead to prepare everything is exactly why he's now exhausted. Enter Darcy, the territory's steward, who greets them with polished professionalism. Elizabeth recognizes him immediately as the famous capable steward, and it's clear that Leo and Darcy have a long, complicated history, but the professional facade vanishes the second they're alone. Darcy completely loses it, venting about how Leo has dumped every single piece of management and a mountain of paperwork onto his shoulders. The chaos only stops when a maid steps in to remind them that they actually have guests. Who could resist a fresh apple pie? One girl practically leaps with joy at the chef's offer, while Leo welcomes the group inside for some much-needed tea. It's the kind of warm hospitality that actually leaves Leo feeling a bit emotional. But the honeymoon phase ends abruptly. While the steward offers some pointed remarks about a dignified presence, the reality hits like a ton of bricks. One look at the desk, and it's a total nightmare. Mountains of paperwork are waiting for the dark-haired man. From tax rates to agricultural tools, the workload is insane. While the blonde girl offers a pitying good luck to Leo, the dark-haired man takes charge of the chaos. He's determined to crush this mountain of documents in no time, even as the steward watches with a smirk. Suddenly, the mood shifts as the brown-haired girl rushes off, eager to help someone who's collapsed. As they head out, the steward grows concerned. Could the local food be making the mysterious guest even weaker? The mystery deepens as they question a local woman about the stranger's identity. With a lute by his side, the girl jumps to a conclusion. He must be a bard. But the steward isn't so sure. The math isn't adding up. He doesn't know the songs, he's clueless about money, and he's clearly not a seasoned traveler. Leo realizes that if they leave him now, the poor guy won't even be able to afford a ride home. With a knock on the door, they decide to face the mystery head-on. The door swings open to the sound of a single haunting strum. A voice from the shadows gives them permission to enter, but the atmosphere is already heavy, and there he is, a mysterious figure with long, flowing hair, lost in the music of his lute. The sight is striking, leaving the group momentarily speechless. Every note feels weighted with a strange, melancholy energy. As he plays, there's an intensity in his gaze that suggests this is far more than just a simple performance. The vibe flips instantly. A crushing dark aura fills the room, leaving the group absolutely terrified. Yet, the stranger speaks with a soft, haunting gratitude, leading to the one question that changes everything. Is this really Lord Guardhelm? Ivan introduces himself with a polite bow, but the man's response is a cold splash of water. He's never seen him before in his life. The mood instantly plummets, leaving Ivan looking absolutely devastated. The nobility are baffled, claiming no one with his face exists in their circles. While the others are just puzzled, Elizabeth is having a full-blown internal meltdown. because she knows exactly who this man is and the role he plays in the game. The truth is revealed through the game's guide. Ivan is actually a capture target, the Bard Prince of the Kingdom of Hioram. Caught in the spotlight, Elizabeth stammers, unable to find the words to explain her knowledge. To avoid suspicion, Elizabeth plays dumb and claims she doesn't know him, sending Ivan's spirit sinking even further. Later, she finds herself alone in her room, reeling from the awkward encounter. Guilt hits her hard as she flops onto her bed in distress. She wants to be a good person and repay the kindness she's received. But she can't bring herself to be nice to someone she's never actually had a decent relationship with. Time for some strategic research. Elizabeth dives into the game guide, realizing she knows surprisingly little about Ivan, because she completely ignored his route in her previous life. The guide is frustratingly brief, offering only a basic profile. 21 years old, a bard prince who hums a cool tune. That's all the game gives her to go on. The scene shifts to a memory of Rosetta, who is completely overwhelmed by the pressure of a royal ball. Feeling out of place due to her commoner roots, she makes a desperate break for it, sneaking away from the dance hall. Thinking she's finally alone in the moonlight, Rosetta's relief is short-lived. She stumbles upon a mysterious man resting against a tree, and panic immediately sets in as she realizes she's not alone. A sudden, awkward encounter in the garden. As Ivan stirs groggily from his slumber, Rosetta leans over him, insisting that he can't just go back to sleep. Did Ivan really forget everything? Rosetta teases him, pointing out that his only contribution to their meeting so far was a formal self-introduction at the ball. The fog clears as Ivan finally remembers that she is Princess Rosetta and introduces himself properly. Rosetta is barely listening, captivated by his long hair glowing like golden wheat beneath the castle lights. Their dynamic is unusual. Everyone at court wants Ivan's attention, yet he seems entirely indifferent to Rosetta's status. When she asks whether he hates balls, he answers bluntly, "I hate them," before striking a sharp chord on his lute. The melody is dark and heavy, and Ivan admits that his playing is imperfect. Still, he offers to play something that might comfort Rosetta, revealing an awkward gentleness that makes her heart skip. As the new song fills the garden, the low tones vibrate through Rosetta's chest. The music feels like Ivan is voicing emotions she has never been able to express herself. Slam. Back to the present, Elizabeth shuts her book with a bang. She realizes this was just a common route event from the game, and now she's panicking because she has no idea what comes next. Now she's in full gamer mode, scouring for every scrap of official info. From his secret love for sweets to specific candy log, she's trying to map out the path to the individual routes. Her mind flashes through the game's legendary CGs, from romantic moonlit knee pillows to the domesticity of sugar porridge. But one image sticks, a sword and a troubled face. I definitely need to be careful about that sword, she warns herself. The anxiety hits hard. Elizabeth tosses and turns in bed, caught in a loop of indecision. Should she just keep her mouth shut and play it safe, or is it time to make a move? Decision made. Elizabeth leaves her room and heads straight for Leo's office. With a cautious knock, she asks if he has a moment, catching the overworked man right in the middle of his paperwork. Leonid catches Elizabeth in a moment of hesitation, his gaze searching as he asks what's wrong. She tries to play it cool, masking her nerves by asking about his work, but he quickly reassures her that he's almost finished. Even as she prepares for bed, Elizabeth can't shake the day's events. When Leonid brings up the mysterious wandering poet, she admits her worry, prompting him to ask if she's truly troubled by it. Leonid shuts down her guilt instantly, insisting it wasn't her fault and telling her to get some rest. A soft, intimate moment follows as they exchange good nights, with Elizabeth calling him Leo before leaving him to his duties. As the door clicks shut, the staff watch Leonid's overtime with knowing smiles. It seems his sudden drive to work is fueled by a very specific kind of support from a certain someone. The glasses-wearing staff member is already 10 steps ahead, planning a curated list of romantic flower viewing spots and animal habitats. Linus is confused at first, but once he sees the romantic vision, he's fired up and ready to help. Just as the plan takes shape, 2 more allies swoop in, revealing they had the exact same idea for a date. The competition to help Leonid win over Elizabeth has officially turned into a full-scale operation. Peace is short-lived as the squad storms into Leonid's office with a shout. Before he can even finish his paperwork, they slam a massive mountain of research onto his desk, leaving him left unable to respond. Leonid stares in horror at the sheer volume of date planning material. His supporters aren't taking no for an answer. They're determined to cram every single detail into his brain tonight, no matter the cost. While Elizabeth drifts off to sleep, Leonid is gearing up for the fight of his life. The mission is set. The Great Territory Tour date operation is officially a go. Elizabeth wakes up feeling restless and plagued by self-doubt, wondering if she's even being helpful. Little does she know, a meticulously planned date is waiting for her, and it might just be the breakthrough they need. A sudden crash and a shout of alarm. Leo rushes to Elizabeth's side after she takes a clumsy tumble. He's frantic, asking if she's hurt, while Elizabeth can only stammer out a confused apology. Leo doesn't just help her up, he grabs both her hands to pull her to her feet. The gesture is so sudden and protective that Elizabeth feels like a 5-year-old being looked after. But as they stand there, the air grows heavy. Leo has something on his mind. With a blush on his face and a determined look in his eyes, Leo makes his move. He tells her he wants her to come for a walk with him today. It's a simple invitation, but the tension is palpable as Elizabeth softly agrees. As they leave, the observers in the shadows are not impressed. It turns out Leo's smooth approach is actually a carefully written script provided by Conrad. He's literally reading lines to sound sweet and gentle, and his cohorts are just hoping he doesn't mess up the memorization. The scenery opens up into a breathtaking paradise of mountains, shimmering lakes, and endless fields of flowers. Elizabeth is completely spellbound, her eyes sparkling as she lets out a gasp of pure wonder. Now comes the guided tour, where Leo starts rattling off territory statistics like textbook. From acreage to industry percentages, he's sticking strictly to the script until he hits a snag. He's so focused on his notes that he completely loses his place, leaving Elizabeth wondering what's next. The struggle is real. Leo points toward irrigation channels that aren't even in that direction, while Elizabeth is the one actually noticing the coniferous trees. He's scrambling to correct his facts on the fly, desperately trying to keep the perfect guide persona alive. Despite the awkwardness, the mood shifts into something serene as the wind sweeps across the open plains. Elizabeth is in her element, beaming with happiness. Then, she spots a cloud that looks like a goat, and a sudden realization hits her. A real baby goat was just born. Next stop, the barn. Elizabeth practically melts the moment she sees the baby goats, her heart exploding with joy. Leo can only watch with a deadpan expression as she descends into a state of absolute cute overload. The farmer gives them a special honor, the chance to name the newborns. Elizabeth doesn't hesitate for a second, happily christening the little ones Tyrol, Kit Kat, March, and Marble. It's a sweet ending to a walk that was far more chaotic than Leo's script intended. Chaos erupts in the countryside. Elizabeth is caught off guard as a goat decides her dress looks like a snack, while the man beside her struggles to keep a baby goat in check. Even in the middle of the madness, Elizabeth can't help but smile, urging them to be gentle with the little creature. The scene shifts to a breathtakingly serene lake, where the two share a quiet moment in a small boat. But beneath the peaceful scenery, the man is putting in some serious work, his expression strained as he pulls the oars through the water. Elizabeth notices his effort and lets out a little tease, praising the knight captain for his impressive strength. He tries to brush it off with a humble no, but the way he looks at her suggests he doesn't mind the compliment one bit. Then the competitive spark ignites. He asks if he can push the boat even faster, and Elizabeth sees her chance. She challenges him to a race, insisting she take one of the oars. He accepts the challenge with a determined look. It's on. A montage of the day flashes by, shared laughter, the rhythm of rowing together, and those quiet, blushing glances. It's the kind of effortless connection that turns a simple outing into something much more meaningful. As the day winds down, they find shade under a massive ancient tree. While they enjoy a simple picnic, the man is lost in thought, wondering if Elizabeth actually enjoyed the walk as much as he did. Just as he's reflecting, the moment suddenly becomes serious. Elizabeth drifts off to sleep, her head sliding right onto his shoulder. He freezes in place, his brain practically shutting down from the sudden closeness. He's in total panic mode, blushing furiously while trying to remain still so he doesn't wake her. He looks down at her peaceful face, caught between sheer embarrassment and a soft, protective warmth. Then she mumbles his name in a soft apology in her sleep, leaving him completely bewildered. But before he can process it, Elizabeth loses her balance and flops right over, sending them both crashing down. And just like that, the romantic tension turns into a total disaster. They end up in a tangled heap on the grass, their picnic drinks knocked over in the chaos of the fall. Total chaos strikes in the quietest way possible. The girl has completely passed out, using the boy's lap as her personal pillow. He's absolutely blindsided, his face turning a bright shade of red as he freezes in pure shock. He's paralyzed. With her sleeping so peacefully against him, his heart starts hammering against his ribs like a drum, the tensions in the air becoming almost suffocating. In the silence, his expression softens. Unable to help himself, he reaches out, his fingers barely grazing her hair in a moment of unexpected tenderness. And then the peace is shattered. She snaps awake, sending him flying backward in a panic. She looks around completely dazed, wondering where on earth she is. Mortification sets in. She's absolutely horrified to realize she fell asleep on Leo's lap and begins apologizing profusely. Leo tries to play it cool, telling her it's fine since she looked exhausted, but she's left wondering if she was just too boring to keep awake. Now she's in full panic mode, rambling frantically to convince him it wasn't intentional. She blames a lack of sleep and insists that the walk was actually fun, all while Leo just watches her spiral. One simple line shuts her down. Leo lets out a small, satisfied smile and tells her, "Then that's good," leaving her caught entirely off guard and speechless. As they continue their journey, she points out a shortcut through the woods back to the mansion. But Leo's mind is elsewhere, recalling something about a manual hidden somewhere in this forest. Suddenly, they spot another couple ahead. But before they can even exchange greetings, the girl launches herself at Claude, locking him in a crushing, affectionate hug. Leo is left staring in absolute horror. The sudden, aggressive display of public affection has his brain practically shutting down, leaving him completely speechless. Elizabeth notices Leonid acting strangely, but he brushes it off with a flustered, "It's nothing." Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, a mysterious long-haired man wanders in a daze, haunted by the emptiness where his memories should be. The mysterious man studies several hanging akebia fruits, and wonders whether tasting one might restore a memory. Before he can move, Elizabeth shouts a warning and pulls Leonid back to avoid a collision. The warning comes too late. In a sudden blur, the mysterious man stumbles forward and catches Elizabeth in a forceful, accidental embrace. Elizabeth immediately recognizes the man as Ivan and checks whether he is injured, but Ivan looks at her in complete confusion. Nearby onlookers giggle, mistaking the accidental embrace for a romantic reunion. Ivan explains his strange behavior, saying he feared the fruit might release a demon dwelling inside him. Elizabeth refuses to accept such nonsense and decides to prove that Akebia is perfectly safe. The scene moves to a lavish dining hall, where Ivan sits in solemn silence. A chef approaches with a covered platter, beginning a meal designed to awaken the tastes connected to his lost memories. Following Elizabeth's suggestions, the chef introduces a daring new dish, Akebia fruit tempura. While some guests are puzzled by this, Ivan takes a bite and is immediately struck by the freshness of the fry. It's an instant hit. Leo loves the subtle bitterness and the other guests find the flavor addictive. Elizabeth beams with smug pride. After all, in her book, fried food is the strongest weapon of all. But Elizabeth has saved the best for last. She presents Ivan with a truly special dessert, a glistening tart overflowing with homemade akebia jam. After a meticulous process of simmering and straining to remove the bitterness, the perfect jam is complete. Elizabeth offers the sweet treat with a confident smile, wondering if a bit of sugar is exactly what Ivan needs. A single taste is all it takes for a spark to ignite. Ivan realizes he used to love sweet things, and for the first time a fragment of his lost memory finally returns. Ivan's sudden gratitude hits Elizabeth right in the feels, leaving her completely flustered. But nearby, Leo is far from touched. He's just hoping this guest finds a way home as soon as possible. While Ivan seems content, the tension is rising for the others. Elizabeth realizes that a few sweet treats aren't going to provide a fundamental solution to the mystery of who Ivan actually is. Panic grips the scene as Elizabeth blurts out a massive revelation. She finally puts the pieces together. Ivan isn't just some wanderer. He's the 10th prince of the neighboring Hiram kingdom. The moment the words leave her mouth, Elizabeth immediately regrets it. She's terrified of getting swept up in royal drama again, but she can't keep pretending not to notice while Leo suffers the consequences. To everyone's shock, Ivan just laughs it off like it's a joke. While the staff is skeptical and decides to verify the claim with the council, Ivan remains completely unfazed by his own royal status. Elizabeth is losing her mind over Ivan's memory loss, but the next day brings a bombshell. The official word is in. The Hiram kingdom has no missing prince. Elizabeth spirals into a total crisis, questioning if her game knowledge is outdated or wrong. If the world has changed and Ivan is no longer a prince, she knows she has to pivot her strategy immediately. Determined to fix things, Elizabeth switches tactics. She presents a warm bowl of porridge, hoping this new approach will be the key to unlocking Ivan's mind. It's a secret weapon from the game, a sweet, creamy porridge made with oats, milk, sugar, and honey. As Ivan takes a bite, a wave of nostalgia washes over him, bringing back a taste he hasn't felt in years. A single taste brings back a flood of memories for Ivan, who recalls the sweet porridge his wet nurse once prepared for him. The noble detail surprises everyone, and they eagerly ask whether the flavor has finally restored his identity. Watching from the shadows, a brown-haired girl wonders if this is some kind of strategic cooking attack. Beside her, Elizabeth dismisses the idea, while Leo and his companion observe the scene. The light-haired man claims he's simply helping someone in need, though he admits things would be far more complicated if this were his own home. In the heart of a professional kitchen, Leo's grumpy expression is a stark contrast to the romantic tension others are sensing. While some wonder if he's truly a prince given his mood, a servant decides to keep investigating the mysterious dynamics at play. Leo completely loses it, screaming that this is no laughing matter, because the prince is far more wonderful than the master. The bald chef quickly shuts him down, telling him to calm down and show some respect. He reminds Leo that no one can beat the master, and their only goal is to make the future mistress feel welcome. Then, Elizabeth is led into a breathtaking greenhouse, a lush paradise of exotic plants and towering fruit trees. Her eyes practically sparkle with joy as she realizes she's standing before a literal mountain of high-quality ingredients. The chef reveals he grows nearly 300 species as a retirement hobby, leaving Elizabeth absolutely fascinated. When he suggests she could use the garden whenever she likes if she stays as the mistress, her mind immediately jumps to the best part. Unlimited, free ingredients. Determined to give back, Elizabeth tells the chef she wants to make various dishes to support Leo's work as a lord. She smiles warmly, admitting that since Leo has always been the one saving her, she finally wants to be the one who is useful. Leo tries to play the secret agent, spying on their conversation from behind a wall, but his stealth is useless. The chef catches him red-handed with a smug grin, reminding the shocked Leo that he should never underestimate the instincts of an old soldier. After the chef departs, Leo and Elizabeth have a clumsy, near-miss encounter in the garden. Just as he tries to walk away, Elizabeth catches up to him, curiously asking if he's planning to cook something himself. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Elizabeth reveals her next move, a sweet attack to win him over. Leo tries to maintain his cold exterior, but he can't help but mutter that he wants to eat some too, leaving Elizabeth surprised to discover his hidden sweet tooth. The air suddenly turns cold as Leo's gaze sharpens. With a voice laced with suspicion, he says something that changes the situation. Is she only making things for Ivan? A sudden fear takes hold instantly. Elizabeth waves her hands frantically, desperately insisting that she only wanted to solve problems and be useful to Leo. As Elizabeth stutters in a blush, Leo's heart wavers. He admits to himself that he wouldn't mind handmade gifts if they were for him, but he quickly shakes it off, determined not to let the memory recovery slip. Then comes the unexpected turn. Leo suddenly offers his help, claiming he's actually quite handy with his hands and can handle the heavy lifting or the stirring. The mood flips to pure sweetness as Elizabeth beams, suggesting they make the next batch together. While Leo acts grumpy, he agrees, leaving Elizabeth to wonder if her Sugar strategy is finally working. But small treats aren't enough. Leo wonders if they need more sweetness or just more scale, and Elizabeth agrees. It's time to go big. The dream of a legendary candy house begins to take shape. The next special menu for memory recovery is revealed in all its glory. Get ready for the magnificent candy castle, Hiram Castle. The excitement reaches a fever pitch. Elizabeth is practically glowing with joy as they envision building a sugary fortress of epic proportions together. Cut to the reality of the project. While others wonder how such a task is even possible, Leo finds himself in a chef's hat, sweating over actual construction work and wondering if this is really normal procedure. Some might mistake the structure for a doghouse, but Elizabeth knows better. She's not just guessing. She's utilizing her professional event planning experience from her previous life to build the perfect candy foundation. Leave it to me. Leo takes charge with absolute confidence, but this isn't just baking, it's construction. Since cookies alone won't hold, he's building a wooden base and sealing it all together with icing and chocolate. Elizabeth and Rosetta can only watch as the plan takes shape. The kitchen is pure chaos. Elizabeth plays the strict supervisor, shutting down Rosetta's cute ideas with a firm no when it comes to the apple pie placement. Meanwhile, Claude is staring out the window, contemplating the importance of blueprints while nursing a severe case of macaron-induced heartburn. The operation is scaling up fast. Local children are being invited to the feast, and the entire kitchen staff is working at full capacity. With a mysterious smile, Elizabeth oversees the progress. Completion is set for 3 days from now. The scent of sugar is just too tempting. Elizabeth tries to sneak a peek at the progress, but she's caught red-handed. A staff member blocks her path with a playful laugh, telling her that the surprise is worth the wait. Elizabeth flips the script, teasing the other girl with promises of a special item that will create a wonderful memory. Then with a playful bye-bye and a sudden slam of the door, she leaves the other girl caught entirely off guard. A mysterious smile, a lingering gaze, and then a time skip. 3 days later, the wait is finally over, and the reveal is absolutely massive. Pure sweetness. A sudden kiss on the cheek to clean off some cream leaves Rosetta blushing and Elizabeth speechless. But the real art is in the details, with fresh cream, fruit, and intricate marzipan work bringing the vision to life. The marzipan battle is on. While Claude struggles with the material, Leo delivers a sword so realistic it looks lethal. But Elizabeth steals the show with a grand reveal. A stunning two-headed peacock, the symbol of the kingdom. One final piece to go. They just need to get the peacock to the top of the tower to finish the masterpiece. But there's one problem. It's way too high. The chef just laughs at their struggle. Noting there isn't a stand in sight, the chef suggests a faster solution. Let the husband just carry her up. Rosetta is all for it, but Leo is skeptical about the weight. Elizabeth's indignant, "I'm not heavy," leads to a moment of unexpected closeness as he finally picks her up. Leo suddenly scoops Elizabeth up, leaving her surprised as he lifts her high to reach the top of their creation. The crowd is practically swooning at the sight, but Elizabeth is focused on the mission, asking Leo to shift her position just a bit more. With a final stretch and a bit of tension, she finally nails it. She's reached the top. For a moment, the air gets dangerously thick as she leans in close, telling Leo to just endure it. Once the masterpiece is complete, she beams with pride, thanking him for being her perfect human ladder. Leonid can barely process the closeness of the moment. While he spirals into a private crisis, the onlookers enjoy the spectacle and begin joking about his future bride. The mood shifts as they approach Ivan, who's curious about the serious talk they wanted to have. Elizabeth has a glimmer in her eye. She's got something special to show him. One look is all it takes. Ivan's eyes widen as he's confronted with the sheer scale of their sugary fortress. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. This isn't just a cake. It's a perfect replica of Hiram Castle, and it's sending Ivan into a total meltdown. Amidst the chaos, the truth comes out. The man before them is actually Ivan, the 10th prince of the Hiram kingdom. Finally, the pieces are falling into place, and the path to recovering his memories is open. From royal crisis to dessert craving in seconds. Ivan's first instinct is to dig into the cake, but he's quickly captivated by a candy sword, marveling at the insane level of detail. A flicker of recognition passes across Elizabeth's face as Ivan looks on with a peaceful smile. Having recovered his memories, he finally believes he can return home and face his future with confidence. As everyone enjoys the lavish spread of sweets, Ivan admits that he once wished to take a certain person back to his castle and live together in a world of sweetness. Elizabeth smiles, relieved that his memories have truly returned. Still caught in a poetic mood, Ivan describes the experience as waking from a sweet dream. To express his gratitude, he lifts his instrument and offers the group a song. Elizabeth tells him not to overexert himself, but he has already begun to play. The first notes hit, and the room is instantly captivated. This woman is completely smitten, swooning over the cute melody filling the air. Even the chef can't help but smile, describing the performance as a true poem of happiness. Ivan sings about priceless love and unexpected encounters, and the melody casts a spell over the room. One couple longs to dance, while Leonid watches with his usual stern expression, and Elizabeth offers him a snack to improve his mood. The scene dissolves into a dreamlike vision of towering, ornate desserts and shimmering lights. The lyrics float through the air, speaking of souls filled by delicious food and the enduring bond between a cute lady and a brave knight. It's a world made entirely of sugar and sweetness. With a peaceful smile, Ivan continues his melody, his voice echoing the sentiment that they are all made of sugar candy. The music blends perfectly with the whimsical imagery of the dessert castle, creating a moment of pure, unadulterated magic. But all good things must come to an end. Outside the grand cathedral, a carriage waits to take the newlyweds away on their honeymoon. As they wave a cheerful goodbye, Ivan bids them farewell, leaving the rest of the group to contemplate their own journey home. The departure leaves a void, with one of the men lamenting how lonely it's about to get. As the group exchanges final thanks, a sudden realization hits the younger man. He turns to Leonid with a look of panic. He completely forgot to tell him something important. Before Leonid can even process the news, the chef delivers an unexpected revelation, loudly demanding that he bring the lady back as his wife next time. The request is so bold it practically knocks the wind out of him. Leonid is left completely drained, his spirit practically leaving his body in sheer exhaustion. A peaceful port town, seagulls circling under a bright sky. It looks like a postcard, but a mysterious traveler is arriving, and he's not here for the scenery. Enter our favorite nuns. One is a ball of chaotic energy, while Elizabeth is just trying to keep things professional. But of course, her friend already has a side quest planned. Suddenly, the vibe flips. A man moves through the city, clutching a medallion like it's his only lifeline. One look, and he's certain. He's finally found what he's been searching for. That smile says it all. He's convinced. To him, the mystery of this daughter is already solved. Switching back to the wholesome side of things, Elizabeth's baking has the whole village obsessed. She's just trying to be humble, but the love for her bread is practically overwhelming. While her friend is buzzing with new ideas, Elizabeth is in full grind mode, refusing to be complacent. But then, a question drops that changes the mood. Is someone coming to visit Lucinda? The backstory is a tearjerker. Lucinda, an orphan who lost her mother early, has received a letter from a merchant claiming to be her father. The nun suspects a scam, fearing it would only break Lucinda's heart. On their way back, the nuns run straight into a group of flashy foreigners. The man in the hat is all smiles and greetings, but the sisters are just standing there like, who are these people? He's terrified of making a bad first impression on Lucinda, but his companion is quick to shut him down. Apparently, being late is the ultimate sin in the book of first impressions. And then absolute chaos happens. The man looks at the woman next to him and screams in realization. She looks exactly like the person he's looking for. Now everyone is just completely bewildered. A miracle has finally happened. A woman in a patterned headband clings to a nun in a joyful, desperate embrace, while a mustached man is completely overwhelmed with emotion, sobbing and thanking the heavens for this impossible moment. The scene shifts to the church's quiet halls, where a nun shares the conclusion they have been hoping for. Based on her age, appearance, and the keepsake she carries, the missing's daughter is almost certainly Sister Lucinda, but why was she separated from her family 22 years ago? The story moves back to a bustling port town and a young merchant following his father's trade. At the center of his memories is Lucinda's mother, a warm-hearted woman loved by everyone who visited her shop in the plaza. Before one of his voyages, Lucinda's mother offers him a handmade charm with a radiant smile. Instead of merely thanking her, the young merchant surprises her with a proposal, leaving her flustered and laughing in disbelief. It wasn't easy. He struggled with feelings of inadequacy, fearing he wasn't man enough for a woman like her. Yet her warmth broke through his doubts, leading him to finally throw caution to the wind and confess his love. For one night, the world was perfect, a dream they never wanted to end. Even a proposal from a wealthy family couldn't sway her, but tragedy strikes when the man returns from a journey to find the woman he loves has vanished without a trace. Back in the present, the man is a wreck, drowned in years of regret and what-ifs. But then, the nun reveals a tiny precious relic, the Shelkameo locket, proving that the search for Lucinda wasn't in vain. That small piece of jewelry is the final key. The nun reveals she's worn it since infancy, her only link to a forgotten past. Overcome with gratitude, the man prays to the goddess as the realization hits. They are finally reunited. The dam finally breaks as the man pulls her into a fierce embrace, swearing to make up for every second of her suffering. He begs her to leave this life of restriction behind and find true happiness with them, while their companion can only watch the emotional chaos with a sigh. Enter Tricia, the woman with the headband, who reveals she is the man's daughter from a later marriage. With her mother gone, she's become his steadfast support, offering one final poignant reminder. Once you find the people you love, you never, ever let them go again. Elizabeth is trying to keep up with the whirlwind of her new life, but the conversation takes a sudden turn when the mustachioed man reveals his secret weapon. Rare souvenirs from the far corners of the world. He spreads his treasures across the table with pure enthusiasm, and Elizabeth is completely smitten. She can't help but think this man is far too kind for someone like her. While his daughter questions the point of these random gifts, Elizabeth catches a scent that makes her world stop. One word echoes in her mind: cumin. The daughter thinks the spice is useless, but Elizabeth is practically glowing with excitement. She knows exactly what this is. The key to a flavor so stimulating it'll become an absolute obsession. Leaving the visitors totally baffled, Elizabeth throws her arms up in a grand declaration. It's time to start the Lucinda family curry party. A quick rewind. Elizabeth's obsession with cumin led her to a deep exchange with Mr. Lucinda. By sourcing rare spices and learning foreign techniques, she's determined to bring a taste of the overseas world to the church. As they say their goodbyes, Elizabeth pushes past the formalities, insisting they drop the polite titles. It's a small change, but the bond is officially sealed. But a great curry needs a great oven. They dive into the hard work, meticulously stacking bricks to build an authentic tandoor from scratch. With the daughter's help in securing the perfect pots, the oven is finally complete. The spices are ready, the fire is set, and the distance between this makeshift family has completely vanished. Mr. Lucinda is so happy he's practically refusing to sail away, earning him a sharp scolding from his daughter. As they enter the church kitchen, Elizabeth is left wondering, was all this kindness really just for her? Elizabeth is practically glowing with joy in the kitchen, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the spices she's found. Meanwhile, her companion mentions that while Pin hasn't visited much, they can finally talk, though she still can't bring herself to call her father. With a confident wink and a thumbs up, Elizabeth promises that once the finished product is served, everyone will be completely hooked. The kitchen is buzzing with anticipation as she works her magic. And here is the secret weapon, a treasure trove of aromatic spices. From cumin and turmeric to coriander, cardamom and chili, these are the absolute essentials for a legendary curry. The culinary process begins in earnest. First, the chicken is seared to a crisp, followed by a fragrant sauté of onions and garlic. Then come the spices and a rich beef and vegetable consommé, turning the pot into a simmering cauldron of flavor. A touch of sugar, a pinch of salt, and a handful of fried eggplant, pumpkin, and bell peppers for the perfect texture. And just like that, the spice curry is complete. But the feast isn't just about the curry. Over at the tandoor oven, Leonid and Charlotte are in the middle of their own mission. Leonid is hard at work, kneading a mixture of flour, water, salt, and yogurt into the perfect dough. Next up, the meat. Chicken marinated in yogurt and spices is skewered and slid into the intense heat of the oven. Now all they can do is wait for the heat to work its magic. The moment of truth arrives. Leonid pulls the skewers from the heat, revealing perfectly charred juicy tandoori chicken. It's a masterpiece. But wait, there's more. Using special iron skewers custom made by a blacksmith, Leonid peels fresh, bubbly naan right off the oven wall. Elizabeth can't contain her excitement. The bread is a total success. The table is set, and the aroma is absolutely irresistible. Elizabeth beams as she invites everyone to dig in. As the first bites of curry, naan, and chicken hit their tongues, the room falls into a stunned, delicious silence. "Please eat," the nun chirps with a bright smile. But as the dark-haired man takes a bite, his entire world shifts one taste, and he's completely floored, blushing and bewildered by the flavor. Spicy and delicious. Such a deep flavor. The room is practically vibrating with excitement as everyone dives into the meal. One girl is so obsessed she can't even stop eating. This isn't just food, it's an experience. Amidst the feast, a man with a mustache and a nun named Lucinda share a quiet moment. Lucinda admits she knows she should leave, but the thought of having someone to lean on makes her hesitate. The man doesn't pressure her. Instead, he tells her to take her time. He even suggests that if she stays, they can bring souvenirs back to their home port. Even Trisha joins in, joking that since their stomachs have been captured, she might just move in too. Tears well up in Lucinda's eyes as she gives a heartfelt thank you. "I'll be waiting for you to come back," she whispers, calling the man father, in a moment of pure emotional warmth. The man is a total mess, sobbing with joy as he tells her to stay healthy. With a final peaceful smile from Elizabeth, the decision is made. Lucinda will stay at the church for now. The tension fades into a peaceful village scene, but the food craze is far from over. An older woman takes a bite of some bread and practically explodes. It's spicy, it's hot, and it's absolutely delicious. It turns out curry bread is the new sensation in town. Elizabeth proudly explains her secret frying technique, but then she realizes something. There's one piece left. Could it be at the last house they visited? The nuns head back and Elizabeth spots a familiar face. "Leo," she calls out, offering him the final piece of bread. Leo's stoic expression remains, but the offer is on the table. From a distance, Lucinda watches them, hoping these two will finally get along before she departs across the sea. Meanwhile, Leo takes a bite, and despite his tough exterior, he can't help but think one thing. Delicious. Elizabeth just beams, knowing she's won him over. A sudden burst of praise from the nun leaves the dark-haired man completely flustered and speechless. But the moment is cut short when Leo arrives, sounding thoroughly annoyed that the man has been hiding away. The tone turns without warning as a letter arrives from the Moor's kingdom. Leo doesn't hold back, scolding the man for his total lack of reports and delivering a blunt ultimatum. It's time to return home by the end of winter. The man insists on handling his own reply, ignoring Leo's offer to help. But as they walk, Elizabeth's focus shifts entirely. Suddenly, the serious conversation is replaced by her pure excitement over how delicious the bread was. As the men walk away, Elizabeth is left alone in the quiet air. The word deadline echoes in her mind, and a flicker of worry crosses her face. A new chapter begins, and the scene shifts to the open ocean. The overlord of the sea is about to make an appearance. They've arrived at a vibrant port city, and Elizabeth is absolutely glowing in her new dress. She clutches a special tag, her excitement practically radiating off her as they explore the bustling docks. That tag is a golden ticket. Thanks to Mr. Benjamin, Elizabeth now has access to the most exclusive merchant shops. Seeing her struggle with her things, the man steps in with a quiet, "I'll carry it," leaving her blushing and grateful. Elizabeth can't help but feel that this trip is different, better even. She feels a sense of security she didn't have before, while the man keeps a watchful, silent eye on her. For a split second, Elizabeth's imagination runs wild, picturing a romantic jewelry shopping spree. Then, the man's voice snaps her back to reality with a question that makes her heart skip a beat. Is she looking for accessories? Jewelry can wait. Elizabeth's real target is the shipboard sales, where rare treasures from across the ocean await. Watching her pure unbridled enthusiasm, the man can only smile. This is exactly the Elizabeth he knows. The energy at the port is electric, a chaotic symphony of merchants and sailors. Amidst the crowd, a blonde woman and her stern companion navigate the bustling docks. She's absolutely loving the vibe, but her excitement is a bit too much. She's practically a human wrecking ball, bumping into everyone in her path. Leo has to step in before she causes a total disaster. While Leo warns her to keep a tight grip on her purse to avoid pickpockets, the locals are boasting about the city's ironclad security. Apparently, a legendary knight commander has made this place a pirate-free zone. With the safety concerns brushed aside, it's time for a shopping spree. She's on a mission to grab every fresh ingredient in sight, leaving Leo to act as her personal pack mule. She's already daydreaming about the delicious meals she'll create, but a massive ship docked nearby catches her eye. It's an imposing sight that feels out of place. Leo gets a weird moment of fame from a local whose son is a huge fan, but the blonde woman is noticing something unsettling. For a ship that size, it's suspiciously empty. Suddenly, the mood flips from peaceful to perilous. A group of attackers screams for blood, ordering the cannons to fire and sink the vessel once and for all. Pure panic hits as she realizes the horrifying truth. She accidentally boarded the target ship. She's trapped on deck just as the battle begins. And then, the final piece of the puzzle falls into place. A massive sail unfurls, revealing a skull and crossbones that sends a chill down the spine. It's a pirate ship. She's not just in the wrong place at the wrong time, she's right in the crosshairs of a naval war. Chaos erupts on the docks as people scream in panic. A pirate ship has arrived. Amidst the madness, one man fights through the crowd, desperate to get on board. He knows swimming is a death sentence, and if that ship is heading to Rigrant Island, it's his only shot. He practically tackles the crewmen, begging for a ride until they're close to the destination. But while the chaos unfolds on deck, someone else is already on board. Hidden among the crates, a girl watches in silence, praying she remains unseen. That flag, she recognizes it, and it's not a good sign. Between the fear of the ship sinking and the terror of being caught, she decides to stay hidden until they reach land. But just as she settles in, a loud crash echoes through the hold. Someone's coming. The sound of heavy boots clicks against the wood, steady and commanding. A man in an ornate captain's coat strides through the cargo hold, radiating an aura of absolute power. Hiding in the shadows, the girl can only tremble as the footsteps draw closer. Suddenly, he's right there, looming over her with a dangerous smirk. Boarding my ship without permission, you've got some nerve, he purses. Before she can even breathe, he seizes her roughly, dragging her along as she screams in pain. He doesn't just lead her out. He tosses her onto the deck like trash. Terrified and bruised, she frantically apologizes, claiming she simply took the wrong ship. But the captain's gaze remains ice-cold, completely unmoved by her pleas. Do you think a trivial excuse works, just because you know who I am? He asks with chilling indifference. As he walks away, the girl's heart sinks. This is him, the legendary Pirate King Oscar from the game Priaka. But something is horribly wrong. In the game, he was the cool just leader, but this man is a monster. While his crew reports a target escaping to Brongate Island, Oscar dismisses the failure with a yawn. To him, the enemy is just a small fry he can kill whenever he feels like it. The mood shifts from cold to lethal. Who, Oscar asks softly, was the one who failed? The crew trembles in absolute terror, and when one man begs for mercy, Oscar doesn't hesitate. He kicks him straight off the ship and into the ocean. This is Captain Oscar, the #1 most popular capture target in Priaka, known for his nobility and strong sense of justice. The game described a hero, but the girl looks at the tyrant before her and realizes the reality is a complete nightmare. A sudden shift in personality has everyone on edge. The captain asks the blonde woman if she's really okay with not jumping overboard, but she's playing the odds. Since she can't swim, she's betting on the higher survival rate. Meet Oscar, the ruler of these seas who uses Rigrant Island as his base. A flashback reveals his first meeting with Rosetta, a runaway from the royal palace. Though he couldn't turn his ship around for her, that moment sparked a connection that changed everything. The atmosphere changes at once. Oscar's internal conflict vanishes, replaced by a cold command: tie the woman up and bring her to his room for pastime. Until they reach the island, she's dragged away, her desperate pleas falling on deaf ears. She doesn't back down, reminding him of his lineage as the son of the first pirate king and urging him to protect the seas. But Oscar just scoffs. Pretty words don't keep you alive in the world of pirates. The mask slips, and Oscar's rage boils over. He blames the lion and Remiza for destroying his livelihood and driving away the land pirates. The woman's eyes widen. She's starting to realize the truth behind his bitterness. The irony is brutal. With Leo's arrival, security improved, but for Oscar it meant his way of life was erased. He's been pushed into a corner, turning his flag into a symbol of a man who has nothing left to lose. Meanwhile, on another ship, panic is setting in. The captain demands more speed, but the crew delivers the grim truth. A merchant ship can't outrun pirates. Their only hope is to race to the base, Reijou Island, before it's too late. Desperation peaks as the captain is told they can't reach the base, only a nearby supply port. But then, the worst possible news hits. A pirate ship is spotted on the horizon. It's Basil's crew, and they're hunting. The nightmare arrives in the form of a massive black-sailed warship. With a sudden crash, the boarding ladders hit the deck, and the pirates swarm in, leaving the merchant crew paralyzed with fear. Enter the boarding party's leader, a scarred pirate with a predatory grin. He mocks the merchant's misfortune while demanding their tribute. He doesn't just want the gold. He wants total submission, and a drink to celebrate the loot. The atmosphere is instantly electric as a dark-haired man loses his patience. While a panicked crew member tries to claim it's all a mistake, the man shuts them down with a cold, hard truth. He has absolutely no time to waste on pirates. That one line is enough to send the eye-patched pirate into a rage. Outraged by the disrespect, he draws his blade, screaming at the man for his audacity. But the dark-haired man doesn't even flinch. As the battle for control of the ship begins, he remains focused on his goal, reiterating that he's in too much of a hurry to play games with these thugs. The pirate smirks, mistaking the man's calm for naivety and praising his guts for standing his ground. While the crew panics over the breaking of the unspoken rules of the sea, the pirate lunges forward, eager to have some bloody fun. In a flash, the tables turn. With a single, precise movement, the dark-haired man deflects the attack and sends the pirate crashing backward, leaving him caught entirely off guard by the sheer difference in power. Shock ripples through the pirate as he realizes he's facing the wielder of the Holy Lion's great sword. Unfazed by the surrounding crew, the man issues a daring challenge. If they want to fight, they should all come at once. The pirates take the bait, swarming him with shouts of revenge. But it's a slaughter. He dismantles the first attacker with a brutal strike before a massive chain and ball weapon swings toward him. He doesn't just dodge the chain, he catches it. Using the pirates' own momentum against them, he unleashes a devastating counterattack that wipes out the entire group in one explosive motion. Standing over the pile of defeated men, the eye-patched pirate can't help but admit the truth. This man is the real deal. He tries to offer his help as a gesture of submission, but the dark-haired man coldly rejects him. With the crew subdued, he orders the ship to full speed toward Reijou Island. As the pirate mentions a man named Oscar and a shared past, the dark-haired man asks a question that changes the dynamic. Are they not comrades, since they were once part of the same pirate crew? Imagine a business where you either pay for a permit or get your ship sunk. That's the brutal reality of these pirates. A man with a jagged grin explains their racket, though he admits his profits have plummeted since the Holy Lion's great sword wiped out land-based crime. But the long-haired captain isn't buying the idea of becoming a guard ship. To him, if they stop looting, they're just begging for scraps from the very people they used to rob. With their crew fractured, they've turned into lone wolves of the sea, forced to steal even from those with permits just to survive. And right in the middle of this chaos, Elizabeth is trapped on Oscar's ship. Leonid has effectively seized command of the captured pirate ship by force. After a little teasing from the surrendered crew, he orders a new course for Reijou Island, and the pirates roar their approval of their terrifying temporary captain. While the rightful owners are left in absolute despair, realizing their ship has been stolen, the pirate vessel cuts through the waves, sailing away with its prize. Cut to Elizabeth, and things are looking grim. She's bound tight with ropes in a room overflowing with treasure, struggling desperately against her restraints. She knows she's been too careless, but she refuses to let the story dictate her fate. Thinking of Leo's worry, she steels herself. As a villainess, she'll find a way to escape on her own. Suddenly, the door swings open. The long-haired captain steps in, a sharp knife in hand, eyeing her with a predatory curiosity about her will to live. He mocks her refined manner, laughing at how she still sounds like a pampered noble daughter. He's playing a psychological game, enjoying every second of her desperation. Then in a flash, the blade slices through her bonds. As Elizabeth gasps in shock, he leans in with a smirk, completely captivated by the look on her face. Elizabeth is trapped and trembling, surrounded by piles of coins as chaos erupts around her. The air is thick with tension, and something is crashing down with violent force. She's fuming, but her anger is cut short by a cold, piercing gaze. Before she can even blink, a hand grips her chin with bruising force. The captain has her completely cornered. Then it gets worse. His gloved hand slides dangerously low, invading her space in a way that makes her skin crawl. Elizabeth closes her eyes in pure disgust, screaming internally that she refuses to be touched by a man like him. Suddenly, a frantic crew member breaks the mood. They're being hunted. Basil's ship is closing in fast, and the captain looks on as a massive vessel looms on the horizon. The captain's eyes widen in shock when he sees who's leading the charge. Leo. He can't believe his enemy has recruited such a powerhouse, but he doesn't hesitate. He orders his crew to launch an all-out attack. Boom! Cannons roar, but the shells just miss. On the opposing deck, a pirate laughs it off, boasting that their lion makes them untouchable. The captain is baffled, realizing the enemy is closing the gap with terrifying speed. A roar echoes across the water as Leo demands the return of Elizabeth, but the captain just smirks, grabbing Elizabeth by her hair and hoisting her up like a trophy. Huh? You mean this girl? The tension snaps instantly. Leo's expression turns murderous, while Elizabeth can only shrink back, caught in the middle of a clash between two powerful men. The captain leans in with a sadistic grin, mocking Leo by asking if this girl is his favorite. Across the waves, Leo's grip on the railing tightens until the wood practically screams. Leo has officially lost it. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. As the captain laughs in his face, Elizabeth realizes she's the spark that just ignited a war. The tension is electric as a blonde woman sprints across the wooden deck in a desperate rush. While one man reaches out to stop her, another watches from the shadows with a chilling, knowing smirk. Then she spots him, Leo. Overjoyed that he's actually here, she makes a split-second decision to gamble everything and begins climbing the ship's rigging to reach him. But as she ascends, the sheer scale of the vessel hits her. The mast is towering, and the distance to the rope looks far more daunting than she ever imagined. The stakes are terrifying. She weighs her options, a plunge into the churning sea, or a bone-shattering crash onto the deck. One slip and it's over. Her legs are shaking uncontrollably, and she can't help but feel pathetic for her own fear. But even as someone screams for her to stop, she refuses to back down. Suddenly, Leo's voice cuts through the chaos. He screams her name, promising with absolute certainty that he will catch her if she just takes the leap. In an instant, the panic vanishes. The crushing anxiety that paralyzed her just moments ago is replaced by a strange, overwhelming sense of peace. With a blush and a smile of pure trust, she puts her entire life in his hands. She shouts his name, and Leo roars back, telling her to leave everything to him. She leaps, a desperate sprint, a leap of faith, and a white-knuckle grip on the rope as she swings violently through the air toward the deck. Time practically stops as they scream each other's names, hurtling toward a collision that can only end in one dramatic way. A desperate bone-crushing embrace as the world falls apart around them. Amidst the wreckage, he only has one question. Elizabeth, are you okay? Her soft yeah is the only thing that matters. Even as onlookers watch the scene in absolute disbelief. But the nightmare isn't over. He claws at a piece of debris in a frantic attempt to stop their descent, his muscles screaming under the pressure. It's too late. With a deafening roar, the ship erupts in a massive explosion, sending them plummeting toward the abyss. Then comes the impact. They crash into the ocean, the surface shattering as they are dragged down into the crushing depths. The freezing water closes in. As the light fades, a terrifying realization hits her. She's drowning again. The sound of crashing waves brings her back. Elizabeth wakes up on a sun-drenched tropical beach, coughing up seawater and fighting for breath. The relief is short-lived. As she remembers the ship's collapse, panic surges through her. Her heart stops when she finds him lying motionless on the sand, wounded and pale. Leo. She screams his name into the void, her voice cracking with desperation as she clings to his silent body. In a final trembling hope, she presses her ear to his chest. Thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat brings a miracle. Leo slowly opens his eyes. Elizabeth leans over the unconscious man on the sand, her eyes wide with a sudden sharp realization. She pulls him close, feeling his warmth against her. As she clings to him, she can't help but compare this to the touch of Oscar, which she once loathed, but with Leo, it's completely different. The rhythmic thumping of his heartbeat sends a deep blush across her face. But the moment is cut short as she pulls back, horrified to discover his body is covered in wounds. Guilt washes over her. She doesn't have a single scratch, yet he went to such lengths to protect her. With a trembling hand, she gently reaches out to touch his cheek. Overwhelmed by emotion, she breaks down in tears, clutching her chest. In this moment of raw vulnerability, she admits the truth to herself. She never wants to be apart from him again because she loves him. The romantic tension is shattered instantly as a massive wave crashes over them. Leo reacts with lightning speed, shouting Elizabeth's name and shoving her to safety just in time. Drenched and breathless, Leo offers a quick apology, but Elizabeth insists the fault is hers. To shake off the sudden chaos, she suggests they focus on the immediate priority, drying their clothes. They make their way across the debris-strewn beach toward the tree line. Once they find a spot, they manage to get a fire roaring to ward off the chill. As the flames flicker in the shelter of a rocky cove, a heavy silence falls between them. Elizabeth watches Leo, who seems lost in a pensive, distant mood. Leo asks if she's hurt anywhere, but Elizabeth bounces back with a burst of energy, declaring she's perfectly fine thanks to him. However, as he looks at his own battered skin, he can't help but worry about the scars that will remain. A simple touch sends her into a total meltdown. She's absolutely reeling from the contact, frantically insisting that everything is fine while her brain practically short-circuits. Leo just watches her chaotic energy, completely bewildered by her reaction. But as the adrenaline fades, Leo feels his own energy tanking. He realizes the woman has always been the one providing for him, and suddenly, he's determined to return the favor. He slips away toward the shoreline, leaving her calling out his name in confusion. He tells her he's heading out to forage for food, insisting she stay put to save her strength. But the thought of being alone triggers a flicker of fear in her. She can't bear the thought of being separated from him again. That one honest plea catches Leo completely off guard. To ease her anxiety, Leo reaches into his gear and places a small, silver whistle in her palm. It's a knight's tool designed to pierce through any noise. His promise is simple. If she's ever in trouble, one blow of that whistle, and he'll rush to her side no matter where he is. The gesture hits her hard, and she clutches the whistle to her chest with a tender, blushing smile. As he prepares to leave, she begs him not to wander too far, and to come back quickly. Leo gives a short, soft confirmation before heading back into the wild. With a cheerful wave from her, Leo plunges into the dense, suffocating greenery of the jungle. He fights through the foliage until he reaches a high vantage point, staring out at the vast, empty horizon of the ocean. No ships in sight. Realizing this side of the island is a ghost town, he decides to scale the mountains on the opposite side. His survival instincts kick in as he climbs jagged cliffs and dives into the surf, eventually snagging a fresh fish. He doesn't stop there, turning the wilderness into his own personal kitchen. From wrapping herb-seasoned rabbit meat in thick leaves to skewering mountain trout from the streams, Leo is in full survival mode. After using salt he painstakingly evaporated from seawater, he makes his way back to the beach. Waiting for him is the woman, and the moment she sees him, her face lights up with a smile so bright it could outshine the sun. Seeing her happiness, Leo can't help but let a soft smile slip. But when he looks at their camp, he finds she's already transformed a wooden crate into a cozy table complete with shells and flowers. She's clearly proud of her interior design, leaving Leo slightly stunned by her optimism. Leo is showing off some serious survival skills, setting up 2 different types of fires for the perfect meal. While he handles the rabbit and fish with precision, Elizabeth can't help but be impressed by how incredibly useful he is. And then the reveal. What started as survival cooking turns into a 5-star feast. Elizabeth is absolutely floored by the gourmet presentation. One bite and Elizabeth is in heaven. But as she enjoys the meal, Leo drops a line that catches her completely off guard. He's been watching her face the whole time. The tension spikes as Elizabeth spirals into a blushing mess, noticing for the first time just how soft Leo's expression is. But then, he lets a hint of his true feelings slip, leaving her completely bewildered. Leonid delivers the final blow with a gentle smile, admitting that he enjoyed cooking specifically for her. Elizabeth can barely process the romance, so she copes in the only way she knows, by eating as quickly as possible. As the night settles in under a breathtaking starry sky, the mood shifts. Elizabeth looks at Leo, wondering why he's being so selfless without asking for any reward. Leo keeps it cool, explaining his plan for the morning and claiming he's already resting. But he notices Elizabeth is tossing and turning. Is she actually unable to sleep? In the quiet of the night, a dangerous thought crosses Elizabeth's mind. That living alone with Leo might actually be nice. The realization hits her like a ton of bricks, and she instantly combusts from embarrassment. Suddenly, disaster strikes. Rocks collapse without warning, but in a flash, Leo throws himself over Elizabeth to shield her from the debris, immediately checking her for burns. In the aftermath, the world disappears. With Leo's hand gently touching her face and their breaths mingling, the danger is forgotten, replaced by a tension that's almost electric. The air is thick with tension as 2 faces draw impossibly close, a single breath away from a kiss that could change everything. Just as they are about to kiss, an eye-patched pirate named Reijou and his crew discover them, sending the pair scrambling apart. Reijou greets Leonid as Captain Leo and explains that they have washed ashore on Bronzegate Island, a notorious pirate stronghold. The scenery tells the story. A massive, rotting shipwreck and a menacing skull and sword flag fluttering in the wind. As they are led toward a sturdy building, a voice welcomes them, relieved that they've made it ashore safely. The next morning brings an absurd new reality. The pirates are treating Leonid as their temporary captain after he seized command of their ship. Wearing the title Captain Leo with visible reluctance, he offers Elizabeth a tour while the vessel is being repaired. As they walk through the village, Elizabeth still cannot understand how Leonid became a pirate captain overnight. Their tour eventually reaches a tavern, where the supposedly fine meal consists of only 2 plain grilled fish. Over drinks, Leonid explains that he commandeered the pirates only because he had to rescue his princess. The word leaves Elizabeth blushing and Reijou staring at him in disbelief. Leonid studies the decline of Bronzegate Island and tries to demand a better menu, but the tavern owner has already lost all motivation. He tells the new captain to pour his own drink because the shop is closing for the day. Left with the island's problems, Leonid sighs and thinks about how much damage Oscar's actions caused among the pirates. Reijou recalls Oscar once calling him a stone head and questioning whether he had the instincts to survive at sea. Elizabeth watches Leonid take responsibility for the stranded crew and hopes the crisis will end without another fight. When she asks how the island survives, Reijou explains that its income comes from tolls and supplying passing ships. The situation is bleak. Supplies are scarce, and the residents have lost the will to work. Reijou asks Captain Leonid for a plan, and Leonid immediately turns to Elizabeth, whose ideas have already saved him more than once. It's time for a total makeover. Elizabeth decides to launch her Dream Island plan with a determined smile. Meanwhile, the rough-and-tumble captain is already in full mode, barking orders at his crew to get them in line. The captain doesn't hold back, introducing Elizabeth as the savior who will solve all the island's problems. While she plays the modest part with a giggle, some of the locals look on with pure skepticism. Elizabeth appeals to the residents, insisting that their cooperation is the only way to develop the island. A former ship's cook offers his kitchen and help, but he reveals a heartbreaking truth. He's struggling with a failing body. The mention of his illness triggers a sudden flash of memory for Elizabeth. She recalls a museum exhibit on scurvy, a deadly vitamin C deficiency, and the realization hits her like a bolt of lightning. The cure is simple, but missing. The man shuts down her hopes, claiming the island has no fruit, only fish and dried meat. But then, Elizabeth spots something in the wild. Is that kale? Even if the locals think it's just animal feed, she sees a miracle. This is it. Elizabeth realizes kale is a nutritional powerhouse with more vitamin C than lemons. She's already dreaming up famous recipes and products to turn this weed into a cure-all for the island. The results are instant. Word spreads that the cafeteria food is delicious and the owner's health is returning. Even the infrastructure is changing, as someone has miraculously fixed all the holes in the island's roofs. With a look of absolute confidence, Elizabeth watches her vision come to life. And just as the island transforms, a supply ship arrives, bringing a fresh wave of hope to the shores. The arriving sailors are left unable to respond. The port is beautiful, and the usually aggressive pirates are actually being helpful? They can't wrap their heads around why the service has suddenly improved so much. Wary of a trap, the sailors step onto the dock with extreme caution, but they're immediately hit with a wave of overwhelming hospitality that catches them completely off guard. A loud, tropical welcome. The crew of Bronzegate Island greets the newcomers with lias and a massive banner, though not everyone seems to be on the same wavelength. But wait, who is this guy? He looks like he's had a rough day, and according to the lore, he's a character from the original Otome game. Even Elizabeth is left wondering where the joke is in all this. To kick things off, they're offered a free welcome drink. It looks fancy with a hibiscus flower on top, but one sip reveals a shocking truth. It tastes absolutely terrible. The taste is a disaster, like a failed magic experiment. But there's a method to the madness. It's actually a cure for seasickness. Once the man realizes its utility, he's suddenly interested in buying it in bulk for his crew. It's not just the drinks that are special. The food is packed with superfoods like kale and chia seeds for maximum health benefits. With the health kick over, it's time for the real event. A feast at the dining hall. Step inside, and the shock continues. The man can't believe his eyes. The once filthy shop has been transformed into a stunning, pristine dining hall. The eye-patch man just smirks. The makeover goes way deeper than just the walls. Then comes the food, and it's a total game changer. From burnt fish to a gourmet spread featuring a massive pirate-themed burger, the quality is unbelievable. It's a culinary miracle that leaves them speechless. But the entertainment is just getting started. Enter Captain Leo, who makes his grand entrance by hoisting a massive tuna over his head. He's not just here to eat, he's here to put on a show. Elizabeth sees her chance to fulfill a lifelong dream. A live tuna filleting show. Leo takes the challenge seriously, stepping up with professional precision. As the first cut hits the fish, the crowd is instantly hooked. It's a masterclass in butchery. With lightning speed and surgical precision, Leo carves through the tuna, turning the massive fish into perfect slices. The onlookers are mesmerized, watching a true professional turn a meal into a performance. A feast fit for royalty. Or at least, a very lucky crew. The table is overflowing with a stunning boat-shaped platter of fresh sashimi and a side of crispy kale chips. The blonde woman beams as she invites the hungry men to dig in. One bite and their brains practically melt. The men are in absolute food heaven, shouting their delight. But there's a secret to those kale chips. Not only are they delicious, but they're a perfect remedy for seasickness. Reijou immediately sees the strategic value of the long-lasting food for sea voyages. Even the skeptical sailors begin craving the bitter kale chips, while Captain Leonid turns his attention to the terms of payment. Leonid handles the negotiation with unexpected skill. By offering a first arrival discount and an efficient loading arrangement, he turns a routine purchase into a deal the visiting merchant can hardly refuse. Leonid's ambition soon grows beyond a single shipment. While the merchant studies Bronzegate Island's trade list, the temporary captain begins imagining how the entire island could become a useful supply hub. No more theft and no more dirty business. Leonid wants the pirates to build a legitimate future. He claims responsibility for the plan, though everyone knows the real inspiration came from Elizabeth's ideas. The visiting ship finally departs beneath a chorus of farewells. Elizabeth and Leonid share a satisfied look over the successful transaction, until a heavy thud suddenly interrupts the celebration. The mood flips in a heartbeat. A frantic messenger arrives with a warning. Oscar's ship is closing in. The blonde woman's face pales at the mention of the name, while Leo's expression hardens into something dangerous. Tension spikes as Leo pulls her close, his hands firm on her shoulders. His voice drops, delivering a promise that freezes the air. He tells her to hide with the shopkeepers because this time he will definitely protect her. It's time for a counterattack. When the captain asks for orders, Leo doesn't hesitate. He demands the best weapons his men can find. He's not just fighting for the island. He's fueled by the sight of the woman he loves trembling in fear. Who in their right mind would use a weapon this massive? While others call it an absurd piece of junk, Leo just takes the giant axe in hand with a simple, chilling response. No problem. But there's a dark fire burning in his eyes. He's not just fighting, he's hunting. Someone caused pain, and now, it's the perfect time to make them regret every single second of it. Boom! A sudden violent explosion rips through the beach, leaving Elizabeth trembling in fear. Her only thought, is Leo actually okay after that blast? While the crew panics over the enemy's cannon fire, Leo isn't interested in retreating. When asked if they should use their ship to fight back, he gives a terrifyingly simple order: hit it back. And before anyone can even process the madness, he's already charging. With a grip that could crush stone, Leo launches himself forward. He swings that monstrous axe with everything he's got, sending a devastating shockwave, screaming across the water toward the enemy's ship. A direct hit. The enemy vessel is obliterated in a blinding flash of fire and debris. The crew can only stare in absolute shock. Leo's power is on a completely different level. Elizabeth rushes to his side, breathless and worried, but Leo is already focused on the next threat. He stopped the cannons with one shot, but the real fight is just beginning. The enemy is landing. The beach is suddenly swarmed by armed invaders, led by a captain who radiates arrogance. On one side, a fleet of pirates. On the other, Leo and his crew, standing their ground. The pirate captain steps forward, his blade pointed straight to Leo's heart. He's fueled by a deep personal grudge, demanding a one-on-one duel to settle a score that has clearly gone too far. But Leo isn't in the mood for a dramatic monologue. With a cold gaze and a dismissive attitude, he tells the captain to skip the talk and just come at him. The battle lines are drawn, and the tension is about to snap. Mocked for his ridiculous outfit and oversized weapon, the man in the floral shirt doesn't let the insults get to him. He knows the terrain, and in a split second of fatal hesitation from his smug opponent, he strikes with a devastating blow. Boom, the impact is colossal, erupting into a massive wall of sand that swallows the battlefield. The onlookers can only stare in absolute shock at the sheer power of the hit. One hit was all it took. The opponent is launched backward with violent force, tumbling helplessly across the beach. Stunned and breathless, the long-haired man tries to process the defeat. He acknowledges the man's strength as the lion of the land, but he has a plan. He'll lure the fight into the shallows, where the waves will strip away his opponent's advantage. He lunges with a sudden, sharp attack, but the reaction he gets is not what he expected. A look of pure confusion crosses his face as the man in the floral shirt remains completely unfazed. The clash is brutal, and the tide has turned completely. As the man in the floral shirt dominates the exchange, the onlookers panic, convinced that Oscar is about to be killed right before their eyes. It's a one-sided slaughter. The crowd's terror turns to awe as they realize the man in the floral shirt isn't just some fluke. He's a monster in combat, leaving Oscar barely hanging on. Then comes the chilling reveal. He hasn't even been trying. He's been intentionally swinging just enough to be dodged, mocking the opponent's dulling reflexes. Before the crowd can even react, he snaps at them to shut up. Desperate, the pirates try a dirty trick, firing their pistols from behind cover. But in a blur of motion, the man in the floral shirt swats the bullets away with his axe, leaving the shooters speechless at his insane reaction speed. Total defeat. The pirates are left screaming in terror, and Oscar is left gasping for air, completely broken. The man in the floral shirt just stands there, the undisputed king of the beach. A total surrender. The long-haired man Oscar finally breaks, admitting defeat as he stands drenched in the surf. He doesn't just give up, he offers everything, pledging to become a subordinate to the man in the floral shirt. But Leo isn't buying it. Just as Oscar thinks it's over, Leo slams him back into the water with a brutal splash. His voice is cold and cutting. Who does Oscar think he is, deciding when the fight is finished? Leo looms over the defeated man, demanding he stand up because this is far from over. While the onlookers panic, fearing Leo has lost himself to rage, Elizabeth watches with a knowing look. Leo screams his intention to beat that rotten personality right out of Oscar. Elizabeth can only watch in a daze, realizing that Leo has officially entered Demon Captain mode. The beach becomes a battlefield of endurance. Under a scorching sun, Leo relentlessly drives Oscar forward, barking at him to stop taking a knee and keep fighting. Drowning in exhaustion and shame, Oscar wonders why Leo won't just stop. With his pride completely shattered and his pathetic state exposed to Basil and the others, he's forced to face a crushing question: how did he fall this far? Oscar tries to blame his failure on Leo's sudden interference, but the lie tastes bitter. He realizes that the excuse he's clinging to has been hollow for a long time. The truth hits him hard. He fought only for himself, while Leo fought for someone else. There was never a chance he could win. With a heavy heart, Oscar offers a sincere apology, but Leo bluntly tells him he's apologizing to the wrong person. Overwhelmed by guilt for the pain he caused, Oscar finally understands the meaning of shame. He realizes that in his pursuit of power, he was the one who truly lost the pride of a pirate. Elizabeth watches as Leo's brutal methods successfully force the original Oscar to return. As Elizabeth accepts his apology, Oscar bows deeply, vowing to spend the rest of his life making amends for his sins. The tension finally breaks as Leo offers a sincere apology to Reijou, admitting his own weakness caused the chaos among the pirates. But Reijou isn't having any of the gloom. He tells Leo to stop making such a face, because a guy that handsome has no business looking so miserable. Under a breathtaking sunset, Leo shares one last heartfelt thank you with the crew. As he turns away from his pirate life, Elizabeth is right there waiting for him with a beaming smile and a warm, "Good work, Leo-sama." The mood shifts to pure comedy when Elizabeth admits that Leo's anger was actually terrifying. While Leo internally collapses from the shock, Reijou just laughs, wondering where that demon of a man went. Just when things seem quiet, Reijou throws a curveball. He announces to the cheering crew that this isn't just a party, it's Captain Leo's official retirement ceremony. Also, he can go live happily ever after with his princess. Away from the noise, the world narrows down to just the two of them. With a soft, confident smile, Leo reaches out his hand to Elizabeth, inviting her into their new future together. Hand in hand, they walk away from the shoreline, leaving the wildness of the sea behind as they head toward a peaceful new beginning. The chaotic pirate days finally draw to a close, and the scene shifts to a quiet night by the lighthouse. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the silence, calling out for Elizabeth. Returning home, Elizabeth is greeted by the worried nuns of the church. Between the sighs of relief, the nuns can't help but mention how much they've missed her baking, and Elizabeth is more than happy to promise that the bread is coming back. But then, Elizabeth stops in her tracks. She looks up in total confusion, whispering a single word as white flakes begin to drift from the sky. Snow? A serene white blanket descends upon the church, marking the very first winter to ever visit Nortia village. Winter has arrived, and with it comes a daunting new challenge for Elizabeth. The sister promotion exam. The freezing air is relentless, leaving Elizabeth shivering as she tries to keep up with her chores in the biting cold. It's been nearly a year since she first arrived in this village. As she reflects on her time here, a familiar silhouette catches her eye. It's Leo. He's returned from a month-long break, but the reunion is bittersweet. He's already gearing up to return to the kingdom of Moyers to resume his duties as knight captain. While Leo's subordinate pushes him to get back to work, Elizabeth finds herself completely distracted. She realizes with a blush that she's been staring at him far too much lately. Her heart is racing as she questions everything. She used to think he was just watching over her, but now it feels like something more, like she's being protected. The moment Leo departs, Elizabeth completely loses her composure, rushing forward in a flurry of panic and intense blushing. Overwhelmed by emotion, she finally admits the truth to herself. She's fallen for Leo. But her romantic spiral is abruptly cut short when another nun calls her name, panicking that she's done something wrong. Elizabeth is summoned by a senior nun, only to be told it's finally time for her to take the sister promotion exam. The requirement is simple: spend one entire day acting as a model sister. Elizabeth is stunned, but the nun just smiles, noting that it shouldn't be hard since that's exactly how she behaves every day. Pure shock. A sudden revelation leaves everyone reeling, and even the man behind the desk can't believe his ears. Is this actually happening? The man agrees to help with the preparations, but he drops a heavy truth. If Elizabeth passes this exam, she'll be committed to the life of a sister for the rest of her days. For Elizabeth, who has already lost everything to banishment, this is a chance. She's determined to use this path to bring prosperity back to the Cloraris territory, leaving the man with no choice but to concede to her resolve. Meanwhile, a brooding presence looms. A black-haired man carries a heavy load of firewood, his expression cold and unreadable. After a polite farewell, the atmosphere shifts. The ringing of bells and the glow of candles signal the arrival of a sacred day, the day of the Mass. Elizabeth is transformed into a vision of purity in her ceremonial robes, but she's far from calm. One trip or one stain, and this elaborate outfit becomes a total nightmare. With the priest's command to open the doors and the encouraging cheers of her fellow nuns, Elizabeth steels herself. It's time to step out and face the congregation. The whispers start immediately. While the locals marvel at Sister Elizabeth's trial, a pair of sharp, intense eyes from the crowd are locked onto her every move. A heavy silence falls over the cathedral as the priest invokes the Mother Goddess. Everyone bows their heads in prayer, seeking divine blessings. Amidst the solemnity, Elizabeth prays with everything she has. But she isn't the only one focused. The mysterious man continues to watch her, his gaze piercing through the peace of the sanctuary. A sudden glow catches everyone's eye as Elizabeth steps outside, looking so radiant that Charlotte can't help but blur out how beautiful she is today. Elizabeth is in high spirits, offering Charlotte a dress to try on, but the mood shifts when the other nuns deliver an unexpected revelation. Elizabeth is finally becoming an official sister. Charlotte's reaction? Pure horror. She calls the news absolutely cruel, while Charlotte reels from the shock of Elizabeth's graduation. Leo walks away in a heavy, suffocating silence, his expression clouded with unspoken thoughts. Leo's crew immediately goes into full panic mode. They scream at their captain to wake up, warning him that if Elizabeth becomes a real sister, marriage becomes an impossible dream. Leo finally snaps out of it, realizing the gravity of the situation. Desperate, his companions suggest creating some kind of happening to stop her, claiming the goddess will steal her away if he keeps hesitating. But Leo shuts that idea down instantly. He's not that kind of man. With a look of grim determination, Leo makes his stance clear. This was Elizabeth's decision, and he refuses to interfere with her will. It's a bittersweet departure as Leo walks away from the church, choosing to honor Elizabeth's path, even if it means leaving his own desires behind. Just when Leonid seems ready to accept his fate, Charlotte steps forward with a knowing expression. She has watched him hesitate for long enough and clearly expected him to panic once the consequences became real. Charlotte gives him the most obvious advice possible. If he refuses to use force, he should simply tell Elizabeth how he feels and ask her to stay. The others are impressed by Charlotte's growth even as they mock Leonid for remaining distant and cowardly. Stung by their criticism, Leonid drops into a full bow and vows to make up for all the time he has wasted. He insists that he expressed his feelings on the day he first arrived, but Charlotte gives him a blunt reality check. Elizabeth clearly never understood him. Charlotte speaks with unexpected determination, telling Leonid that taking the first step may be terrifying, but living with lifelong regret would be worse. The other nuns can hardly believe that the once timid Charlotte is now giving such bold romantic advice. With a mischievous glint, Charlotte reveals that she has found the perfect place for Leonid to speak, without interruptions or outside interference. The scene shifts back to the church, where Elizabeth is beginning her afternoon duties. Inside the hallowed halls, the atmosphere is heavy with solemnity. As one penitent leaves the confession booth with a grateful "Thank you, sister," the stage is set for the next visitor. Now alone in the booth, Elizabeth feels a wave of nervousness. It's her first time acting as a confessor, and she frantically reminds herself of the rules. Keep it anonymous, offer forgiveness, and for heaven's sake, don't try to give life advice. She clears her throat and slips into her professional persona, her voice echoing with divine authority. Lost soul, please confess your sins to Goddess Helvela. On the other side of the screen, a silent figure settles in. The man's voice is heavy with a burden he can no longer carry. I want you to listen to the confession of my sins up until now. The moment the words hit her, Elizabeth's eyes snap wide. She knows that voice. Leo. The shock nearly breaks her professional facade. As she tries to regain her composure, Leo's voice trembles with raw agony. He confesses the crushing guilt of a knight captain who failed to protect the one person he truly wanted to save. Elizabeth listens, her heart aching for him. She knows Leo is a great man, but he's only human, and some losses on the battlefield are inevitable. But then, Leo's confession takes a turn. He speaks of someone who was branded and banished despite being completely innocent. As Leo speaks, a memory flickers. A vision of a woman who maintained her dignity and grace even as the world turned against her. He describes her strength, a poise that never wavered even in the face of hatred. The tragedy deepens as Leo recalls her desperate, failed attempts to clear her name and the silent grief that followed. The most painful part? He knew the truth all along, and he still couldn't save her. A promise made in childhood, a vow to become a strong knight and protect her, but the memory is stained by a crushing failure. He couldn't stop it. Now years later, the weight of that failure remains. With eyes closed in deep regret, he offers a simple, heavy apology. Elizabeth is stunned. The raw emotion in his voice hits her like a wave, leaving her breathless and trembling. She tells him that some things are simply the force of the story, and cannot be changed. But as he expresses his deep desire to apologize to her, Elizabeth is overcome with tears, realizing that, despite everything, someone actually cared for her. Trying to regain her composure, she reminds him that church confessions are meant to be anonymous. He agrees, and while she tells him she doesn't mind the past anymore, a lingering thought remains. She wonders if those from her past are living interesting lives now, a sharp contrast to the haunting memory of the chains and shackles that once bound her. But look at her now. Surrounded by friends and even the knights who once pursued her, Elizabeth has finally found a place where she can live a truly happy and peaceful life. Seeing her smile brings him a peace he hasn't felt in years. Elizabeth tells him that those who survive are the real winners, then asks the one question that changes the mood. How does he want to live? And then he drops the bombshell. His answer is simple and honest. He wants to be by Elizabeth's side. Her mind goes blank as a massive blush takes over. Panic mode activated. She frantically reminds him that his vacation will end, and he must return to the kingdom of Moors, desperately trying to use logic to hide how flustered she really is. The air is thick with tension as Elizabeth, blushing furiously, tries to find a way to get Leo to a place where their conversation won't be overheard. But just as things get intimate, the church's strict rules crash back in. Elizabeth pleads for Leo to let go, only for a stern voice to remind them that touching the sisters is strictly forbidden. Leo doesn't budge. With a look of raw determination, he admits that since coming here, the thought of being separated from her again is simply unbearable. He wants to look her in the eye when he tells her the rest. But before Elizabeth can even respond to the promise, a door swings open, cutting the moment dead. Then comes the hammer blow. A thunderous shout of "Disqualifate!" echoes through the hall, leaving Leo and Elizabeth frozen in shock, still clutching each other's hands. The Sister Superior has had enough. Between the chaos and a confession that echoed through the entire cathedral, Elizabeth's chances of promotion are gone. She's basically being fired from her apprenticeship. While Elizabeth is left in a state of total mental collapse, Leo actually thanks the Sister Superior for the disaster. It seems her strictness just did him a huge favor. Later that night, under a blanket of stars, Elizabeth gazes out her window, her heart still racing as she recalls Leo's desire to tell her everything face to face. She wonders when he'll finally finish his confession, completely unaware that something violent is currently tearing through the woods outside. Leo has completely lost it. He's literally bulldozing the forest with his sword, screaming his love and a marriage proposal at the top of his lungs, waking Elizabeth up with a literal explosion of passion. As the first snowflakes begin to drift through the air, a quiet anticipation settles over the land. For Elizabeth, this winter chill marks the start of something special. The preparations for the Advent Festival are finally beginning. It's a holy ritual celebrating the day the goddess Helvela descended to Earth, but to Elizabeth, it feels like a nostalgic echo of her previous life's Christmas. The catch? The preparations are a marathon, starting a full month in advance. Elizabeth is absolutely fired up, determined to pour her heart and soul into the festivities. When asked about the main treat of the day, the answer is unanimous. It has to be pudding. With a sharp blade and a focused mind, she starts by finely chopping a generous amount of butter. The kitchen becomes a whirlwind of aromatic ingredients: raisins, nutmeg, cinnamon, and zesty citrus peels. She adds a heavy splash of brandy and rum, following the tradition of mixing in one's deepest wishes as the batter comes together. The other nuns aren't shy with their desires, wishing for delicious food, better sleep, or even a romantic encounter in the countryside. But Elizabeth just wears a mysterious smile, keeping her own wish a secret for now. The process is grueling. The mixture is wrapped tightly in cloth, steamed for 6 long hours, and then left to mature in a cool place for an entire month. It's a test of patience before the festival finally arrives. But Elizabeth isn't stopping at just one treat. While the pudding matures, she decides to create something that can be enjoyed every day of the season. She meticulously blends butter, sugar, and cardamom, kneading in flour and milk before folding in dried fruits and roasted almonds. After a 30-minute fermentation, she rolls and folds the dough into a perfect oval. The oven does the rest, transforming the mixture into a golden, fragrant loaf that smells like pure heaven. The finishing touches are where the magic happens. After a glaze of melted butter, Elizabeth sifts a delicate layer of powdered sugar over the top, creating a beautiful snow that leaves the other nuns absolutely starstruck. She proudly presents her creation, the sinful cake, known as Stalin. While it's supposed to sit for 3 days to let the flavors meld, Elizabeth is already eyeing the knife. Because waiting for something this delicious is practically torture, the peaceful atmosphere at the church is suddenly broken by a burst of energy as a child calls out to Sister Elizabeth. Between the excitement of the kids and the pressure to get the fir tree ready, Elizabeth finds herself swept up in the holiday rush. But amidst the chaos, a heavy silence falls between Elizabeth and Leo. Just as the air gets thick with unspoken tension, a child finally reveals the truth. Don't forget the mistletoe. Now, a simple trip to the woods feels like something much more. Out in the freezing cold, Leo is in his element, cutting through the winter landscape with ease. He finds a log perfectly sized for the church, but as he prepares to haul it back, the quiet of the forest only amplifies the tension between him and Elizabeth. Then, Leo spots the mistletoe. After warning Elizabeth to keep her distance for safety, he doesn't just pick it. He uses his blade with surgical precision to snag the perfect branch. With a small, knowing smile, Leo presents the mistletoe to a blushing Elizabeth. When she asks if the plant has some special meaning, Leo quickly plays it cool, claiming it's just for warding off evil. But Elizabeth can't help herself. She lets the real legend slip. A kiss under the mistletoe is a promise of a happy marriage. The moment the words leave her lips, the air freezes. Total, romantic, panic. As Leo carries the massive log back to the church, Elizabeth is left in a whirlwind of her own thoughts. She's practically vibrating with anticipation, wondering if Leo will ever actually say the words she's longing to hear. Back at the church, Leo works tirelessly to secure the tree, ensuring everything is perfect for the children. Once the heavy lifting is done, he suggests it's time to bring out the mistletoe. Then Leonid leans close and gently tucks a piece of mistletoe into Elizabeth's hairs. The simple gesture leaves her unable to think clearly. A soft thank you is all she can manage, but the effect is mutual. Leo is left completely flustered, his cool exterior totally shattered as he realizes exactly what just happened. One look and he's completely gone. He tries to whisper her name, Ella Petrugin, but the words barely leave his lips as he stands there, utterly captivated by her presence. Elizabeth is beaming, her eyes sparkling as she talks about how wonderful the chapel has become and how she can't wait for the Christmas festival. The man can only stare, his brain practically shutting down as he manages a faint, stunned, "Ah," but beneath that daze, a spark of determination ignites. Clenching his fist and clutching a bouquet of flowers, he makes a silent vow. When the festival arrives, that will be his moment. The stage is set for something big. Welcome to Chapter 48, The Confession of the Christmas Festival. Winter has fully taken hold, transforming the world into a shimmering silver landscape. Inside the church, the warm glow of candles and the scent of fresh stolons signal that the most magical day of the year is finally here. Christmas morning arrives with a special mass and a church full of life. The air is electric with excitement as children scramble toward the decorated tree, screaming with joy over their presents. It turns out the mysterious man has a soft side, gifting the children handmade toy swords that they absolutely love. But when he catches Elizabeth's proud, smiling gaze, his heart does a sudden, violent thud against his ribs. With a cheerful clap of her hands, Elizabeth announces it's time for a special holiday lunch. And she didn't hold back. The table is absolutely loaded with a feast fit for royalty. From a flaming, brandy-soaked pudding to a massive, glistening roast turkey, the spread is legendary. Elizabeth and the kids are practically vibrating with hunger, ready to dive into the delicious chaos. Just as they're settling into their meal, a sudden knock echoes through the room. The tone turns without warning as a man in a top hat and a blonde companion enter with a massive gift, prompting the priest to exclaim in surprise. The Lord has arrived. The dinner table erupts in excitement as the Lord arrives with a mysterious wrapped gift. Everyone is buzzing with curiosity, but the Lord and his companion keep them guessing, promising the reveal only after the meal. The curtains open to reveal a puppet stage, leaving the crowd in awe, but for Leo the magic is short-lived. He's suddenly handed a night puppet and a script, looking completely overwhelmed by his new role. Behind the scenes, a secret passion is at play. The narrator admits to going all out to make people smile, especially those who are usually expressionless. And just when things seem sweet, a menacing dragon puppet crashes the party. It's total chaos on the miniature stage. The princess screams for protection while the Lord voices the awakening of a sealed dragon. Leo is struggling to keep up, but the night puppet charges in to end the fight quickly. With one final blow, the dragon is defeated. The knight and princess share a romantic embrace, perfectly following the script written by the Lord himself. But the ending takes a hilarious turn. The princess dumps the prince to be with the knight. The nuns are howling with laughter at the absurdity, while the Lord just watches with a smug, knowing grin. For Elizabeth, the show was a total success. Seeing that rare, genuine smile on Leo's face is the only reward she ever wanted. However, the Lord notices something is missing. He realizes Leo still hasn't told Elizabeth the truth. Can't be helped, he sighs, deciding it's time to give Leo a little push in the right direction. The atmosphere shifts as the Lord corners Leo, giving him a challenging good luck, with a smirk. Then, he smoothly pivots, ushering the others toward their carriages with thoughtful parting gifts. While the Lord leaves the nuns swooning over his effortless charm, Elizabeth steps outside only to find the courtyard strangely empty. Where did everyone go? A sudden movement breaks the silence as a door swings open, and there he is. Elizabeth freezes, her voice barely a whisper. Leo. His expression is heavy, filled with an intensity that makes the air thick. He doesn't let her leave, his voice firm. Elizabeth, I have something to tell you. Don't go. They stand together in the familiar quiet of the chapel, the silence so absolute they can hear each other's breathing. Then he speaks her name again, the tension reaching a breaking point. The dam finally breaks as Leo declares he's come all this way just to chase after her. Elizabeth gives a knowing smile, leaving him completely flustered while his heart hammers against his ribs just by being near her. He looks at her with raw honesty, admitting he can't even imagine a world where she doesn't exist. Elizabeth is swept away by the romance of it, wishing they could stay like this forever. But then Leo pushes further, and then he doesn't just say it. He screams it from the depths of his soul. I love you, Elizabeth. The sheer force of his confession practically shakes the room. The answer is a beaming, heartfelt smile. I love you too, Leo. He's absolutely floored, unable to believe it, until she tells him that without him, her tomorrow wouldn't even exist. Lost in a whirlwind of flowers and light, Elizabeth glows with pure happiness, confessing her deep love for him. Leo can only stare, completely captivated by her radiance. But Leo isn't stopping at a confession. He lunges forward, grabbing her in a passionate embrace and shouting the ultimate question. Marry me. Elizabeth is left reeling. Wait, this is happening so suddenly. He's practically shaking with nerves, asking if she's really sure about the marriage. Flustered and blushing, Elizabeth shouts her confirmation, sending Leo into a state of absolute triumphant ecstasy. He actually did it. Out of nowhere, she lunges into a hug so intense it's practically a tackle. Clinging to him with everything she's got, she whispers his name, Leo, while he's literally fighting for air, completely buried in her chest. He's totally overwhelmed. Then comes a sudden pause. As they pull back, they realize exactly where they're standing, right under them. Mistletoe. No more talking. He leans in and seals the deal with a passionate kiss that leaves no room for doubt. They break apart, both breathless and blushing, the tension still electric as he gently lifts her chin to look into her eyes. Panic suddenly hits her. She frantically reminds him that they can't do this here, because the goddess Helvela is watching from her statue. But Leo looks like he's far past caring about the rules. He pulls her back into his arms, his voice dropping as he makes a solemn vow. He'll never let anyone take her away, and he'll never let her go again. Under the soft glow of the Christmas tree in the quiet church, he whispers her name one more time. Elizabeth. And then the ultimate reveal. She's officially leaving her life as a nun behind to become the bride of the man she loves, Leo. Cut to the aftermath, where Leo is grumpily churning through a mountain of invitations while a friend teases him, admitting he's actually a bit jealous of how amazing Leo's future wife is. Leo expresses his sincere gratitude to Chris, who is momentarily stunned before enthusiastically offering to throw a lavish post-wedding party for Chloraris. Leo is just glad that Elizabeth will be happy. Chris is practically sobbing with pride over Leo's growth, immediately planning a welcome party in Leo's territory to show off his own bride. Leo, however, remains stoic, giving a blunt one-word response. The focus shifts to the church, where Elizabeth is frantically preparing for her own wedding. A month of chaotic rushing flies by, and suddenly the big day is tomorrow. As the final preparations wrap up, Elizabeth shares a poignant moment with the Sister Superior. The nun reflects on their wild time together, leaving Elizabeth emotional as she prepares to leave the convent. The emotional silence is shattered when another nun bursts through the door with an explosion of energy, shouting that the wedding dress is finally finished. The reveal is breathtaking. Elizabeth is speechless, her fingers grazing the intricate lace of a gown that looks absolutely divine despite the rushed timeline. Overwhelmed by the luxury, Elizabeth doubts if she's worthy of such a grand dress. But the nuns and villagers insist, revealing that the gown was a labor of love, stitched together by the whole community. The big day has finally arrived. Leo looks every bit the noble in his striking wedding attire, his heart racing as he knocks on the door to collect his bride. The door opens, and Leo is hit with a vision of pure radiance. Standing in the light, Elizabeth is a breathtaking sight that leaves him caught entirely off guard. The tension is electric as they exchange breathless compliments, both completely flustered by how stunning the other looks. With a gentle gesture, Leo offers his hand, ready to lead her toward their new life together. The moment finally arrives. With a soft yes, Elizabeth takes Leonid Gardhelm's hand and steps forward into a new life as his wife. The cathedral is filled with an overwhelming warmth as the priest blesses this auspicious day, while the guests look on with tears of joy and beaming smiles. Amidst the heartfelt congratulations echoing through the hall, the priest signals that it's time to proceed with the sacred rites. Before the goddess Helvela, the vows are exchanged. Leonid declares his commitment first, and with a radiant smile, Elizabeth follows suit, both saying "I do" with absolute certainty. Now officially recognized as husband and wife, the atmosphere reaches a fever pitch of emotion, but the ceremony isn't over yet. It's time for the exchange of rings. Wait, the rings have a wild backstory. The jeweler reveals that Leonid actually searched the mountains himself to find gems that matched their colors. Elizabeth is completely floored by the sheer effort, while the jeweler casually mentions he gave her a sister's discount on the processing. The humor fades into a tender silence as Leonid carefully slides the ring onto Elizabeth's finger, sealing their bond in front of their cheering friends. Then comes the final request from the priest, the kiss of the vow. A heavy romantic tension settles between them as they lean in, their hearts racing. And then it happens. A deep loving kiss that leaves the guests swooning and Elizabeth lost in a moment of pure unfiltered happiness. As the cheers of congratulations erupt around them, Elizabeth is overwhelmed. She can hardly believe it. The girl who was once banished has truly found a place where she is loved and celebrated. A sudden crash interrupts the peace. A grinning man bursts in with an invitation in hand, leading a squad of soldiers. The bride and groom are frozen in shock. Elizabeth can't believe her eyes. Prince Alphonse. But wait, it gets weirder. A crew of rough-looking pirates crashes the party, led by a mysterious man with long black hair. The atmosphere shifts from royal to chaotic in a heartbeat. Total mayhem. As the intruders storm the venue, Alphonse doesn't waste a second. He scoops Elizabeth up in a sudden bridal carry, rushing her out of the line of fire while she's still trying to process what's happening. Safe for a moment, Elizabeth is completely bewildered. Alphonse admits he just wanted to show off his new wife to some guests, but clearly, the dinner party has spiraled out of control. Then comes a new threat. A woman known as the Holy Lion's Greatsword appears, clutching a letter and a dangerous smirk. She reveals something startling question. Is Elizabeth's husband actually a man? She's determined to find out. The drama peaks as Princess Rosetta storms in, declaring that anyone who dares disturb Elizabeth's happiness will pay. Elizabeth is practically vibrating with anxiety. This isn't just a wedding anymore. It's an international incident. And then, the mood flips instantly. The tension vanishes as the women suddenly beam with joy, showering Elizabeth with sweet congratulations. Elizabeth is left blinking, completely lost in the emotional whiplash. The chaos turns into a spectacle. With a snap of his fingers, a squad of soldiers forms a magnificent spear arch. The leader offers a cheeky apology for the rough entrance, reminding them that they are allies of the Remiza kingdom. The captain steps forward, his expression softening as he formally offers his congratulations to the bride. Meanwhile, Alphonse looks on, clearly not amused by the theatricality of it all. The party is only getting bigger. From singing divas and lute players to guests hauling bottles of wine, the wedding has turned into a full-blown festival. Elizabeth can only stare in disbelief. Where did all these people even come from? The wedding is finally here, and Elizabeth is absolutely glowing, while a friend watches with a playful, almost threatening smile, vowing not to forgive anyone who makes the bride unhappy. Elizabeth can only feel a wave of gratitude for everyone surrounding her. But behind the scenes, it's pure chaos. While some are relieved the day arrived, a stern man with glasses is already losing his patience, literally choking a panicked companion over the nightmare of organizing room assignments for this eccentric group. Amidst the noise, Elizabeth takes a quiet moment to herself. Looking at her reflection and the life she's built, she can't help but feel that she is truly the luckiest person in the world. With a heart full of joy, she turns and calls out to the man of her dreams, Leo, her face radiating a happiness that lights up the entire room. Every step she takes in her stunning gown feels like a dream. And as Leo looks on, the air between them is thick with a romance that transcends everything they've been through. The ceremony is over and it's time for the after episode. The plan was for a modest at-home banquet, but as one particular guest hears those words, his brain practically short-circuits. He knows modest is a lie. And then it happens. The doors open to reveal a scene that is anything but modest, a lavish, sprawling feast that completely contradicts every definition of small or private. The atmosphere is electric. Guests from all walks of life are laughing, drinking, and celebrating in a whirlwind of high society luxury and genuine joy. One observer stands in total disbelief, watching the social order crumble in real time. Nobles, commoners, royalty, and even pirates are sharing tables. He looks toward the newlyweds, hoping they're at least maintaining some decorum, but they're far too lost in each other to notice the madness. It's a total mental breakdown. He's torn between wanting them to be happy and screaming about the absolute disaster of the noble hierarchy. In the end, he just gives up. Because when the love is this intense, who cares about the rules? The grand celebration is in full swing as Lord Christhart takes the floor to welcome the guests. With a dramatic gesture, he presents the stars of the evening, the newlyweds beginning their life together. Congratulations. Christhart gives them an enthusiastic thumbs up as the couple beams. The room erupts in cheers and applause. After the groom offers his thanks, and the bride admits how full her heart feels, Christhart directs them toward a buffet of rare and unfamiliar dishes. The guests are totally confused by the bizarre menu, but the groom is obsessed, declaring that everything Elizabeth made is delicious. The bride? She's absolutely blushing at the public praise. The dishes are such a success that the butter sandwiches begin disappearing immediately. Christhart praises Elizabeth's skill, but as Leonid keeps eating, she realizes there is something she wants to say. I love seeing Leo's face when he eats, she admits, sending Leonid into a silent panic. He hides his embarrassment by taking another large bite while Christhart moves on to the main attraction. Boom, the showstopper arrives. A massive 3-tier wedding cake is wheeled in, leaving Leo completely speechless. The guests can only stare in awe at the towering dessert. Christhart reveals the final detail. Leonid made the marzipan toppers himself. Then the cake cutting takes an absurd turn when the couple is handed the miniature Holy Lion's great sword, and Leonid approaches the dessert like a battlefield. And then, absolute carnage. Leo swings the sword with such insane power that the cake is obliterated, but in the most precise way possible, sending perfect slices flying onto every single plate. The crowd is losing it over the sheer overkill, but Leo doesn't care. He simply holds up a fork for his bride. One bite of that cake and she's completely swept off her feet. Elizabeth is in full doting mode, leaning in to feed Leo a sweet treat. He's completely flustered, his brain practically shutting down under the pressure of her sudden affection. A rare moment of peace follows as Leo and Elizabeth stand hand in hand. Watching them, Daniel wears a genuine knowing smile, truly glad to see them so happy. But the celebration is a marathon. From day to night, the mansion remains buzzing with energy, leaving the trio absolutely drained on the balcony. The banquet just won't end. While the party rages on inside with pirate shows and stories, Daniel and Elizabeth share a quiet moment. He feels a bit guilty about the chaos, but he's quick to shift the blame onto Leo for inviting far too many guests. Then comes the crisis. A room shortage. The butler suggests some guests sleep outdoors, but Daniel has a better idea. He'll stay behind. Elizabeth is horrified by the suggestion, But Daniel's reason for refusing to leave is suddenly very serious. Chaos ensues as Elizabeth clings to Daniel in a flurry of chibi energy, leaving Leo feeling suspiciously left out. Despite the awkward tension, Elizabeth brushes it off, noting that morning is almost here. Daniel can't help but tease them, noting how much they already act like a married couple. But the call of the party returns, and he's eager to dive back into the guest talks. A rare moment of vulnerability passes between the men. Daniel reflects on his mistakes and his gratitude toward Leo, acknowledging that they'll have to face the future together. As Elizabeth is called away, Leo follows, leaving Daniel alone. Left alone under a canopy of stars, Daniel lets out a long, quiet sigh. As the noise of the party fades into the distance, a flicker of loneliness crosses his face. And so a new chapter begins. With a glow of pure happiness in her eyes, Elizabeth steps into her new life. From this day forward, the newlyweds' journey truly starts. The wheels begin to turn as the journey starts. Today, they leave the peaceful Norcia village behind, heading toward Leo's territory, Guardhelm. It's a bittersweet goodbye, with the villagers and nuns waving farewell. Elizabeth looks back with a heart full of gratitude for the year she spent here, and for the people including Leo, who became part of her world. Inside the quiet of the carriage, Leo tells her not to be lonely, and while tears prick Elizabeth's eyes, she smiles through them. As long as Leo is by her side, she knows she'll be okay. Noticing Leo's strange mood, Elizabeth asks if he's feeling unwell, only for him to finally reveal the truth. He couldn't stop staring at her at the church. While she's completely flustered by his honesty, Leo just smirks, reminding her that they can be as close as they want now. The tension spikes when Leo admits how much he's looking forward to their new life together, leaving Elizabeth practically steaming from embarrassment. But then, the air shifts as their hands find each other, locking together in a silent, sudden bond. A single touch changes everything. As she feels the strength of his grip, Elizabeth can't help but notice just how warm Leo's hand feels against hers. That warmth only grows as the exhaustion of the previous night finally hits. Seeing her fade, Leo gently tells her it's okay to lean on him and sleep, offering his shoulder as her sanctuary. With a playful warning not to crush her, Leo pulls her closer. Elizabeth is a mess of conflicting emotions, exhausted from the chaos of wedding planning, yet wondering if this sudden intimacy is actually okay. Despite the hectic mess of the last 24 hours, she can't deny that this feels right. As she gazes at him, a quiet question lingers in her mind. When will they finally feel like a real married couple? The answer comes in the form of a peaceful silence. As Leo drifts off to sleep, Elizabeth leans into him with a contented smile, and together they succumb to exhaustion as the carriage rattles on. A grand mansion looms ahead as the group arrives at a luxurious noble's lodging. After a long journey, Elizabeth finally wakes up from a deep, blissful sleep, completely unaware of what's waiting for her. The butler leads them to their quarters, but as the door opens, the scene takes a sudden turn. "This is the room for the two of you," he announces, leaving both Elizabeth and her companion in a state of absolute shock. The culprit? A massive, unmistakable queen-size bed. While Elizabeth is genuinely impressed by the wonderful room, the man is sweating bullets, wondering if this situation is even legal. As night falls, the tension only grows. Elizabeth prepares herself in her robe, while nearby Leo relaxes in a steaming bath, oblivious to the storms of anxiety brewing in the next room. Elizabeth's brain is practically short-circuiting. Between this life and her previous one, she has absolutely zero experience with this. She tries to tell herself to stay calm, but her inner self is already in full panic mode. She worries about the embarrassment of being in Leo's territory. But then a thought strikes her. There was something special hidden in her luggage, a potential game changer. It's a gift from her friends, a latest design negligee meant to make her look cute. But as she unfolds the lace, she starts to question everything. Wait, what is this hole for? She puts it on, and the result is a total disaster. It's far more revealing than she ever imagined, sending her into a complete screaming meltdown. Looking in the mirror, she realizes it's way too transparent. She's convinced that if Leo sees her like this, he'll completely lose his mind and go full beast mode. The panic is real. Just as she's spiraling, the sound of footsteps echoes. Leo appears, fresh from the bath and looking effortlessly cool, while Elizabeth can only hide her blushing face in sheer awkwardness. The air freezes instantly as he utters one name, Elizabeth. He's stunned into silence. Why? Because Elizabeth is standing there in a sheer, lacy nightgown that leaves absolutely nothing to the imagination. Alarm spreads immediately. Elizabeth jumps back, stuttering through her words, barely able to look him in the eye as the awkwardness reaches a breaking point. She's spiraling in her own head. Did she go too far? Is this outfit actually too perverted? Meanwhile, his brain is short-circuiting. The shock is so intense it triggers a primal roar within him. His instincts are taking over. It's an all-out war inside his head. His reason is locked in a brutal, chibi-style battle against his instincts to keep him from losing his composure. KO reason wins the fight, but the attraction is still overwhelming. He's mesmerized by how beautiful she is, while a blushing Elizabeth barely manages a shy thank you. The sheer fabric is barely hiding anything, and the tension is suffocating. Just as Elizabeth admits the nightgown was a gift, he drops the question that changes everything. Can I touch you? A gentle touch to the cheek, a soft yes, and then the ultimate request, a kiss. Elizabeth's response? You don't even have to ask. Do whatever you want. The tension finally snaps. One passionate kiss leads to another, and in a heartbeat, she's being pressed back into the sheets. The tension is electric as Elizabeth lies there in provocative lace lingerie, her heart racing. She's terrified, but there's a spark of anticipation she can't ignore. Leo is just as on edge, noticing how tense she is. While Elizabeth loses herself in the thought of being held in his arms, Leo leans in, softly urging her to let go of the tension in her body. Inside, Leo is fighting a battle against his own primal instincts, but his voice remains tender as he tells her how beautiful she is. Elizabeth, blushing furiously, can only plead for him to be gentle. He's completely captivated by the sight of her skin beneath the lace, thinking she's absolutely lovely. But just as the mood peaks, a sudden realization hits him. Did he actually turn off the lights? He panics, wondering if she can see everything. The beast inside Leo wins for a moment as his hand slides down to her leg, finding her irresistible. But the sudden touch sends Elizabeth into a total panic. She screams for him to wait, overwhelmed by the exposure. In a blind reflex of embarrassment, Elizabeth launches a surprise attack that knocks Leo flat. The romantic atmosphere shatters instantly as a traumatized Leo screams for a doctor to be brought in immediately. After a tense examination, the doctor delivers the verdict. There's nothing wrong with her. Leo breathes a massive sigh of relief, while Elizabeth can only laugh awkwardly at the chaos they just created. Looking at Leo, Elizabeth feels a pang of guilt for ruining his hard work. But then, a determined smile crosses her face. They have a whole lifetime together, and she's already planning to make it right next time. With that thought, their carriage rolls forward. They finally arrive at the grand estate of the Guardhelm territory. As Elizabeth looks out at her new home, she feels a surge of excitement. A brand new life is officially beginning. The welcome is nothing short of royal. A cheering crowd hails them as the Lord and his bride, welcoming them home to Guardhelm with open arms and absolute adoration. A new chapter begins as Leonid introduces Elizabeth as his wife, and they are greeted by an enthusiastic staff, ready to serve their new mistress. While the staff dotes on Elizabeth, Leonid is lost in a romantic haze, until he suddenly remembers he's supposed to be the one showing her around. The honeymoon phase ends abruptly. The butler says something that changes the situation. A mountain of paperwork that Leonid must settle before the knight's return, leaving the Lord absolutely devastated. Leonid is literally drowning in piles of paper. And while Linus tries to cheer him up with tea and snacks, the Lord's soul is practically leaving his body. But one mention of his married life is all it takes to snap Leonid out of his misery. He's suddenly fired up, determined to survive this paperwork hell for the sake of his wife. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is getting a crash course in her new role, discovering that being the mistress who supports the Lord comes with a staggering amount of responsibility. From bookkeeping to inventory, the workload is immense, but Elizabeth isn't sweating it. Her former Duke's daughter skills kick in, and she handles the complexity with total ease. Elizabeth doesn't just manage the books. She immediately improves the lives of the staff by upgrading their basic supplies. She's already winning everyone over before heading off to discuss the menu. Walking through the halls, Leonid can feel it. The heavy air of the mansion has shifted into something brighter in just 2 short days. It's all thanks to Elizabeth. The staff is more motivated than ever, and as Leonid watches her, he realizes she's the greatest treasure his land could ever have. The staff is on high alert, with a worried woman warning a fired-up young man that overworking will only lead to a collapse. While the young man is determined to push through for the sake of their duty, a dark-haired man watches the scene in heavy silence. The man can't shake the feeling that Elizabeth is pushing herself far beyond her limits. Realizing her body isn't built for such strain, he looks at his own hands with a fierce resolve. To him, she is a treasure that must be protected and given absolute rest. Elizabeth finds herself in a room of breathtaking luxury, her tired gaze drifting toward the grand curtained bed. Noticing romantic flower petals scattered across the sheets, Elizabeth's heart begins to race. With Leo returning to the Knights tomorrow, she decides that tonight is the night to finally be bold. Suddenly, Leo walks in, and he's barely wearing a robe. The sight of his sculpted open chest leaves Elizabeth completely breathless and frozen in place. Before she can even process the view, Leo sweeps her off her feet and carries her to the bed, pinning her beneath him in one swift, dominant motion. Elizabeth is stunned, her mind racing with anticipation, but Leo simply settles in beside her. Then he does the last thing she expected. He begins to gently massage her head. The tension spikes again as Leo shifts his position and slides his hand down to her back. Elizabeth's thoughts grind to a halt. Is this really the move she was hoping for? But the passion she expected is actually a full-blown massage. As Leo begins kneading her shoulders, Elizabeth is left completely bewildered, wondering what on earth is happening. Leo is in total caregiver mode, diagnosing her stiff muscles from the long carriage ride with clinical precision. Elizabeth tries to protest, but the sheer power of his god hand massage is so incredible that she can't help but melt into the bed. The afterglow is real. Elizabeth is lost in a dreamy daze, recalling how Leo's knightly physique felt, absolutely incredible. Leo himself looks completely satisfied, while the peaceful scenery of Gardhelm looms in the background. But the dream ends abruptly. Elizabeth wakes up to an empty bed with a confused, huh? Unaware that outside, Leo is already geared up and ready to depart. Duty calls. After finally clearing his backlog of paperwork, Leo returns to the night order, beginning a grueling new routine of commuting between Gardhelm and the royal capital 3 days a week. Elizabeth isn't having it. She practically forced him to stay over in the capital rather than commute daily, insisting his health comes first, even if it means she has to face a crushing sense of loneliness. The parting is heavy. As Elizabeth realizes she won't see him for 3 whole days, Leo reaches out, his touch lingering on her cheek. Then the tension snaps into a passionate kiss. But the romance quickly turns into chaos as Leo clings to her like a child, wailing about how lonely he'll be and squeezing her so hard she actually starts to hurt. Embarrassed by his outburst, Leo quickly apologizes for his lack of restraint. Elizabeth just smiles warmly, telling him not to be down and wishing her dear a safe journey. With a sudden burst of energy, Leo bolts away on his horse, leaving a trail of dust behind. The staff watch him go with visible relief, joking that they thought he'd never actually leave. Silence falls over the estate. Without Leo around, Gardhelm feels eerily quiet, and Elizabeth finds herself longing for the sound of his low, deep voice. 3 days in, and she's already a mess. Tossing and turning in bed, she realizes just how much she misses him, and then it hits her. They're newlyweds. Why on earth is he not here right now? Elizabeth is spiraling into a pit of overthinking. Did he actually not like her? She tries to convince herself that Leo has always been kind, but her mind immediately jumps to the most scandalous possibility. Have they even kissed yet? Then, a cringe-worthy memory hits her like a truck. She recalls a tense moment at an inn, wondering if he had simply mistaken her for someone else. Now she's left alone on her bed, completely overwhelmed by her own dark history. Her imagination runs wild as she envisions the boldest moves, asking to be his real wife or begging him to hold her. But the moment the thoughts settle, she collapses in a heap of pure embarrassment. Absolutely impossible. She could never say those things. But Elizabeth isn't giving up. With a determined look, she decides to pivot to a strategy she actually excels at. The scene shifts to the castle kitchens, where her real plan begins. She approaches the head chef, asking to borrow the kitchen to bake some sweets. When she produces a bunch of perfectly ripe bananas, the chef is stunned. These are incredibly rare imports. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is just worried about them attracting bugs. As she lists off a heavy-duty set of ingredients, chocolate, cocoa, blueberries, and butter, the chef notes that these are all high-energy foods. Elizabeth's goal is clear. Leo returned exhausted, and she's going to make him something that'll bring his energy right back. Meanwhile, outside the castle walls, the training grounds have turned into a literal war zone. Soldiers are being tossed around like rag dolls, their faces twisted in absolute terror. At the center of the carnage is Leo, a whirlwind of intensity. He doesn't just train, he dominates. With a roar of next, he cuts through his opponents with terrifying precision. The other trainees are completely broken, whispering in horror that their captain is less of a man and more of a demon. Yet, as the dust settles, Leo is already calmly packing his bags, ready to head back. As Leo thinks about finally returning to Elizabeth, the gossip mill is in full swing. His fellow soldiers are convinced the captain is getting married, but they're certain his bride must be a steel-made warrior woman. After all, who could a fragile, noble lady possibly be to survive a man like him? Total chaos. 2 men are practically melting into the floor, begging for forgiveness while a stern-faced man looks on, completely unimpressed by their pathetic excuses. Leaving the drama behind, Leo has only one thing on his mind. He's racing through the forest on horseback, driven by a single desperate desire, to get back to Elizabeth as fast as possible. But the road home isn't empty. Spotting a group of villagers under attack, Leo doesn't hesitate. He charges in like a whirlwind, obliterating the thugs in one devastating strike. The attackers are paralyzed with fear. They've just realized they crossed paths with the legendary Holy Lion. After a cool, effortless rescue, Leo leaves the grateful villagers behind, his focus returning to his true destination. The moment he arrives, he's greeted by a burst of pure energy. Elizabeth is practically glowing with joy, waving her arms and shouting a welcome that echoes through the estate. Then the unexpected happens. Leo suddenly pulls her into a tight, crushing hug, leaving Elizabeth stunned into silence. He looks at her with a softness she's never seen before, whispering a simple, "I'm home," to celebrate his return. Elizabeth has a surprise waiting at the dinner table, a decadent fruit-topped chocolate cake that looks absolutely divine. Leo is instantly hooked, praising the taste, while Elizabeth beams with pride. She's given the treat a very interesting name, the Muramura chocolate cake, claiming it's packed with nutritious ingredients. Later, in the quiet intimacy of the bedroom, the atmosphere shifts. Leo credits Elizabeth for restoring his energy, though he seems a bit confused if it was her presence, or perhaps that mysterious cake. Before she can even process it, Leo sweeps her off her feet in a romantic bridal carry, confessing that just seeing her face is the greatest reward. Elizabeth's heart is racing. Did that special cake actually work? The tension snaps as he pulls her into a sudden crushing embrace. His voice is low, admitting he's wanted to hold her like this for every single moment they were apart. She's completely short-circuited, her mind a blur of romantic overload, until one singular, desperate thought breaks through the haze. The dessert. The romantic mood doesn't just fade, it shatters. Realizing he might have eaten her portion, he panics and summons the staff with a desperate scream for more sweets. Dessert arrives, but the butler is visibly baffled by the midnight craving. While she's still processing her own emotions, he reminds Lord Leonid about tomorrow's official schedule. Then comes the bombshell, a territory inspection that the butler has already branded as a date. The couple is left frozen in shock as the butler basically tells them to wrap it up and go to bed. The date announcement has them both reeling. While she's quietly worrying about her overstuffed stomach, he decides it's finally time to call it a night. Lights out. But as they cuddle in the quiet of the bedroom, she's not thinking about romance. She's mourning her failed Operation Cake and swearing revenge for next time. A fresh morning breaks over the rolling hills and grazing sheep. Dressed in her finest bonnet, she's practically beaming with excitement for the day ahead. This isn't a typical walk-around inspection. They're heading straight for the town. For her, it's the first time she'll see the land Leo governs with her own eyes instead of just reading reports. The carriage door opens, and the town erupts. The sight of the Lord and his breathtaking wife together is an instant sensation, leaving the locals completely starstruck by the Guardhelm couple. A perfect day out, or so it seems. Elizabeth and Leo are enjoying a whirlwind tour, from browsing high-end boutiques to sharing sweet treats and spending time with the locals. Elizabeth is absolutely captivated by the charm of the town, and Leo can't help but share a soft, knowing smile as he watches her joy. But the peace is interrupted when they stumble upon a carriage in distress. One look at the crest on the door, and Elizabeth realizes this isn't just any carriage. It belongs to a neighboring noble. Enter Countess Flecka. She's relieved to find help, but then she finally reveals the truth. She's heard that Leo is a terrifying beast-like knight known for his sheer violence. Elizabeth isn't having it. While she privately imagines Leo as a grumpy puppy, she firmly defends him, insisting he's actually the sweetest man alive. She even hands over a contact whistle, offering her support if the Countess ever needs it. Suddenly, a shadow looms. Leo appears with an expression that screams danger, demanding to know what's going on. Elizabeth, completely unfazed, simply points out the wheel stuck in the mud, and then he does it. With zero effort, Leo just lifts the entire carriage out of the muck. Elizabeth is practically glowing. See? A reliable, powerful knight. The Countess is left completely speechless, her brain short-circuiting at the gap between the rumors and reality. Leo politely apologizes for the scare, while Elizabeth remains the picture of grace. As they walk away and the carriage departs, a quiet settles between them. Elizabeth looks pensive, perhaps reflecting on the man the world fears versus the man she knows. Back home, Elizabeth throws a total curveball. "Shall we have a tea party?" she asks. Leo's reaction? Pure unadulterated confusion. Elizabeth suggests inviting the neighbors for a small greeting party. But Leo is skeptical. He knows how much she hates socializing and the bad memories that come with it. But Elizabeth insists there's something she can't tolerate even more than that right now. She reveals her real motive. Leo is being completely misunderstood, and she wants the nearby nobility to realize just how wonderful he actually is. Leo is caught completely off guard. Elizabeth declares it's unforgivable that people think her husband is scary, and when Leo tentatively asks if he really is, she doesn't hesitate. Exactly. But then comes the killing blow. With a sweet, knowing smile, she adds that he's actually cool and a little bit cute, leaving Leo absolutely melted by the compliment. While Leo is floating in a cloud of bliss, Elizabeth switches back to strategist mode. She lays out the economic landscape of the region, detailing the silk, paper, tea, grain, and wine production of the neighboring lords, proving this party is a calculated move for their future. Elizabeth claims this is simply what a wife should do, leaving Leo amazed at her memory and dedication. He can't help but smirk, fully captivated by her resolve. The plan is set into motion. A flurry of letters are written and sealed, with their servant eagerly delivering the invitations to the neighboring estates. The replies pour in, and Elizabeth predicts a lively gathering. But as the day of the tea party finally arrives, Leo looks a bit apprehensive about the upcoming encounter. Meanwhile, the guests are already buzzing with rumors. From terrifying strength and demon-like glares to being compared to a bear, the nobility's image of Leo is far from the cute version Elizabeth has in mind. The moment of truth arrives as the couple makes their entrance. Leo is desperately trying to put on a friendly face, but as he looks at the crowd, he can't help but wonder, is he still looking terrifying? Elizabeth thinks her companion looks a bit too kind, so she challenges him to give her a sharper look. He obliges with a sudden intense glare, but the mood flips instantly as she beams and leads him out, announcing it's time to go. They arrive at a grand estate where a crowd of nobles is already waiting. With a bright smile, Elizabeth welcomes everyone to the tea party at Guardhelm's. While the man encourages the guests to make themselves at home, the whispers start. The nobles are stunned by how close the pair seems. Some call it sweet, others find the intensity almost scary. Meanwhile, the men are buzzing with anticipation, having heard that Elizabeth learned the art of rare cuisine during her time at a monastery. But not everyone is impressed. One woman urgently warns another not to be fooled, calling the man a monster with terrifying strength. Elizabeth, oblivious or perhaps just ignoring the drama, sweetly invites the families and their pets inside. The feast begins, but not just for the humans. A spread of gourmet pet food is laid out, leaving one guest completely baffled. Since when were these animals such foodies? From hedgehogs to dogs, the pets dive into their luxury meals with pure joy. With the chef looking on with smug pride, Elizabeth reveals the true centerpiece for the guests. And for everyone, here it is. A magnificent, shimmering chocolate fountain makes its grand entrance. The guests are mesmerized, one describing it as a literal chocolate spring. Elizabeth explains the simple process. Just poke the ingredients with the special forks. And in a hilarious twist, it's revealed that a man named Linus is actually the one providing the power to keep it flowing. Elizabeth encourages them to dive in. A skeptical guest carefully dips a strawberry into the rich flow and takes a bite. One taste is all it takes. Her eyes widen in total shock at how delicious it is. The crowd is now captivated, wondering which flavor combinations would be the most divine. Even the stern Countess Flecka finds herself tempted to join in, while Elizabeth notes with a knowing smile that the Countess has a secret sweet tooth. The Countess takes a bite, and her world completely flips. The skepticism vanishes, replaced by pure unadulterated bliss as she exclaims, "How can this be so interesting and delicious?" Absolute animal mayhem. While one woman tries desperately to keep a screaming bird under control, the rest of the menagerie, from a tiny hedgehog to excited dogs, turns the scene into total chaos. Elizabeth tries to play peacemaker, insisting everything is fine, but a sudden leap from one of the dogs sends her into a panic. Just then, a voice cuts in, telling the animal to wait. The man steps in with effortless calm, proving the animals aren't bad as he lets them swarm him. From a curious cat to a bird claiming his head as a perch, he's suddenly the center of their affection. It's a complete 180. The woman in the hat is stunned. How could these notoriously difficult creatures be so devoted to one man? Elizabeth can only watch in wide-eyed amazement. The tension breaks instantly. The woman in the hat offers a sincere apology to Lord Guardhelm for her misunderstanding, but he brushes it off with a polite request to remain good neighbors. The atmosphere turns warm and fuzzy as the neighbors are completely won over by Guardhelm's kindness, while Elizabeth and Guardhelm share a quiet, knowing glance amidst the laughter. Back at the estate, the adrenaline of the day fades into a quiet evening. Elizabeth celebrates the success of the tea party, but Guardhelm admits a surprising vulnerability. He's just relieved he didn't scare everyone away. Elizabeth doesn't hold back, showering him with affection. She confesses how much she loves his face, especially that sharp, serious look he gets when he's protecting her. It's a confession that hits him right in the heart. Guardhelm is completely floored, left speechless by her honesty. A soft "I'm glad" escapes him as the space between them vanishes, leading to a tender, long-awaited moment. Wrapped in each other's arms, they realize they're perfectly in sync. With a playful smirk, Gardhelm declares that this is exactly what it means to be a well-matched couple. The air suddenly thickens as Leo reveals something startling of a declaration. He's going to embrace Elizabeth right now. Blushing and breathless, Elizabeth can't find the words to refuse, offering only a soft shy yes as the story hurtles toward its final ending. Leo's voice is a tender promise, swearing he'll never do anything she dislikes. Elizabeth trusts him completely, and as he pulls her close, he whispers that he'll be as gentle as possible. With total faith in him, Elizabeth gives him her full permission to do as he wishes. Leo doesn't hesitate for a second, his gaze sharpening as he begins to boldly undo her ribbons. The tension finally snaps into a flurry of soft kisses and stolen breaths as Leo pulls her deep into the sheets. Elizabeth is completely overwhelmed, her eyes wide with shock and desire. Leo's intensity is relentless, leaving her breathless and trembling under his touch. Between moments of raw passion and quiet tenderness, they cling to one another, their hands locked tight in the heat of the moment. The lavish luxury of the bedroom fades into the background, mirrored by the vast, shimmering silence of a starry night sky over the castle. As the storm settles, they lie entwined in the quiet afterglow, sharing a gaze that speaks louder than any words could. Watching Leo sleep peacefully beside her, Elizabeth feels a wave of warmth wash over her. She can hardly believe it. She's finally here, and she's finally with him. The first light of dawn breaks, and Elizabeth is already awake, throwing open the curtains to welcome a brand new day. The view is breathtaking, a sunrise that feels like a fresh start. But behind her, a sleepy voice calls out, "Elizabeth?" She turns back with a radiance that rivals the sun, a simple yes carrying a world of happiness. In this moment, she feels a weight lift off her shoulders. She can't help but wonder, did she actually capture Leo in this game of life? He's completely lost, asking what on earth she's talking about. With a playful smile, she brushes it off and shuts him down with a sweet kiss on the cheek. Case closed. To reach this point, she has lived through several different lives. First as the overworked event planner Yuka Sawatani, and then as the doomed villainess Elizabeth Fontini. Then came a twist she never saw coming, a third life serving as a humble novice sister. Now she has finally found her place as the beloved wife of the Holy Lion, Elizabeth Gardhelm. She did more than find love. Using her experience and determination, she transformed the Gardhelm territory into a thriving center of trade, won the people's trust, and expanded its connections across the sea. Even for a powerhouse couple, everyone needs a break. And for them, the perfect day off means visiting the church, where Elizabeth's energy instantly lights up the room as she greets everyone. A warm farewell as Elizabeth waves goodbye to two young girls, with a dark-haired man watching over her with a soft smile. Returning home to a welcoming committee, Elizabeth announces her arrival with a bright, "I'm home," pure, unadulterated happiness. Elizabeth is finally fulfilled, bringing her journey to a perfect glowing close. But wait, the story isn't over. A special side story begins. The case where my husband became popular after marriage. It starts with Elizabeth sweetly seeing off her husband Leo as he prepares to depart. Elizabeth tries to reassure him that everything is fine in the territory, but Leo is struggling. Even though he's used to married life, the thought of being away from her, even for just 3 days, is almost too much to bear. Suddenly, the mood shifts. Without warning, Leo pulls Elizabeth into a passionate, breathless embrace, leaving her stunned into silence. With a confident smirk, Leo decides this is exactly the fuel he needs to persevere. He gives a final shout that he'll be fighting hard and rides away, leaving a dazed Elizabeth in his wake. But then Elizabeth overhears a conversation between a chef and another man about love rituals that last an hour every single time. Her expression shifts. Something about this feels off. The suspicion grows. Elizabeth notices that their recent farewells have been suspiciously short. When she returns to her room, she finds a stack of personal letters on her desk, something that almost never happened with Leo before. Then she sees it. A letter sealed with a heart and a bold lipstick mark, addressed to Lord Leonid. Imagining countless women sending him similar messages, Elizabeth becomes convinced that something suspicious is happening. Cheating? The word screams across the page as Elizabeth spirals into a total meltdown. While the rest of the world stays oblivious, Elizabeth decides to launch a full-scale investigation. She claims it's not jealousy, but her blushing face tells a completely different story. Then reality catches up with her. Lord Leonid naturally draws attention wherever he goes, and women throughout the capital are captivated by the famous knight captain. The flirting is out of control, and Leo looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. But Elizabeth? She's watching with a mischievous glint in her eye, knowing exactly how charming he really is. She's had enough. In her eyes, he's just an unconscious playboy. To catch him in the act, she goes full stealth mode, disguise on, parasol up, and heading for the palace. The action peaks at the royal palace's training tournament. In the arena, Leo is a force of nature, effortlessly crushing his opponents to maintain his streak as the champion. But the perfect disguise is a total fail. One glance from Leo and he's already called her out by name. The cover is blown, leaving Elizabeth stuttering in pure embarrassment. As Leo dominates the field, Elizabeth watches from the sidelines. She knows he only has eyes for her, but seeing the crowd's obsession with him still stings. A pout, a tease, and a moment of truth. Leo laughs, telling her she's acting like a villainess again, but he can't help but notice that she's genuinely changed. Amidst the chaos, Leo's thoughts drift. He wonders if he's lost his edge since marriage, or if he's simply blinded by the glittering prize waiting for the winner. The crowd erupts when the winner is announced. Leonid Gardhelm has taken first place. Elizabeth cannot hide her pride in having the world's strongest man as her husband. The king personally presents Leonid with a brilliant crimson jewel as the tournament prize. As the excitement settles, Leonid spots Elizabeth in the crowd and brightens at once. Before he can reach her, however, a blonde man tries to steal the moment by claiming that the victory was dedicated to her. Leonid refuses to let the interruption continue. He shuts the man out with a powerful embrace and dedicates the victory entirely to Elizabeth, though his expression becomes strangely serious afterward. The tension is palpable, leaving everyone confused, until a voice cuts through the air, calling out the absolute absurdity of a husband not giving his prize to his wife. While other women gossip about victory kisses and burning things down, Elizabeth insists she didn't even want the jewel. But the chaos of the capital is behind her now, as she makes the lonely trip back home. Waking up from a nap, Elizabeth's mind immediately goes to the darkest place. Leo's been gone since morning. Does he have mistresses in the city? Or maybe even back in the capital? A knock interrupts her spiral. Leonid has returned and asks whether she would like to go out with him. Elizabeth agrees, though her pout makes it clear that she has not forgiven him yet. The carriage ride is suffocatingly quiet. Elizabeth tries to act distant, but Leonid's refusal to meet her eyes sends her into a panic. Could he be taking her somewhere just to ask for a divorce? But as the carriage stops, the townspeople's cheers shatter her fears. "Congratulations, Mrs. Gardhelm," they shout. Elizabeth is left stunned into silence. What exactly is happening here? The air is electric with celebration as the town transforms into a festival of love, with balloons bearing the names Leonid and Elizabeth floating high above the cheering crowds. Every corner of the city is draped in festive banners and flags, all leading up to one massive glittering sign. "Happy first anniversary." Amidst the joy, Leo leans in with a knowing smile, asking Elizabeth if she remembers what today is. She blinks in confusion, wondering if it's their wedding anniversary, only for him to confirm that a whole year has already flown by. Then comes the moment that stops her heart. With a stunning bouquet of roses, Leo pours his soul out, thanking her for staying by his side and confessing that he loves her more and more every single day. Overwhelmed, she can barely whisper his name before he reveals a second surprise, an exquisitely crafted music box. He admits he made it himself, a personal treasure to mark their first year together. He confesses he searched everywhere for a gem that matched the exact color of her eyes, a detail that leaves Elizabeth beaming with happiness. As the townspeople cheer and hail her as Madam, she looks at Leo in the crowd, declaring her love for all of them. But Leo isn't having it. A sudden wave of possessiveness hits him, and he pouts with a grumpy face, insisting that her love should be reserved for him and him alone. The scene shifts to the privacy of their bedroom, where the mood takes a sharp turn. Leo is momentarily panicked, wondering if she's cheating because of her newfound popularity, but Elizabeth's blushing confession reveals the truth. She was actually the one feeling jealous. The tension snaps as Elizabeth makes a bold move. Dressed in provocative lingerie and leaning over him with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she tells him that since he's the cause of all this, he'll have to take full responsibility tonight. Leonid is left momentarily speechless, but Elizabeth gives him no time to recover. Their anniversary celebration reaches its peak in a passionate, breathless kiss. He leans in with a smug, confident smile, his hand gently lifting her chin as he drops a line that leaves her completely breathless. "Leave it to me." Fast forward to the next day, and the two are practically radiating love. Surrounded by floating hearts, their companions can only watch in utter bewilderment, with one noting that the recent turmoil only made their bond stronger, while the other is left wondering if there was even any turmoil to begin with. And so, it's the end, or rather, a beginning that will never truly end.